foot step on the beat. Make a man's runs, let me step out the case when the whole pitch screen gotta get out there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and it's the Power Series round 3 here at Killarney Raceway. As you can hear, the Clubman's guys are currently out, and there's so much to talk about. So many new cars that have joined the fray, so many first-time pole sitters, and I've got Simon with me here today. Simon, I got to point out what's up with the uniform.
Check it out. Simi on track.
Who's Simi? Who's Simi?
Who's Simi? I don't know. It's this girl right here. Big shout out to Snappy Graphics, guys. Thank you so much for any of your printing needs. They are on a lot of the race cars over here. Anything you need, mugs, apparel, t-shirts on your cars, they can do it for you. So a huge shout out to Sean Furry. Thank you so much for sponsoring. And we will be mentioning you throughout the day and get some of those stickers on some of these race cars.
Yeah, so if you do see Simi and you are a race car driver, I know you guys have TVs in your garages over there, please chat to her today. She and Jason will be in the pit lane, ready to engage, to get that inside scoop. And then lunchtime, we'll be delivering that scoop to you guys, because there's a lot of these story threads I want to touch on, Simone. So watch out for that t-shirt.
Yeah, if you see this, you know, come speak to me.
I see we got a clipboard today.
We do. Look how fat. Wow. I was tempted to put my sticker at the back, but I was like,
much.
Too much?
No, never too much. I watch NASCAR, it's never too much.
We do. But listen, before we get into the qualifyings from yesterday, I couldn't help but notice there's been a little bit of a change-up.
What do you mean?
So the first thing is the Cultron Supercars are usually racing on the same grid as the V8 Masters, but now we have some of the V8 Masters car with the return of Marcel Angel, the legend, the championship, or the champion, shall we say. There's a couple of V8 Masters cars that are racing in the Sports and GT class today, and they're qualifying pretty good up there in comparison for being a different class.
Does it make sense to have that car there as a sports car, as a GT car? That's another conversation. It's a space frame. I love it.
I'm biased to V8.
Yeah, I know, we know. We know. But the thing is, I love it because it makes sense to see that car in the mix there. And if those guys don't have enough numbers, for whatever reason, to get all those cars on the grid, they've got to have a place to play. And I'm glad that Sports and GT have included them in there. Absolutely. So their grid grows. It looks more spectacular. And then you got the fine cars that are back now joining Formula Supercars. And there, again, you got people like Natasha Tischendorf. I spoke to her yesterday. So happy to be back on the grid.
Yes.
Because when we're not racing and you're a race car driver, you miss this place. As spectators, you miss this place. You know, if you're a supporter, you miss this place. So for the drivers to not have to sit on the sideline today, I think that's a cool and big deal.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So a lot of change up there.
A lot of change up. We see somebody, a change up there. I like to see my friend Dex. I'm also biased. Dexter Bruce leading us off.
We all have friends here. We are a family again.
Yeah. So Dexter Bruce leading us off at the moment. So there's my biases out the way. Stephen Gous. But Zach Groenewald, I got to mention Zach Groenewald. Yesterday, him and Neon were playing on the track in the BMW Car Club. That's a new build. It is, in my mind, the template for what a lot of these cars are going to look like in the future. It's gorgeous to look at. I want to send my car there to get some work done as well. The way they've done the dashboard and stuff. Well done to Team Zach and the guys, the 43 team, Zach Groenewald, stocky style, as they say, stocky style. So big shout out to them. Jaco Lambert, and another shout out there to, I call him Old Man Lambert, the dad in that team. He's just survived a medical ordeal that's gone on for ages, and I know he's back. And last night he was celebrating in the pit lane. Yeah, I'm not saying what he did, but welcome back, Mr. Lambert.
I sometimes don't know how they do it. I speak to them and they're like, we were here until 2 o'clock in the morning. I had a couple of tequilas. I'm like,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, that's it. On Friday night thing.
Fresh to race.
But he wasn't racing, so it's fine. But if you look on your screen now, folks, you'll see the qualifying that's happening today. And right now, that's Clubman's qualifying. But of course, Simon, we had some qualifying sessions that happened yesterday.
We did, and I want to talk about one in particular. We have to. And if you've been watching Boost SA, my friend Jason over there standing on the side, he's been talking about it. Davi Hubert has built a new, I want to say it's a prototype. I heard the word coyote when my husband was trying to explain things to me last night, and I'm like, oh, what is a coyote? All I want to go down, because
I will go down that line. I will go down that line.
Okay, you're going to go down that line. But what I want to mention is Killarney lap records, guys. The last year, in February 2025, Troy Dolenchek did a 1:06.709.
Yo, I didn't even know that. I was like, oh, 1:06.
Yesterday,
okay.
Davi qualified on a 1. Here's our sweeties. A 1:08. 2:06. Sweeties. Ooh,
Sweetie time.
This is more important than breaking Killarney
I'm
rap
taking a
times,
bunch of
okay?
these. I'm going to pop mine down there so long.
For one for the...
No comment, no comment.
That didn't happen on camera.
Nothing.
Okay, so he is less than 2 seconds away in a qualifying. And I'm sure in qualifying he was taking it easy.
Exactly.
I'm flipping excited. That race is happening at 10:35 today, okay?
So-
Where am I going to be?
So, to be clear, and Neon said this as well, Davi is what's called a gentleman driver. So he's not a professional driver, although he did used to be a factory driver for Honda back in the day. He's coming along in age, but Davi is quick. It doesn't matter how old he's getting, he's always been quick. So a 1:08.206 is a phenomenal time.
It is.
And I do think that if there is a car that's going to break that record, it's going to be that car.
And it could be today, guys. It's so exciting. I don't know why. This is very exciting for me. So please get down here today, or if not, stay tuned on this live stream. That race is going to be happening at approximately 10:35 a.m. this morning. Do not miss it.
Nice
because you
one
will be witnessing Killarney history once again.
Nice one on the timetable. Yeah, if you need to know what times the races are, folks, stay tuned. And of course, Davi with that Nova, just as you're saying, it's got a Coyote engine in there. That's the engine.
I was looking like,
And they've made some upgrades, so it howls even louder now.
Okay, so please, do you know what a Coyote engine is?
It's a Ford engine, basically. It's a type of engine from Ford. It's a V8. I'm not sure it's 5 litre, to be honest, but it is a V8. And Davi is going to be doing some work out there today as we again go back to Clubman. We've got Dexter still on pole, Stephen Gous in second place, only just behind him there on a 22.775. Look at the gap. 4/100ths of a second. It's nothing in it. Mario Roux, third place. Shane Justice, fourth. Zach Grunewald, fifth place. There's going to be a cracker of a Clubman's race. We love to see it. Lots of familiar faces over there. Lots of fast familiar faces. And now we go back to Sports and GT. Sandro Bicari gets second place over there and Marcel Angel in third. Now, they are quite a gap behind, but they're in totally different classes.
Yes.
Marcel now back in Class X. And so great to see these guys have a place to play. Davi's going to be out in his own. I think it'll be more of an exhibition run. But let's see how he does. I'm excited to see. And something I'm also excited to see is GTI Challenge. Tate Bishop qualifies on pole position there, just a tenth of a second ahead of Skalk Geldenhuys. As we know, GTI Challenge is always going to be exciting. It's always going to be fun to watch. It's always going to be a thrill to watch. So very keen to see how they do. Brett
The
Roach,
naughty boys.
The naughty boys. In Brett's case, the naughty man. Brett Roach, the elder statesman. He's been grey since his 30s though, so I don't know about that. But Brett Roach first in Class B, and then pole sitter John Smith, his first pole in the DVE Motorsport. John Smith, congratulations.
Thanks for the birthday, Faisal.
SFX and stunt. Faisal from Traction, of course, they'll be doing lunchtime drives. And John Smith, again, like I said, beating out Ryan van Eerden, your Class B champion. So he's going up against some stiff competition there, and very interesting to see some new names going to the top of the grid. Just like Dexter also, I think this is his first pole.
No, this is exciting.
In Clubman. So
guys, it's round 3, Power Series round 3. We're in April already. We are pushing. Now it's starting to push.
Why does it feel like it's almost middle of the year already?
And I feel like it is already.
Alicia's pointing at puppies. I'm shopping for a puppy, so now I need to not look at any puppies at the moment.
No, you see now, if I was looking for a puppy, I would have been like,
He's so cute. Back to the racing. We've got 3 minutes of racing left to go. Let's look further down. Class B, Mario Roux. Class X, Zach Grunewald not classified with that car. Class C, Dylan Joubert, your champion from last year. And then Andre Johnson in Class D over there in the executive decisions car. And what else have we got in store for you today? Well, there's a lot happening out there at the moment. We got as we said, we got the Pro Oil Supercars, and another new pole sitter is Pierre Pinard.
Yes,
in
new
pole
name
position.
for me. I've been there a couple of times.
First full season of racing and doing fantastically well in that car, Pierre Pinard is. And Arnold Lambert, of course, as I said, back in more than one ways, in pole position, in fine cars. Welcome, Uncle Arnold over there. Carl Halleck in second place. Unfortunately, we've got someone that has to start from the back. That's your champion from last year. He's got to start at the back, Glenn Phillips. But Pierre Pinard, congratulations. His first pole in his racing. So well done to him. And that must be a fantastic feeling, also breaking into the 26s over there.
And I have to give a shout out to my girl, Nashreen. You go, girl.
Yeah, Nash always supporting Nash. Always supporting Nash. Woo! woo. So Dexter getting put there on the line by Zak Groenewald. So the two of them starting front row of the grid there. Dexter in Class A first though, getting put there. That's him again, taking his other car out. Now we've got Marco Retta.
Yes.
Going to the BMW Car Club of Cape Town. Now, the sub-22nd club was very sparse last time, but it's slowly starting to grow. Marco Retta gets pole place.
Marco is pushing there with that BMW. There's been some work that's happened on that one as well.
Hundreds of kilowatts.
It's a little bit insane, and it's also sexy as well. I don't know why Marco always
like
comes
that car?
out. Marco comes with like the most amazing
I know,
BMWs.
his cars are cool. The
They are
big red BMW. You want to see a fast BMW,
Yeah.
500 plus kilowatts.
I woke up this morning at 5 a.m. and 4 minutes before I'd woken up, Marco had posted his qualifying video on Facebook. So you can always go check it out under Marco Retta on Facebook. Pretty flippin' amazing to watch from inside the driver's cockpit.
Sorry, I was trying to take a sip of my coffee.
That's still probably
gracefully.
volcano hot.
Volcano hot coffee. I need to talk to my friends over there. I take my coffee black, okay? So Marco Retta there, back in action in Class A. Connor Kilbride, also new to Class A in this category, racing the BMW. He's also in Class A. Near the Toy gets first in B and the first of the normally aspirated, or second of the normally aspirated cars in this case. But first of the M52s when it comes to engines, a fantastic builder from him. Zak Groenewald and him are having a ding-dong battle yesterday. But Zak gets pole in Class C, Nean pole in Class B. And
good morning, Shane.
Pass me a coffee there, please. Shane Williams over there.
Literally.
So, Class D is looking good. We got a familiar pole sitter over there in Class D. I don't know the guy's name. I think his name is Ernest Page.
Yeah.
Sean
First in his class again.
Sean Tubes, though, keeping me honest. And Sean had an incident yesterday. Crashed into the wall at turn 4. It looked bad. You know when the tow vehicle rushes out of the pit lane over here, you think to yourself, this is going to be bad. We thought it was bad, but luckily a little lick and a polish here and there, some duct tape and a bumper.
I think some duct tape.
And he's ready to go. So
guys,
Sean
it's a BMW. BMWs don't break.
Nah.
No.
Vicky Paither's back, finally racing for the first time in a long time, so welcome back to him. Zach Layden, the man I tipped to be the leading Class E this year, gets Class E pole, so he's back as well. Nice. He's lost some points because of a technical infringement before, but now he's back and they've sorted that car out. We've got Sharif Reynolds back also after having an incident in his BMW at the track day, but they worked furiously. The guys from MYH Auto, congrats to the guys at MYH for getting that car sorted out. Speaking of MYH, we got Yusuf Hendricks in the mix there, and although he didn't qualify pole today in Class E, I think he's one of the guys to watch as well. My teammate Shane Bosco in Class F, I suspect
first in his class,
pole in class, but I do suspect we've been developing that car for Class E, so I suspect he will probably go to Class E at the next race. He's only doing one race today. He's got a wedding coming up later, not his own.
No, I was going to say his own.
Yeah, but I gotta say, personal shout out. Speaking of weddings, big shout out to Dan and Team Fury over there. Congratulations to Dan and his lady on their wedding today. Today is the wedding. Congratulations. So the whole team is there. Nelson's there, Jay's there, Caitlin's there. I'm sure all the rest of the guys are there as well. Big shout out to the Team Fury over there. Congrats on the wedding, and I'll see you guys at the next race.
Nice.
Yeah. So, and also a couple of more new names in Class F. Calso, Dylan, not his first race.
Again, it's
Daniel Blazer. Yeah, it's great. It's insanely great. Then we got to get to the bikes. Lance Jonas, our chairman, qualifies in 3rd position. Congrats to him.
The man with all the personality.
The
first time I met him,
all the personality. Johnny Towers in 2nd place, Adrian Solomon in 3rd place over there, but I'll be supporting Lance Jonas. And then in the 300 class, Ryan van Nieuwkerk gets pole position and really runs away from the rest of those 300s. So it'll be interesting to see. Unfortunately, Almay Mostert did not qualify, so we're hoping to see her out there later on. Max also didn't qualify, so let's see if we can see them out there later on. But lots and lots of action as the Formula Libras now make their way out. The single
seaters. I keep looking this way, guys. It's because these cars are right here and they're revving and they just sound amazing.
The rain is threatening a little bit, but I don't think it's going to rain. I've checked the forecast.
I think it's just threats.
I think it's threats. I think it's like empty threats. You know, I don't think it's like actual threats. So I don't think it's actually going to rain. But hopefully the weather stays clear. And I know there's a couple of guys that are hoping for rain. I'm not one of those guys. I'm quite fine to have a dry race today. Let's go to Pirelli Clubman's Classics and breakfast round. The bikes. shout out to the bike guys over there. If you've got a bike representative and to take a slightly somber turn, but not somber though, it's a good memory. Brad Bodsworth was our bike guy back in the day. Unfortunately, Brad's passed away. It's just over a year now that Brad left us, and we'd love to have one of you guys popping in in Brad's spirit. We call it the Brad Bodsworth Invitational Seat. I've just made that up now, but that's what it's called.
That's adorable.
The Brad Bodsworth Invitational is now open to bikers out there. We want to hear from you guys what's happening, because I find that oftentimes in the race day we try and mingle, but everybody's sort of on their own mission. And as a car driver, on a busy day, on Friday specifically, that's really the day we want to dig deep and get those inside scoops from the bikers. So please, bikers, I had a chat to Lance Jonas. I know what's happening on that side, but I'm not quite sure what's happening on the Pirelli Clubman's Classics and Breakfast Run side. So if you've got any representatives that want to come have a chat with us. But speaking of top of the pops over there, Matthew Deuce. Yes, Matthew's doing so well. I met him a couple months ago. He's such an enthusiastic guy and really just improving all the time. Gets pole position there. Malcolm Govender in second place. Henny takes first in the breakfast run category, and Saud Adam gets first in the 600 category. So well done, gentlemen. We're looking forward to seeing the bikes going around here so fast. I mean, doing 1 minute 20s around here on two wheels is absolutely no joke. And then this is the Premier Division of motorbikes. 1 minute 10, the pole sitter, Tristan Pina over there. Now Tristan, of course, someone that everybody at the track has gotten to know over time, just pipping Kewan Snyman over there. And Kewan Snyman, basically one of Cape Town's fastest. So the two of them in first and second place. Tristan on the Honda CBR 1000, Kewan on the BMW S1000 over there. Damien Purificati, we know his name now. I know he is. Turns out I've spent time with him on a weekend away in Neisner. So Damien, well done on that third position there on the S1000 RR BMW. The top two bikes from Missile Motorsports, Missile Motorcycles, I apologize, and then Amalgam Welding Shop, your third place man over there. Then we go to the 600 cc's, and Ethan Dine gets first place. Ethan gets first place in the 600 class for the 600 cc category, and then in the CHL class over there, Richard Slummett gets pole position. So lots and lots happening on the bike side today. Lots of bikes, lots of cars. So if you are wanting to get out there, if you are wanting to join us as a bike rider, there are many ways to do so. You can start off doing a track day in one of the many track days that takes place, and then they've got the breakfast run category, which I famously saw a young Ronald Slummett win his first race and then go on to win multiple championships after that. So it really is the starting and proving ground for young bikers.
Absolutely.
Speaking of calendar, early on we mentioned the calendar.
Yes.
Here is our official calendar.
Yes.
I love this new clipboard idea.
I know, right? I do want to say it was kind of my idea.
Totally. So thank you for that. So to give you guys posted on what's happening, we've got 3 qualifying sessions happening first thing in the morning.
Yes.
Clubman's, Trustees, Major Trustees, Formula Libre, and Lauda Classic
Yes.
Cars, which happens next.
Yes.
So we've got more qualifyings that happen on Friday, isn't that right?
Yes, so I was wondering about that as well last night. Just sit on a Friday night and you check who did qualifying, and it's a bit of a mix-up to who we usually have. So
Yeah.
I think because of the rearrangement of who's racing with who, it freed up some spaces for qualifying yesterday, I'm guessing.
I like it. I like qualifying on a Friday. I must say, although I had my spider nightmare that I sometimes have before big race day.
Wait, what is the spider nightmare?
Dexter knows about the spider nightmare. The very first race that I was in my flat in town. I'll never forget it because I can still picture it. And I was sleeping, and on the roof of my bedroom was this giant spider. Now I'm a little bit weary of spiders, not afraid. Okay,
Not afraid.
Okay. I'm weary, and this giant spider was on my roof, and it attacked me, and I woke up.
It attacked him. No,
Yeah.
not afraid, but it attacked him.
But this,
An spider.
if a spider's the size of a ceiling, you're gonna run. Okay, people, don't say you won't. Okay, it was the size of a ceiling. So ever since then, I have these weird nightmares on big race days, and it's only usually race days. So if I do have a nightmare, I call it the spider nightmare. If I do have a nightmare the night before, it's like, oh well, it's just my subconscious saying, hey man.
Did you have a good race that next day?
Yeah, I
okay,
often,
there we go. Okay, so it's a good open.
I often do, because it's like we need to check every single nut properly because the spider came last night. So yesterday's qualifying means that the nerves are a bit more settled. You know, you've done the qualifying already. You've got a decent result. And GTI Challenge, boys. And it now means that you can settle into the race day. Some guys prefer qualifying on Saturday morning. I don't like it. I prefer Friday qualifying. Very happy with that. So we do have a couple of categories. GTI Challenge was one yesterday. BMW Car Club was one yesterday. And then Formula Supercars and Fine Cars was the other one yesterday. So those are some of the classes that qualify. We also had a bike category that qualified yesterday as well.
Yes, because they also usually do it on the Saturday morning.
So to free up time on the Saturday, the WPMC has shifted the qualifying to Friday, and I love it. I think it's great. I think it works out. That means that we got a less chaotic race day, especially as we go into winter with less time. On your screen, folks, in case you want to see it, Jason Kitsia leads us off over there. You don't have to listen to us. You can mute us and check out the qualifying happening live there. You can mute me, okay? And then Jason Kitsia, DJ Boyson, Damian White in first in C over there. DJ Boyson coming back strong after that incident last year. Now finding his rhythm. Jason Kitsia, of course, your national champion in Toyota GR Cup, and now racing and having a podium at the GR, the top spec touring car category. Top spec touring car category. So Jason Kitsia, a proper national level competitor, now finds himself at the front here, getting some laps in. So just to give you guys a rundown, GTI Challenge will be out first. That's why we saw them coming past over there.
So they would usually be qualifying in the morning as well.
Exactly.
So now they're the first race, which is going to be like completely different for them.
Those cars are so sketchy, even on a good day. So for them to qualify on the morning, I'm okay to miss qualifying if I was them on the morning. Pro Oil's going out after that, and then we're going out in BMW Car Club. Then you've got the 650s, Warwick Wild Sports and GT, Pirelli Clubman's, bikes and breakfast run bikes and classics, Thermo Clubmans after that, Thermo Fires Clubmans after that, Peugeot Trustees, Formula Libre after that, then Lauda Classic Cars, and then the Superbikes after that, so with the Masters and 600. Then we have lunch, and today we got the fan walk with GTI Challenge on the Porsche Straight, the Pro Oil Supercars and Cultron Fine Cars on the Tigerberg Straight. So then the whole program repeats itself after lunch. So we do everything in that order, and then after lunch the whole program repeats itself, and then at about 6 o'clock we all go to the bar and have drinks. So that's basically how that's how the day goes. Prize giving happens then as well. And of course, thanks to my little sheet over here, I now don't have to memorize every single sponsor, and you can just go that.
Thanks, Joshua.
Right? Lime Property Management, and of course Smile FM, our headline sponsors today. Yes. And then of course we've got so many other teams and sponsors on the day helping out to make today possible.
Absolutely.
Jason, you'll see later on wearing his kit as well. It really is one of the key components to motorsport, the sponsorship. So we support our sponsors, whether it's buying a chocolate at their shop, whether it's giving them away in the background over there. We support and love our sponsors. Thank you for the good times and sometimes bad times.
Yeah.
You know, motorsport's a game of up and downs, but that's what we're here for. We're here for the good times, and we're here for a long time. So.
And also a big shout out to the commentators. They don't often get the praise that they deserve. They are up there in their tower, the bird's eye right at the top, talking non-stop throughout the day. I don't know how they do it. I mean, talking at the breakfast show for 40 minutes, sometimes I'm a little bit dehydrated. But for them, they talk all day and they keep us up to date on every single corner, every camera angle, and what is happening with which drivers. A huge shout out to them, as well as our marshals.
Yes!
The safety, the marshals that are there waving the flag at the right moment to exactly what is going on, what is happening on the track, and keeping everybody safe. They do such a thankless job, so a huge shout out to them for everything that they do.
Excuse me, just needed that sip of coffee. I was wondering why I'm still wiping sleep out of my eyes because I haven't had my coffee
yet. Have your coffee.
No, would you mind holding this so I can grab my coffee? Thank you. So when it comes to the marshals, I do feel like it would be awesome we could get more sponsorship support for the marshals out there. They do a lot, they get a lot done. And there's so many components. My parents asked me the other day, how much does it cost to run a race day? And you think you just open the track and everybody comes to come onto the track. I did the calculations. I might have some inside lines on some numbers. It's very expensive, and to pay for all of this, we obviously as a club, members and clubs patrons do contribute as well.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of resources that goes into running a day like today, so any support is welcome. So that's basically me just finishing off my sponsorship conversation while I reach over for my coffee.
Yes, and on that note, just to expand on that, I didn't realize as a spectator before coming here and getting access to the behind the scenes and this huge building, the Castrol building that's in front of us, there are offices, there are so many people from the Western Province Motor, no,
Western Province Motor Club.
That's it, Western Province Motor Club, thank you. Needed the paper for that one. That actually sit there, that are making sure that the times are right, making sure that everything's accurate, printing out the times for us.
Terry's sitting right
Yeah,
there.
there's two of them sitting right over here,
But
two lovely women.
I do think, though, that's a serious conversation. And that brings me to the other department here as well. But please
Yes.
continue.
No. Tell us.
So now we can't pan the camera over that side because there's what looks like a very serious conversation happening. And that is, of course, the stewards and the officials and the clerk of the course. We got the Brian Hoskins race control over here. Brian Hoskins, of course, a personal friend of mine and ours, the gentleman that brought us the sweets early on. He's got a building named after him, for goodness sakes. So
he doesn't just hand out sweets,
He
guys.
doesn't
He
just hand out
actually
sweets.
has a building named after him.
So, just before, hold that thought, on the officials, qualifying is done for Formula Libre. We've got the classics about to go out. So quickly on your screen, you should be able to see all the standings for qualifying as it happened right now. Jason Kutsia does lead us off in Libre. And Damien White gets first place in Class C. So there you go, folks. And now we've got the classics. But yeah, back to the officials.
Yes.
So there's a whole group of people here that are actually the officials that look at a whole bunch of screens, race control, and they basically make sure that when an accident happened, the right car goes to the right place, the marshal's vehicle, the space car, the medical car, etc. There's a whole bunch of terms that I don't even know half of it, okay? You've got to write an exam to be able to do that. So we've got them happening over here, and then of course there are sometimes protests that happen, some that I may or may not have been involved with at times, and then you end up sitting in the naughty corner over here and then have to deal with the protest that have to deal with the storm that you've created for
I
yourself.
want to go faster. I want my car to make more noise.
Yeah,
no, it's not allowed.
Yeah, exactly. So those conversations get serious sometimes, and you've got to sit down over there, and then evidence comes out, etc. Sometimes, on some levels, they even go up to court cases.
Wow.
You know, yeah. So motorsport can become serious business on and off the track, because if there's a technical infringement large enough, and someone else says, "Hey, you're not allowed to do that," then we got to figure out who's right and who's wrong, and that's why the officials are here to facilitate those conversations and those decisions. So there are so many moving parts when it comes to motorsport. And then, of course, there's the production team. You've got Alicia, Craig behind the camera over there, and the rest of the team that can see this broadcast
Yes, thanks,
over there.
guys.
All of them making this possible. And you guys watch it live on your couch at home at the moment, or come to the track and enjoy the racing. So there's a lot that happens here at the circuit, and we want you to be part of it, which is why all of this is created. And brings me back, I'll just close the thought with those three components. We said if the first one is sponsorship, the second one is competitors, and then of course the third one is the spectators.
Yeah.
And we need those three ingredients to make the cake we call motorsport.
Absolutely. So guys, we have realized that our viewers have increased on the live, so thank you very much for staying tuned. Everybody
Have
is
they?
watching.
Have
They
they?
have. I monitor it during the day, and I go on the live stream when I'm walking around, and the number of people viewing the live stream have increased, so thank you for staying tuned with us. But if you have nothing to do, that's amazing. There's a whole family with like pink hat. Okay, sorry, I took
Yeah, no.
memory of a goldfish here, ADHD. Stay tuned to our live stream. Why am I getting so distracted by these amazing cars coming past? But otherwise, guys, get down to the
Yeah.
track. Can I just ask them to
I
come?
know.
Can you guys please come here just really quickly, please? Because this is the cutest thing, please. Guys, you've got to see this. They walk past there, and that's why I got so distracted. Please come in front of the camera. Look how cute! Say hi to all the people watching. Tell us, guys, who are you here supporting today?
So Arnold Lambert,
Arnold
Lambert,
Lambert. Okay. Yaku Lambert.
our father-in-law, just got the news 2 weeks ago that he's
Cancer free. Woo!
We heard him last night.
happiness.
Yeah.
And that was the celebrations last night, right?
Today it continues because today is actually his birthday.
Amazing.
And he
Guys,
got
you
pole.
look adorable. Cancer free. position, family affair. This is the cutest thing ever. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You distracted me from over there. I had to get you over
Yo.
here. That's so cute.
Yo, super cool, man. Wow.
Wow. That's a trio, eh?
Arnold Lambert, of course, one of the people that has been around at the track since the first day that I got here. Arnold Lambert has been here. So very special to see him and his family together and celebrating not only his birthday, pole position, cancer-free, and yeah, well
Absolutely
done.
amazing.
Well done on all fronts,
I
Mr.
love how
Lambert.
the families also just come together, and it's such a supportive environment. Guys, we always say it, but we really mean it. Killarney is a community. Everybody knows everybody. Everyone is supportive. Well, God.
We're getting flashed over here, folks. Not in the good way. Not in the good way.
There we go. Family. Only family would do that.
So
right?
lots of familiar faces, and I've always got to apologize because the protocol with any broadcast is not to be glancing behind the camera. I'll let you guys in on a little broadcast
you not?
secret. No, you're not supposed to. You're supposed to be focused. And the reason you don't is because you don't want the view, and I'm gonna go fourth wall over here.
Okay.
And the reason you don't look past the camera is so that the people on the other side don't wonder like, hey, what are you looking at? But we'll tell you what we're looking at because we want you to come here and see it for
Yeah.
yourself. And what we're looking at is we're in the bustling hub over here at the same time greeting the officials. And we've got people that know us all over the place and people that know you, because we often say that I think 60-70% of this broadcast goes out to the rest of the community, to the cousins, the families, the uncles, the aunts of the people that are racing today. So when you come here, you'll recognize some faces too, and that's why I think even Stephen, our producer, executive producer, he always tells us, if you look behind the camera, it's okay, because we want people to know that there's something to see over here, and we want you guys to come down and see it for yourself.
But it really is that. There's so much going on around us always, and there's a person standing there getting their coffee and they're waving, and there's someone over there and they're looking, and then there's someone flashing us on this side, and it is what it is. It's exciting. This is Killarney. It is a buzz and you can't help but get distracted. I don't think I've ever been able to do one serious live stream without being distracted.
No, not possible.
Someone's
going to give us sweets or something. Franco Donadeo in pole position there. Trevor Momberg in second place in your classics. And the classic cars, Trevor Momberg in second place, Franco Donadeo in first. The classic cars have been in the spotlight this week. Nian was driving around in an exceptionally fast Can-Am this week, but
yeah, tell
I
us
just got to
more
clear
about
that out. So there are rules for these classics to make sure that they don't become super modified.
So we weren't sure, like my husband and I were chatting last night, and we weren't sure if they were going to let him race in this bus.
So the car is just too fast. I think it's 4 or 5 seconds faster than the cutoff, and basically what that is, that window is just too big. With the classic cars, and I'm speaking under correction here, I'm not an expert when it comes to that category, but what it is that there is a cutoff to how fast the classic car can go. Those rules change over time, but that car basically falls outside of those rules, and it basically becomes a super modified classic, which is a different thing, and there's no competition here. I would have liked to have seen that car here. As I say that, Ferdy Mouton does a 13.6, but that can't be, no, that can't be right.
I was going to say, that's fast for the class.
We got to delete that time. That was a... But Franco Donadeo with the fastest time of 1 minute 20. So their cutoff is about the 1 minute 20. Again, it would have been awesome to see that car out here, and it was a spectacular car. But you know what? There will be more of these opportunities, and I'm sure there'll be other faster cars to race in other categories. There are plenty fast cars in plenty fast categories. Just ask Marco Retta in BMW Car Club, he'll tell you. And of course, Davi Hubert. So, but yeah, that's basically the rule.
Guys, get 10:35 approximately. That race is going to be happening. I'm super excited. I'm not going to stop yapping about it today until I see that record being broken, because that's what I'm hoping is going to happen.
And the rules that we have here exist for a reason. So we'll see. Look, I'm not sure. Darby tried to break that record with his Lotus before. Apparently, the Nova is much more stable than the Lotus. So I'm not sure if they'll be able to do a 106 necessarily, because the difference between an 8 and a 6 is it's an exponential curve, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
So to do a 131 and then do a 130 is not that difficult. to do a 125 and then do a 124 is not.
Can I just hang on? Just hang on to hope, though.
Yeah, no, of course. All I'm saying is, hey, to do a 108 and then a 106, there's a huge gap. I hope he does it because then we're here when it happens. Troy Dolenschink is watching on and thinking,
I need to go and chat to the APT racing team today and see how they're feeling about this new car.
But it's cool. This is what we're here to see. We want to see the best go up against the best. So let's see how Davy does.
Absolutely. Guys, so Power Series round 3. It is Saturday, the 11th of April. Get down here or stay tuned with us. I think the GTI Challenge guys are lining up now. So how many laps do we have left on this qualifying?
Not many. GTI Challenge is going out now. We've got about 8 minutes left of qualifying. Hey, there's your GTI, and there's your GTI Challenge champion distracting me from my job over there.
Shouldn't he be in the car?
Shouldn't he be there?
Shouldn't he be in your car?
Not today.
Not
Okay,
today.
so not racing.
Just casually.
But your reigning champion just casually making a coffee over here. That, of course, is Mr. Mohammed Kalfi. And he was your champion last year for the reigning champion, current champion. A GTI Challenge going out at the moment as the classic cars finish their qualifying. One of our commentators will join us for the lunchtime show. David Christie, I worked with him this week on the MX5 Championship. That's the online series that's being run by Racing Spirit. They had a very successful round 1 development series where they're looking for new young talent in the sim space, and the racing was super tight, super exciting, super close. The two of us worked together on that job, and I had to dust off my commentary boots because I don't commentate that often anymore, to be honest. I do the odd job every couple of months. Shai Moto is coming up next week. That's my big job every year. And then now I'm working on this Racing Spirit gig, and I love it. It's been great to be back behind the mic again and talk about cars. But he will be joining you lunchtime.
Nice. Can't wait.
And I know he's a fan of you. I know that. He's told me multiple times. So I think that the two of you will do well together in lunchtime, and Jason will pop in as well.
Yeah.
But I think Jason will now, and yourself will now shift more to we're going to try and get you guys more coverage when it comes to the on the day, what's happening in the middle, and trying to tie the stories that happen in the morning to the stories that happen in the afternoon, because I think there's a lot that happens in the morning that I want to cover during lunchtime as we hear the commentators warming up upstairs, which is our cue to call it quits in the next couple of minutes.
Before we go, just speaking of new young talents, not as young, but I have an exciting project coming up, and it will entail me supporting the V8 Masters class in looking for new talent and new drivers. So anybody watching that is interested in becoming a V8 Masters driver, get in touch.
Is there an age limit at the moment?
So I think they've dropped it. I don't want to tell lies. I think it's 35 or 37. I need to get corrected on that. They have dropped it. It used to be 40 something.
Yes.
Yeah. So they have dropped the age limit. There are currently right now at least 2 cars that are available for sale. So I'm going to get all of the information on that, and there's going to be a lot of boosts on social media about it. But if anybody's sitting at home right now on the couch and you want to be a driver, get in touch with me.
I've heard the pricing structure. I don't want to quote out of turn. That might have changed because I know they got new bodies coming now, which has raised the price a little bit. But it's very competitive. I know how much I spend on racing every year, and it is a very competitive package for someone.
It's also a perfectly get in and drive model.
So if you're looking for an arrive and drive package, I seriously would consider checking out the V8 Masters category. Definitely worth looking at. Yeah. Franco Donadeo still leads us off. They've now taken that stupidly fast time over there. Faster than Neon's time in the week.
See, that's why we need all these team behind the scenes that we were talking about, because they check things like this for any technical glitches that may happen.
Yeah, 1 minute 20. There's Franco Donadeo. Jared Evans with a 24 in second place over there. Trevor Momber gets first in class B. And then first in class C is our man Lane Hutchings, of course, from HSC.
Go Lane!
Hutchings, the Hutchings family, another stalwart
Lane
family.
works with me.
Does he?
Yes.
What? I didn't know that. Another stalwart. Yeah, you told me actually.
Yes,
yeah, you didn't
he's
know
one
that
of
he
the
races.
most fantastic coding mentors that we have in our team. So huge shout out from Hyperion Dev to Lane. I'm watching you.
You told me that you didn't even know he raced. But the Hutchings,
until I saw him here, I was like, what?
But that's the thing. They're on the biker side of things. So you're not quite sure exactly like where do you fit in? What's your name again?
Yeah.
But he is, and his family is one of the stalwart families here at the circuit. And his dad, such a flippin' cool guy. Always a pleasure pleasure to chat to, yeah, there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them that's very confusing because you do get the kids confused with the uncles and the aunties, but they're all a big happy family. So shout out to the Hutchings clan.
Oh, is that the stick coming?
That's
the Killarney stick.
Killarney. I know exactly who that is. I should write a book, by the way, just like the guy that wrote that book.
I know. And when you see Jordan following behind, you know, there's going to be some nonsense that's going to be caught on.
Jordan and duct tape. That's it. Jordan
Duct tape
and
is not just to fix cars around
what
here.
do you think of my golf cart over there, EV Global? Can we get the cameraman to pan over to my golf cart?
Can we get a hold of the go-kart? Because Ernest usually comes strolling up at a good 2 minutes to 8 for the breakfast show. This morning he came zipping up early in his golf cart.
So what do you think about golf cart? It's supplied by EV Global. It's supplied by EV Global, and I've got two suppliers and sponsors. One sponsor, EV, also EV. They're both EV. So EV Global is the fuel sponsor for us, and then of course we've got these guys over here that supply us with our golf cart. And what do you guys think? Because it's got camouflage on it because it's a 2027 model. That's what I'm telling people. It's got mags because I'm from Grassy Park. So I'm very stoked to be part of.
The next thing you're gonna go like Ford is Lord.
No, literally, but Ford is though. It is. So yeah, but basically to segue away from my story of the golf cart, I love my golf cart, is that we're not allowed to have cars in here anymore.
It's got mags.
It's got mags. Of course, it must have mags, shouldn't it? Any car must have mags where I come from.
So, colourful brake caliper.
The first thing you change on your car in Grassy Park is the wheels, people.
And then your brake calipers must be like yellow or something.
Mine were red. But anyway, so with the golf carts, we're not allowed to have cars in here anymore.
Yes, yeah.
So the pit lane now is so much clearer. So for those guys that want golf carts, chat to me, send me a message. I'll put you in touch with our guys. And they supply us with golf carts here. Claudio gets a golf cart from them. Chase gets a golf cart from them. And we got 1 minute to go before we wrap up.
Yeah.
Any closing thoughts from you on the day as we now look at the last minute?
I'm excited. There is so much to watch today. There's change-ups, there's new drivers, there's potential breaking of records that I'm looking forward to hopefully happening. And hopefully the weather plays ball with us as well and it doesn't rain. It looks like it's clearing up. So yeah, Killarney, Power Series, round 3.
It's happening. It's happening. Power Series round 3, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned for the updates at lunchtime. But of course, enjoy the racing. And if you are in the area, pop by because you can see lots of cars like that and a lot more. And maybe even a record get broken today. Who knows?
We hope so.
Cheers, guys.
Well, folks, good morning to you, one and all, and welcome to Killarney International Raceway with round number 3 of our regional racing for 2026. Full team upstairs today. The Voice West France Motorsport, Frankie Hinnis, Francois Butler, and Jordan Huben, our new man from Scotland, David, joining us as well, and myself, Gary Fleming, will be coming to you live during the course of the day as the marshals are doing a little clean-up there. We had a bit of an incident in turn 4, Sorrel Sweep, and we've now got that last little bit of clean-up sorted out. We've got one car being towed down the back main as well to the Park for May. For all the folks watching from home on the IMUSAT stream, good morning to you, and good morning to you, Mr. Yennis.
Yes, Gaza, good day. Good morning, everybody. Wherever you're watching this production, at home, whether it's in the country or overseas, good day, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I know we have lots of listeners and viewers from all over the planet. South Africans that are working overseas, be it in the western side of the globe or the eastern side. A lot of people watch us from all over the place. So
as long as they're not in the UAE.
This is round 3 of the Lime Property Management Power Series, driven by Lime Property Management, Western Province Motor Club, and Smile 90.4 FM, in conjunction with the City of Cape Town and all our other sponsors around the track, namely Castrol. A big thanks to Castrol and Blockcoin and everybody else that is involved in the sponsorship, the Porsche Club. A big thanks to one and all.
Yeah, and Frankie, as you can see, a lot of work being done recently around the circuit. It was a bit of a eyesore for us when all the trees were cut down on the back straight. We were accustomed to that for the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years, and eventually they got cut down and it looked very sparse. But I must say it's grown back very nicely. And you can see a lot of maintenance work that's been done around the circuit by our maintenance teams as well.
So before Gary and myself get on the mics, we want to just introduce and say hi to the rest of the team, to David Christie. Dave.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Hello, how are we doing? What a great way to get started on a Saturday morning with the roar of these cars.
And also to Mr. Jordan Eben. He's busy chewing, so let's give him 10 seconds to swallow. That is his breakfast bun.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to this third round of the season. It feels like we've been waiting ages, but some decent weather has prevailed after a little bit of rain last night, and I think we're all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for a good day of racing today.
Right, that's the team. Francois Butler is not here. Well, he was here. He had to run home quickly. He's going to went to go and get a laptop for us. So from us to him, a big thanks for making that sacrifice to go and fetch that laptop. He will be joining us shortly, and then we will hear his voice as well. So, Gaza, here we go. Race 1 out of, what, 20 races, I think, somewhere around about there?
Yep.
And it's in the API Property Group Volkswagen GTI Challenge.
Yep, it's going to be 8 races. Well, should I say it's going to be 20 races in total, 10 different classes, 10 before lunch, and then 10 after the luncheon interval as well. So some nice cool weather at the moment, a pretty cool track. A little bit of rain last night, not enough to really green it up because there was a lot of practice work that has been done by some very quick motor cars during the course of Thursday and Friday. I know Jess Huggett and them had the Nova out here as well, going around the circuit and getting it all sorted out for their SAES, the SA Endurance Series event that's going down up north today. So those vehicles, those super duper quick vehicles, were putting down serious amounts of rubber. So yes, a bit of rain, a cool surface, a slight southeaster, not too bad. I think looking at the mountain, the southeaster will probably pick up a bit, and that's where the whole slipstreaming side of it comes into it. But right now it's all about round number 3, API Property Group GTI Challenge race number 1 for the day, and it would appear as if there is just short of 25 entries that have gone through scrutineering and have gone through the qualifying. So a pretty decent size field, and it's going to be a 1 light start.
All right, the officials, the grid officials are standing down here waiting for the cars to rock up on the line. The chairman of GTI Challenge, Zaki Hendricks, is out there as well, and Phil Herald. Just 2 of the officials that's standing on the grid waiting for the GTI Challenge cars to roll up to the grid. There is Shane Williams in the 46 car. He's in 3rd spot. Not too many Class A cars. I think you've only got about 4 Class A cars. Tate Bishop, Skull Caldenace, Shane Williams and Ian Cup. Ian parked next to me, as a matter of fact, just outside of the pit area. And we walked in through the pit gates virtually together. He was just slightly ahead of me. So Ian will be joining the other 4, or 3 I should say, A-class cars. There is Ian in the hydrocore hydraulics outfit, standing there in that 4th position. If you pan back to Class B, Brett Roach is there in a pole position, and Adriano Ferrari is in there just behind him. Faisal Jacobs is there, and then you got Donnie Sundenberg Jr. and Donnie Sundenberg Sr. He's also virtually in there. The 2 Sundenbergs, the father and son combination. The 77 is Sundenberg Sr., the 49 is Sundenberg Jr., as the rest of the field just work their way in. And then, of course, behind them, Zach Leyden, I see, is starting at the back of Class B, Gaza. And then you got the Class C Brat Pack on screen just behind the Class B cars. Chasey Herald busy walking down the pit road as well, or should I say the grid proper. And we are about to go racing shortly.
I see Mohammed Kalfi said he's not going to be racing for a couple of races, going to be concentrating on his business, and very much involved with what's happening down there on the grid as the marshals are checking that Class C lineup at the back to make sure that everything is great. So there is your rather large Class A, as opposed to what we've had of late, your Class B cars here directly underneath us, and then the so-called Brat Pack at the back end of the grid as they all move away. And the man with a paddle is just about to set us off in action.
Right, it will be a 1 light start, 8 laps of action. Phil Herald moves out the way. The lights in pit lane go off, and away we go. Classes A, B, and C off the line all together as the field races down towards turn number 1, towards Block 1 corner. And they are absolutely side by side as they work their way through Block 1 corner. Those Class B cars are right on the heels of the Class A cars. And there's a massive pile-up on the exit of turn number 1, exit of Block 1. There are cars all over the place. I can tell you one of them is Adriano Ferrari. The other one there, the yellow one, that's Faisal Jacobs.
Oh.
And the red flag has been called for, Gary.
Well, normally keep the camera on the entrance to the corner to ensure that if anything goes wrong, you can pick it up, because you can't pan back that quickly. Well, this time around, keep it where the action normally is, and the action goes just to the right-hand side. Talk about the right-hand side. Can't use the driver's side door there. Let's climb out the left-hand side.
I got a funny feeling that may be Sundenberg Jr.
Yes, I think you got that one correctly.
Yeah, it's 49. It's Sundenberg Jr. Yes, so it's Adriano Ferrari, Donnie Sundenberg Jr. and Faisal Jacobs. That's the 3 Class B cars that is in trouble there, in serious trouble. Exit turn 1, Block 1.
Oh. Well, there is one static camera that points in that direction. With a bit of luck, that camera would have picked up that action for us. We'll see if we can pick up a bit of a replay for that. There you see, that camera shot there would have picked up the very last of it as they work their way down towards turn 5 and make sure that they get everybody back to the grid again.
Well, there's a Class C Golf that's been pushed off the circuit. We'll get the number of that car for you shortly. And then it is Ishmael Davids. It's the 36 Class C Golf 1 of Ishmael Davids that is in trouble here on the Porsche Club straight.
Well, there you can see that's a bit of a nasty pile-up, that I must say.
That's Sundenberg Jr. with the black racing suit that's walking there. He's having a look at his car that's standing at a 45-degree angle and minced in there between Adriano Ferroli's car and the 4-0 of Faisal Jacobs. Well, what a way to start the day. 4 cars out. They are pushing the Ishmael Davids car, which you can't see on shot, but which I can see out the commentary box window.
Well, Frankie, what I can tell you is the camera people are listening to what you were saying, and you were saying Class B is going to be magnificent. The spare camera was on Class B, and that's the one time that there is this pile up right at the front end of the pack. So, yes.
Well, as I was saying, they were pushing the Ishmael Jacobs car into the Jabir pits. They've got the bonnet open. Let's see if they can get something sorted out for that one, as the situation has to be sorted out here at the exit of turn 1 block coin between those 3 front-running Class B polos.
Not going to be that easy to extricate those cars from one another without creating further damage. Which one do you move first? I would say the one probably on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Save a headlight and a grille. Then probably try and balance the Sundenberg car somehow, slightly more to the right. Get the Century karting car out underneath that. With a bit of luck, you never know. Maybe we can get all 3 of those cars back into this specific race.
Well, we'll have to look and see if that's going to happen.
What a way to start the day. First corner,
yeah.
First lap. First race.
Lap 1, turn 1, race 1, bang. Take that. Thanks for coming.
Haven't even read the foreword, and it's all over by the shouting. Well,
we see the stock is also walking there with his white suit and his white helmet. Killarney's own de stock.
And his white stomach. All right, so there we've got one of the cars out. Adriano Ferroli. Looks like that's all okay. Hopefully there's not any damage on that motor car of his. If that Marshall moves away just a little, we'll be able to see if the front grille and everything is quite fine. I tend to think Ferroli's car could be unaffected. Now, for the next part.
They're going to pull Donnie Sundenberg Jr.'s car out the way. Bang, it goes down. Now, there is some damage there.
Now, you can see the
wing mirror is broken.
No, but the left-hand front wheel was pointing to the left. The right-hand front wheel, unless it's now turned with the car being pulled down, that would indicate that a smidgen of toe out.
Yeah, I think Ferroli and Jacobs could possibly continue. We don't know what the left-hand side of the Faisal Jacobs car looks like. But I think that Adriano Ferroli could still maybe get into this one. All the challenge cars are standing way behind the City of Cape Town Bridge. So they are going to stand there and wait for motors are being cut, wait for further instructions. The reason why you can't see on your shot, if Gary can go for us back to the main straight, you'll see way in the distance, you'll see that behind. There we go. The marshals are cleaning oil there. So that's why all the challenge cars have been halted way behind the City of Cape Town Bridge. Also just looking into the Jabir pits from where I am standing. They've closed that bonnet on that Ishmael Davids Class C Golf, and it looks like it is not going to take part in the opening race for GTI Challenge.
Yeah, and it's that work that's been done on the circuit is directly linked to the green Mark 1 Golf. that was pushed off the circuit. And as you said, Frankie, pointing in the wrong direction in the Joubert pits. So yeah, that car definitely does not look like it's going to be serviceable for race number 1. The nice thing is that the API Property Group GTI Challenge cars, the pack is being kept on the track, so we're not removing the heat. They're just holding it up so that they can get their first race going out there on circuit.
Well, we can get back to that incident in turn 1, get our cameras going there, so we can have a look, see what the marshals have done so far. We know that they've got one of the cars out there. Well, they've taken the Ferrari car and put it back down on all fours again. And obviously Jacob's car still standing where it is. So still pretty activity there.
It looks like the Jacobs car is going to have a tow as well. So I think we might lose out on Faisal for this heat number 1.
Yeah, definitely on to the back of the flatbed, goes Donnie Sundenberg Jr.'s car. Still a possibility that we could see the number 4 of Adriano Ferrari taking part in this one.
I didn't actually see him go around the circuit to pick up the back end of the pack, so not too sure what the status is of Ferrari Jr., a man that was up on stage on numerous occasions in the 2025 prize giving for API Property Group GTI Challenge Awards evening, and he is pretty much acknowledged as one of the young top guns out there on main circuit.
Well, we've got a message here from somebody that calls himself Uncle Bubby 96. This is good morning to all you phenomenal people. Great day to be trackside today. Lacquer green track after some rain last night. We're in for some great on-track performances. Yes, I do agree with you. I think we're going to have some good fun today. It's a pity we started off this way, but this is the way it goes. Give our marshals chance to sort that out as the challenge cars get called to a grid proper, and they are going to reform, reset, hit the restart button, and let's do it all over again with 3 of the Class B front runners not there. Good morning, good people. Thanks for the stream. Blessings and be safe. And that comes from Henny Tiat. Big thanks to you, Henny. Wherever you are watching, yeah, we're all going to enjoy it. And IMUSAT doing their best to give us a great stream, as they always do. And all of our competitors will be safe today, that I can guarantee you. So, Henny Tiat, aan jou, baie dankie vir daai boodskap.
Yeah, I must say there's a couple of people that send us messages, but keep in mind that for round number 1 and round number 2 of our local series at Killarney International Raceway for 2026, we have in fact gone in just in excess of 30,000 unique IP address views, which is amazing stuff, averaging out around about 15,000 views. And wow, that is really, really awesome. Now, there's a lot of damage to that car, Frankie. It looks like that right-hand front wheel's not turning at all.
Yeah. But I also noticed, sorry to interrupt you here, that Donnie Sundenberg Sr.'s car is on the grid. So both Sundenbergs were involved in that one, but not too much damage on Sundenberg Sr., just the whole front bonnet of the 77 car, bumper, excuse me, of the 77 car is not there. Otherwise, that 77 Polo seems to be raceable. So both Sundenbergs were involved in that one.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage on that motor car. Well, there you can see there's the one Sundenberg car, that's Junior. And coming into shot now, you'll probably see the other flatbed with the CK Karting Polo on it, as the rest of the guys move up onto the grid.
So Francois Butler joins us. He went all the way home, got his laptop, came back, and we haven't even done a quarter of lap 1 before the red flag came out on race 1. So we give Francois a chance to catch his breath back, or to get his breath back, I should say, and he's missed absolutely nothing. So as I did say on on the feed early on. I did say thanks to Francois for going all the way back to his house to get the laptop for us. And as he walks in with a laptop, the time screen device comes back on again. But either way, Francois, thanks. We do appreciate it.
Rightio, Flo. We're just about to go live for the second attempt at API Property Group GTI Challenge Race number 1, round number 3, 2026 Killarney International Raceway.
Yeah, -3, front running Class B. Cars as the lights go off and away we go. Heading down into turn number 1. Looks like we've only got 2 Class A cars. Yes, we have. We've only got 2 of them out there as they make their way into turn number 1. And it is right up front. We've got a couple. Did I see a pit lane starter? No, we don't. That's that Bucky that's busy making its way around. So here we go. Out of Block 1 corner. It's a whole string of GTI Challenge cars racing down towards turn number 1. And out of turn 1 into turn number 2. Cash, we've got a car that's in trouble already there on the exit of Block 1 corner. Gets himself going again and works his way now to, oh, there's an issue in turn 2, Gary. The 3/4 way through Castrol corner, there's a couple of cars that is in trouble as they are basically stuck in the middle of Castrol. They're sorting themselves out and away they go, and those are 2 Class C cars.
Well, the rest of the pack is on its way down the back main, led out by those 2 Class A's. And, well, it's going to be pretty tight in Class B. 2 groups of 2 as they fight it out at the front end of the pack.
Right, the group is racing down the back. We've got a car that's still standing right there, plumb center on the racing line, exit of Castrol corner, as we have a look at these guys working their way out of turn number 5. out of Cape Town corner. Across the line they go. And as they work their way down into turn number 1, this is not right. And they are sliding as they make their way out of turn number 1.
Well, I tell you what, it's getting it completely sideways, and that's going to take quite a bit of, what a spin around, and sitting right in the middle of the track. Luckily, everybody else manages to miss, so we've got lots and lots of GTI action for you.
Right, so it's Williams and Cup that sit out there, P1 and P2 in a Class A. I'm trying to pick up the Class B cars. They will be heading, the Class B cars, they nose to tail, heading towards turn 4, towards Saddle Sweep. As and it's Roach and Leyden. There they go through your shot. That's your 2 Class A cars, a bit of a gap. Then you got your Class B cars side by side. That's Brett Roach. Zach Leyden sits in there behind him. Donnie Sundenberg Sr. not too far behind this lot as we pan a bit further down back towards your Class B cars.
Well, I tell you what, that Class B battle is raging with, that's Roach that's on the inside of that first and second place battle, Roach and Leyden. But there's even a bigger one that's going on behind that, and that's Gelderblom, Sundenberg and Majid. That's fight. Oh, they almost make contact as they come down the front main.
Yeah, it's just Majid, and then the birthday boy, that's Sean Liebenberg. Remember, that Sundenberg is Sundenberg Sr. that's involved in the fight behind these 2 Class B. That's the 4 cars you see coming through there out of turn number 1, out of Blockpoint corner.
Well, this battle up front is also very, very tight, and I must say that I hope that one does not turn to tears, but we've got so much action down the pack. Remember, Cup and Williams, they're actually leading this class out.
Yeah, the 5th car in that group is the 93 car of Eugene Gelderblom. As we try and pick up your Class A cars, that's the 2 Class A cars, that's Cup and Williams, that's busy working their way out of a Saddle Sweep. They are on their own, these guys, and we can see the best lap times on our monitor here by IMUSAT, but we need to actually see the gaps, the intervals between the cars. That is more important, so you can see the gaps between each other.
Well, looks like Leyden is the man that's got to the front of that 2-car battle while they're fighting one another. That massive struggle that's going on behind them. This is where Zach Leyden, looks like Roach has got a bit of a broken back bumper there, so must have been a little bit of contact between the 2 of them initially. But Frankie, look at this. Majid Liebenberg, Ferrari, Sundenberg and Gelderblom.
Yeah, and Gelderblom is the last one in that group. This is all your Class B cars that's coming down towards us. Then here comes your leading Class C car. That is John Smith in the 66 that sits out there in P1. He is way down the road. Smith is of Tristan Hubert, who's got Daniel Muna in there. Here comes the API cars. That's Muna, Schroeder, and then Andre Rowe, and then we've got Devon Dreyer in that fight as well, as there's a big lock up there taken to the grass. That's one of your 3 API property cars.
Yeah, rule 1, don't take out your contemporary, but unfortunately, racing is racing. That's what it's all about. Cup and Williams at the front end of the pack. They are on lap number 3. Nothing much between the 2 of them. A slight southeaster they will pick up as they work their way down the back main. But here comes that Class B battle. It's still Leyden, and he's broken away from Brett Roach. Then it is Faiz Majid from Liebenberg, Sundenberg, Ferrari. Nice to see that Ferrari has made it back out on track.
Yeah, Ferrari is out on track again. That's Adriano Ferrari. So as they work their way down, here comes your 2 leading Class A cars heading towards turn number 1, towards Blockpoint corner. And I don't know what the gap is between them because IMUSAT is showing us best laps. So surely there can't be too much, only a couple of tenths between them. As there's a bumper that's lying on the circuit.
That's probably Brett Roach's bumper. Remember, he's got the white back bumper that was dislodged earlier on. So that is probably that bumper that we're looking at. There's your 2 leading Class A cars. Zach Leyden's doing it all right. He's getting away from Brett Roach, and Brett Roach is being closed down by Faiz Majid.
Yeah, by Majid as they come through now. That is Majid. And no, that's Sandenberg Senior, who's coming through. Then it's Liebenberg. Now, Majid is just, yes, you're right, he's just ahead of Sandenberg Senior. Then it's Liebenberg and, yes, Ferrari in that fight as well. Now, your leading Class B car is Tristan Hubert. Lovely there by Hubert.
Let's have a look at our lead duo as they work their way down the back main, down towards turn 5, Cape Town corner. And there's nothing much in it. It's not over yet. Cup versus Williams down towards 5. But in the meantime, while that's on the go, Zach Leyden's up, dusted, and disappeared. Look at the gap that he's got on Brett Roach.
I need to get back to these two Class A cars. They are absolutely nose to tail as they head into turn number 1. Go to 1. And there is nothing between them as we are now looking at this lot coming out of turn number 5. And that is that fight between Majid, Sandenberg, Liebenberg and Ferrari. Now we're back to the Class A cars that is heading towards the Castrol corner as Cup and Williams are going one-on-one out of Castrol.
Going back to the exit of turn 1, Zach Leyden from Brett Roach. Majid broken away from the rest of the pack. Looks like Liebenberg. Ferrari has started to move. Ferrari is already up into that 8th position as we wait for the Class C leader to come towards us.
Yeah, that's not Majid. That's actually Sandenberg. Now it's rectified itself. Majid has dropped all the way to the back of that Class B field. And here come your Class C cars towards us. The API properties are in there. It's Smith, Dreyer, Rowe, Muna in there. Hubert diving up there on the inside of Ross Schroeder. So they're having a massive fight out there in Class C.
Well, we'll just get those camera shots sorted out for you. Some glitches that's caught us out first thing this morning, but we'll get it sorted out during the course of the next couple of minutes as the Class A battle, flat foot, 6th gear, down towards turn 1.
That's what you want to see. There was a 1/10 of a second between Williams and Cup as they start their penultimate lap. Out of turn number 1, out of block coin they go, racing along the Jabir Straight. There was a 1/10 of a second between them. Cup has a look on the outside, but he pulls in there behind Williams again as they work their way out of Castrol corner. That Class B fight, that is still on its, well, there's your leader of Class B coming towards us. That's Zach Leyden. And then behind Zach Leyden, we have got Brett Roach coming through as that is your top 2. That is Donnie Sandenberg Senior. That is in your picture there as the rest of the field come through. Sean Liebenberg making his way through. Eugene Gelderblom, Ferrari, and right on the case of Adriano Ferrari is Ijaz Majid. And this is your Class C leader, and that's John Smith.
And then it's Dreyer, Joubert, Rowe, Muna and Schroeder have actually closed up a little bit on this group, so that is looking pretty good.
Gaz, we've got trouble there in turn number 1. We've got, is that the 9-0 car that's gone off? That's Tristan Hubert, yes. Oh, he's smacking himself on the helmet. And he was 3rd in Class C before this happened. And you can see the leaders coming through on their last lap. That is Williams and Cup.
Yeah, there's nothing much between the two of them. There's been nothing much between the two of them right from the start of this race. And, well, I don't think it's over. Neither of them are intending not to win this race.
Well. As Zach Leyden, a lock up there by Zach Leyden going into block 1 corner. Behind Zach Leyden, we have got Brett Roach. Ooh, there's serious lock up there. Sandenberg Senior. That's a big lock up. Then we've got Sean Liebenberg right there on his case as the leaders are making their way through turn 4. They should be coming out of Saddle Sweep by now. Here's your API property cars coming through. That would be Dreyer and Muna and Schroeder as your front runners are racing down towards Cape Town corner.
Well, it's the first time that there's any form of gap between the two of them. and I think this is pretty much decided. I don't believe they're going to change positions from here out towards the flag.
Well, they are virtually right there with each other, nose to tail, as they bring it down to the line, and it's going to be Shane Williams that crosses the line ahead of Ian Cup by 0.4 of a second, as we wait now for Zach Leyden, Brett Roach, Sundenberg Senior, and the rest of them. That's that group of cars that is racing down towards the checkered flag, and here comes Zach Leyden to the flag. Right behind Zach Leyden is the Jetta 2 of Brett Roach. He will cross the line ahead there of Donnie Sundenberg Senior, as these four heading to the line, and it is going to be Sean Liebenberg that gets there just ahead of Adriano Ferrolli, who was on the line, overtaken there by Eugene Gelderblom, and then behind Ferrolli was Ijaz Majid. Winning Class C is John Smith, and that was a serious victory by him. And here we go. Muna, Schroeder, Rowe, Dreyer. They all crossed the line. As a matter of fact, it is Muna, Schroeder, and Dreyer. Those were your API property cars. And then Andre Rowe finishing in 14th position overall, but 5th in class. So that was race number 1 for API Property Group Volkswagen GTI Challenge over 8 laps. And we move on of what was a very weird start to the morning. And we lost 3 leading Class B cars. And we lost a Class C car before the race even got properly started.
And a couple of cameras just to rob us of some of the action. But we'll get it all sorted out kind of quickly. And we'll be back with race number 2 of the day, which is going to be Supercars and Fine Cars.
So we'll just wait for these guys to make their way back to the pit area, and then we'll move on with the second race of the day. All right, so just a couple of replays here of what happened out for the folks that are watching the production at their houses or wherever, of what happened out with the GTI Challenge as we pick up on all the replays of the cars busy going through. There was a door that opened, a left rear door that opened on that one Polo, and that's that one API property car that decided I'll take a shortcut through Blockpoint Corner. There's the bumper that's bouncing around on the Roach outfit, which eventually dislodged itself on the main straight, and that's where it came off on the main straight, and it was nearly plowed into by one of those other and this is what happened. Tristan Hubert was taken out. He was picked up and he was spun around. I wonder if IMUSAT can't go back to that so we can have a look at that again. He was doing pretty well in the sharp end of Class C, and he was literally picked up and he was sent packing going into turn one, turns in. That's not the one that I'm looking for. So yeah, it's a pity. Well, hopefully we will see it again. Hopefully we can see the replay as it rolls through again. But yeah, he was picked up, David, and he was sent packing there in turn one, Blockpoint Corner.
Yeah, I saw that sort of incident quite a few times. I think there's going to be a big conversation within that group paddock for the GTI Challenge, because some of the incidents there were absolutely avoidable. Race one, it's, you know, heats are rising and everything, but just too many incidents going into Blockpoint Corner, cars on the inside missing their braking points, see a puff of smoke from the brakes and collecting another car. And usually, this is what I mean, just straight up the inside, the move was never on there, has to take to the grass and avoid any action, and just clatters into the back of the car. Absolutely no intention to do that there, obviously, but it's still, it's a rough one to try and take, as we see some of the bodywork going flying from some of the cars there.
Yeah, that's the back bumper of Brett Roach's car, and it dislodged itself eventually on the main straight, on the Porsche Club straight. And it was all side by side. That was Liebenberg that just got overtaken there in that situation. Now you'll see the rear bumper dislodge itself on the back end there of Brett Roach's Jetta. And it was almost driven over by the car on the right-hand side of the track. Just missed it. Now, this is the incident that I want to have a look at. Here comes Tristan Hubert. He's on the inside. He turns in. There's a car that's on his left-hand, on his right-hand side. He gets picked up and he just gets sent packing towards the outfield. I don't know. There was a lot of cars involved in that, so I'm going to put it down to a racing incident. But yeah, if, from the initial view, you would say he was picked up and turned. He was, but it might just have been purely accidental as well.
If you look, you'll see he did lock up pretty badly initially going into the corner.
Something is wrong here. It's not unmuting. It's not.
There we go. We sorted out.
Well, welcome
for
back.
those of you that were watching that live stream, it looks like initially under braking, you braked very, very hard and turned in. And it looks like the front end washed away just a smidgen. But when you're that close to one another, you move 30, 40 centimeters to the right-hand side. All of a sudden, you're touching up against the car next to you. And that person's also trying to navigate the corner and turn in. Yeah, I agree with you, Frankie. Racing incident.
Yeah, bear with us. We had to just shift one of our mics here because mic one refuses to unmute itself all of a sudden. So we had to shift from mic 1 to mic 4.
There you can see that replay which has been showed again. Maybe we can show it a second time. Very marginal, but that's racing. That's motorsport. If you don't have the intent to get to the front, you're surely never going to get there. See, here we start with a turn in. The car on the outside is rotating slightly better than the one on the inside. Lock up the left-hand front, slide towards the outside, nose to B pillar, and rotate opposite direction.
Okay, that was a racing incident. That was not deliberate. You can actually see the 9-0 car is understeering. It's floating towards the outside. You see, it turns in, he locks, and then the car starts to float towards the outside, which means that the car behind him had nowhere to go. So what initially looked like, well, he was picked up and he was sent packing, yes, but I mean, it wasn't intentional. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, and the thing is, the car on the outside has to turn the corner anyway. He's got absolutely nowhere to go at that point. But the question out of all of this has to be asked here, Frankie. I know that the GTI Challenge is a rough and tumble affair there, but what have these guys had for breakfast this morning? Because that was a particularly boisterous outing. But the engine notes rise as we've got the Pro Oil Supercars and Caltran Fine Cars heading out on the track.
Right, this is race number 2, and it's awesome to see that the Caltran Fine Cars made it out onto the circuit after all sorts of issues, and that they were not going to be part of the racing for today, with the V8 Masters withdrawing on 99, or well, virtually on 99. That opened up the door for the Fine Cars to get back into it again, and yeah, I got some good information thanks to Jordan here. I know a lot of you people may know or may not know that Arnold Lambert was diagnosed with that ugly thing we call the Big C, and he has been for therapy and all sorts of things. And dear Lord Lambert, his one son, made it known to us yesterday, well, to Jordan yesterday, that it's all been sorted out. He is free of it. It's in remission, what's the right word again? And he is okay. So that is fantastic news for Arnold Lambert. Oh yes, and it's his birthday as well. So great news to get on your birthday.
And he's on pole position as well for the Fine Cars. What a way to celebrate the day here.
Great news to hear that you're going to be, on your birthday, you're going to be A-OK. And that's the most important thing.
Let's just quickly take you through the grid then for this race. It's going to be Pierre Pienaar on pole position alongside Kyle Halleck. Row 2 is going to be Brad Fenner alongside Andrew Moffat, and then Nashreen Sloss making it her improvement through the season as well. She's going to be on row 3 with Richard Lovett. Craig Hume is going to be on row 4 with Dan Liebenberg, and then you've got Kirk Williams at the back of the Supercars. Then it is going to be joining him on row 5, Arnold Lambert taking pole position for the Fine Cars. On row 6 is going to be Jan Kokemoer and Dee Dugmoor on 11th and 12th position respectively. Row 7 is going to be Yolinda Forey and Stephen Whitehead. Row 8 is going to be Natasha Tischendorf and Greg Smith. And at the back of the grid, Dave Alexander in the 91 Piri Piri Racing Machine.
Well, there is a motor car that's busy making its way out of Cape Town Corner. And you people are going to wonder, what is that and what is he doing there? That is a Opel Tigra. That is Rian Swart, also known as Stompy. And that's a 2.1 modified that runs oval Cape-Al drivers here at Killarney. And I was having a chat to Craig Hume on the phone. That is why the car has been allowed, with the possibility, I don't want to elaborate too much, of something else happening in the future involving these type of cars to come and join the supercars, but there isn't too much information that he was actually willing to give, except the fact that the car has been allowed by invitation, and there is a reason behind it. So it is there for some experimental reasons. But I must say, it's a fully blown flexi with a 2-litre 16-valve Toyota Beams motor in it. And I cannot see them hanging in there with Rian Swart. He's going to disappear down the road, but I don't think they're going to hassle too much about that. the supercars are going to focus on their own race.
That's absolutely right, and it'll be fun for a little while as he zips his way through the rest of the field here, but you're absolutely spot on with that, Frankie. He's not in their fight, he's not in their championship.
No, but he was here a while ago when we had the Rallycross, with the tarmac attack guys, and the Raceway tarmac attack, and for the half main, and he entered that 2.1 there, and that thing was lightning quick around. It even took on the V6 350Zs and blew past them. So yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see when Rian lights up that thing going around this Killarney. You can see he's right at the back, this Killarney main circuit. He's right on the back heels there of the Pro Oil Formula Supercars.
Safety car lights are off then, and we get ready to go racing for race 2 of the day. And we have got Pierre Pienaar and Kyle Halleck leading off the field as they come under the City of Cape Town Bridge for the first time to get the green flag. And you can see the Rian poised, waiting to go already as we get the green flag, and they make their way down into turn 1.
Yeah, into turn 1 they go, into block 1 corner. The Keltron Formula Supercars just in the background there. Pole position for them will be Arnold Lambert as the lights go off and away they go, racing down towards turn number 1, towards block 1 corner, and that is Lambert that sits there, the man that celebrates the birthday today with all the good news in the world. He sits out there in P1 as the Formula Supercars are busy making their way out of the kink, out of Castrol through the kink towards Damstep.
It's all fairly orderly with the supercars just now, but Nasreen Sloss going side by side with Richard Lovett through the kink. Has to bail out of that one just now. You've also got then Darren Lieberberg and Kirk Williams going side by side, but again it goes line astern as they're almost halfway round the first lap of this this race here, with 8 laps left to go. The supercars seeing Kyle Halleck on the bumper of your race leader right now, Pierre Pienaar, into City of Cape Town corner.
And I tell you what, Pierre Pienaar had a fantastic qualifying session yesterday, put that thing in P1, but he gets overtaken there by Andrew Moffat. Moffat that sits out there in 1. Pienaar is there in that 2nd position, and here the other supercars come through. The fine cars are now busy working their way towards Cape Town corner, as well as Moffat and Pienaar lead the rest of the supercars through. Halleck is in that fight as well as they race their way down towards Blockcoin.
Pienaar on the inside then of Moffat gets that position done. That was a beautiful timed and calculated move there from Pienaar to take the lead back there. But also you're going to have to watch out, because in 3rd place that looks very, very menacing indeed as they go to turn number 2. It is going to be Andrew Moffat in that 2nd place still, but in 3rd place, again, like a shadow, is Glenn Phillips in the number 1 car. I think this is going to be a short, sharp affair here to get that 2nd place back, Frankie.
Yeah, he's in that 3rd position. He's a Glenn Phillips as they work their way now towards turn number 4. There they go, up the hill towards Sarl Sweep. A lot of dirt and dust that's coming through there as they make their way out of Sarl.
Here we go then, out of Sarl as they're heading down towards Cape Town corner. We've on to lap number 2, and Moffat again having a little look on the inside of Pierre Pienaar. It's going to be battle of the late breakers here. It's going to be Moffat on the inside, but it surely is going to be Pienaar who gets the better cutback and exit from that corner. They do exit out of that, and it is going to be indeed Moffat who takes the lead.
Yeah, here they come down towards us. Moffat sits out there in P1. Pienaar is 2nd. Then we've got Phillips that's there in that 3rd position as they make their way down into turn number 1. Then we've got Halleck in that fight. Halleck sits there in 4th position. He's got Ryan Catt right there with him. There's Halleck. There's Catt coming through as well. And that's just your first 5 supercars. It's a big field of supercars. And as Craig was saying earlier on, Frankie, if we can get all of them, then it will be the first time in a long time if we have 11, 12 supercars out there.
Certainly is. So again, going back to the supercars, and it is Moffat in the lead, and Pienaar now dumped down into third position. We look at turn 1, and that is going to be the fine cars heading down into Block Coin Corner as well.
Right, here comes your supercar leader. That is Lambert. And then behind him, you've got Gunther Appelgrein. And then Koekemoer coming through as well. Peter Hitchcock is in there with that Mustang of his. And then Fourie coming through. And then Di Dugmore coming through. Lovely to see Di. And then Steve Whitehead in that Mini with that red roof sitting out there as well. Not too far behind Dugmore.
Here we go then into Cape Town Corner, and it is a big battle for the top 6. You've got...
sorry, Moffat is slowing right down. Moffat is slowing right down.
There we go, so Moffat he's got going again though, so whatever problem that was, it may have been just into that final corner, but definitely some sort of power problem for Moffat. He's down to what looks like to be about 8th position just now, as we make our way round through into turn 1 then. So our order at the moment then, Glenn Phillips in the lead from Pierre Pienaar. It's Ryan Catt who's actually made his way up into 3rd position as well, but here comes up into to turn number 2 now.
Right, and then we've got Rian Swart. He is right in that fight as well. He's Rian Swart, as he sits there in that 4th position overall, does Rian Swart. We apologize for the cameras. We're losing a lot of cameras around the track for unknown reasons, but I'm sure IMUSAT's guys will get that sorted out. Here comes Peter Hitchcock through the field as well, and then we've got Koekemoer in there and Fourie in the fine cars.
Yep, with 5 laps left to go then, and Koekemoer in, as you said, in 16th position overall, but down in P4 in the fine cars. We get, it looks like a black flag, there, or a blue flag actually been waved at the end of the back stretch there, but Supercars making a way to start another lap here, and there is Rian Swart not making the progress that I thought he was going to do through the field.
Well, I actually believed that he was going to upduck and disappear down the highway, and he has not done that. So we do have camera problems, so we're just going to work out the commentary box windows and take it from there, because we do have a bit of a problem. Right, here we go. The Supercars are heading towards Castrol Corner as they work their way towards they're going to pick up that back fine car as they exit Castrol.
Yeah, that's going to, sure that's the Morgan they're actually going to catch up there, going very, very gingerly round the circuit, but I think that is just having a nice, decent Sunday drive out there just now as they make their way into 3.
Well, it's Glenn Phillips, it's Ryan Catt. Then behind Ryan Catt, as they work their way up the Tygerberg Straight towards turn number 4, Sidle Sweep, we have got that 2.1 stock car right in there. That is Rian Stompie Swart working his way down that back straight. Then behind them, we've got Pierre Pienaar coming through, and then behind Pienaar, it's Carl Halleck and then Bradley Fenner, and then it's a recovering Andrew Moffat ahead there of Nasrin Schloss.
Unsurprising to see Rian Swart there taking 2nd position, like candy from a baby there from Ryan Catt, with Glenn Phillips making his way through that final corner. So here we go then with just 4 laps left to go. It'll be 3 laps actually when we cross the line this time by. We go on the City Cape Town Bridge, and everybody has pretty much stretched out into their own little gaps here. The closest fight that we've got is actually down in 5th and 6th position with Kyle Halleck and Brad Fenner, but I think even that gap is starting to open up as well now.
Yeah, we've got 3 more laps to go as they work their way out of Block Coin Corner. And it is Glenn Phillips that sits there in P1. Here comes Rian Swart. He was 0.5 of a second behind him when he started this lap. Don't count out that Opel Tigra with that Beams motor. Oh, and look at this. Catt gets overtaken there by Pierre Pienaar through the kink, racing down towards Damsdip.
Yep, beautiful move there from Pienaar. He knows exactly where to place that car when he needs to get the position. But again, I'm keeping an eye on Rian Swart again as they come through the saddle sweep here. I think it's going to be on this back stretch here where that the car is able to just absolutely pin the throttle. But again, it's not as devastatingly quick as I thought it was going to be. But there we go, Rian Swart up the inside, takes the position before we even go into that that final corner. But also Pierre Pienaar coming under pressure again from Cat.
Yeah, here comes Rian Swart. The Tigre has hit the lead there, and he's got his nose ahead there of Glenn Phillips. That is there in that second position. They're going to pick up Tischendorf. They're going to pick up Steve Whitehead and Smith in the fine cars are the leaders of the supercars. There goes that fine car group. Tischendorf is in there. Just ahead of Tischendorf is Steve Whitehead. And then, of course, Smith in there as well. They right in that fight, and they get picked up now by the leading group of the supercars, which have been led around by Rian Swart into Castrol Corner.
Absolutely fascinating battle going on between Pierre Pienaar and Ryan Cat just now. They are just absolutely going toe to toe right now as we're watching turn one, of course focusing on the fine cars as well. It is still going to be Arnold Lambert, the number 61, in the lead by nearly 5 seconds over the number 13 there of Appelgren, and Hitchcock in third position for the fine cars as well.
Just mentioning that the fine cars are still being led there by Arnold Lambert, 5.4 seconds ahead there of Gunther Appelgren. He sits there in that second. Oh, there's a lockup going there into one. That is Peter Hitchcock with the Mustang that locked up. But here we go, down the back Killarney straight. There is the supercars. So sorry folks, we do apologize. We have got slight camera issues, but it will be sorted out. Nothing too serious as they come around to start their final lap.
Yeah, that was Rian Swart then starting things off. Fastest lap of the race. Probably unsurprising to see that he was given some free air and he's just able to light the timing tower with that that fantastic lap there. It is going to be the number 1 car then in second place, Glenn Phillips, and then you're going to Pierre Pienaar into the third position. Now that looks like, is that a Ryan Cat that's just pulled over to the right hand side out of turn 2?
I picked him up at the corner of my eye. When he came out of turn 1, he just moved there to his right hand side. But there is your leader, the leader in that Opel Tigra, and that is Rian Stompie Swart that sits out there in P1, racing up the Tygerberg Straight towards Saddle Sweep, the double right-hander. Out of Saddle Sweep he goes. He will make his way down the back Killarney Straight. And I can tell you this for nothing, I don't believe, Dave, that he is giving it horns. I think he's just holding it up there because I know what that 2.1 can do on an oval, and Jordan knows what it does on a half main as well. So I think he doesn't want to give it full tilt and maybe damage the car as Peter Hitchcock pulls into the pit area. But the checkered flag is out, and home in P1 will be Rian Stompie Swart.
Fantastic performance there. It's going to be second place then for Glenn Phillips across the line. Pierre Pienaar comes across in third position. Ryan Cat will not finish in fourth. It's going to be Kyle Halleck that takes fourth position. Brad Fenner will take fifth position as well. And then you've also got Andrew Moffat coming across in what looks like sixth position.
Yeah, but I'm going to pick up the leader of the fine cars. The leader of the fine cars will be Arnold Lambert, making his way down the back straight. We do apologize. And Gunther Appelgren is in that second position. So they're just trying to reboot the system. So unfortunately, you can't see what we are seeing. But it's going to be Arnold Lambert that's going to come home in P1. And right behind him is that green BMW of Gunther Appelgren that will finish in second in the fine car category.
Worse ways, Frankie, to spend your birthday. Worse ways indeed. Congratulations then to Arnold for taking the win then. Appelgren in second position, Kukamur in third as well. Forey is going to come across the line in fourth. And that was the closest battle actually between the 122 and the 313 in that fine cars. Obviously we didn't get a chance to see a lot of them because there was a lot more action going on in the supercars.
Dave Alexander across the flag, he was a lap down, and here comes the Jag to the line. That is Jan Kukamur that finishes his race in that Jaguar, followed there by Yolanda Fourie in there just behind him.
Well, that was compared to the GTI Challenge, that was actually a nice calm race there with everyone.
Yeah, well, I think whatever experiment that the Formula Supercars tried to do with that Opel Tigra oval track car, I think it was pretty successful as it rolls down the Killarney Straight and towards Park Fermé. And yeah, we'll see what happens in the not too distant future.
I think the thing is as well, Frankie, is that if the drivers are happy enough with it and, you know, they're clearly not getting involved with a championship fight or anything like that, it's still nice and early in the season. Absolutely, it's an extra bit of a spectacle for the championship, and maybe encourages some other drivers and other audiences to be part of that as well.
Well, here we go for race number 1 of the BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series, with a very, very impressive number. The highest number of cars that this class has brought to the grid on any given race day. And we still, up here in the commentary box and even on the group, when you speak to the BMW guys, that a year and a half that this class has been around here at Killarney International Raceway. And we'll say it again and again, the numbers in that time have been absolutely incredible. And we know for a fact that this class will continue to grow over its life here at Killarney, as well as up north with the Gauteng BMW Car Club and their race series up north. But 32 cars on the grid, plus minus. And we've got Marco Retta from Progress Precision Engineering on the front row of the grid in the Class A car, waiting for the flag to get underway. We've got Connor Kilbride in the Racing Spirit BMW E46 on his right-hand side, Nian de Toy and Mansour Parker in second, on the second row, third and fourth position. And Nian, a brand new color scheme sponsored by Liat Racing. Obviously those, the company that makes the neck braces that a lot of these drivers use, and a huge, huge part in safety when using those neck braces. And all the other safety equipment that Liat provides, as well as gear for cycling and for racing, motocross, etc. So, big sponsor on board for NDT Racing. And all the way down the grid, we have a look at who all is there. See the back end of the field as well. We have the likes of Quinton Carstens, Kosse van Sail, Delan Jonkent. We've got a car being pushed off the grid at the moment. That is the 43 of Zach Groenewald that was starting on the third row of the grid in 6th position. But that N2 towing panel beaters car has been moved off to the side of the track, and it will sit there for what will most likely be the remainder of this race. There, Zach gets out the car. He was having a brilliant battle with Nian de Toy in qualifying. He's just going to try and push that car out of the way. There, he's knocked the kill switch on. So we'll see if it maybe fires up. There he puts the steering wheel back on. He just turns it out of the way, unless he turned it off. It's possible that he turned the car off. But yeah, there, wheel out. He'll get out the car as they fire these BMWs of all models up. And we wait for the Apex Bets safety car to head off and lead the cars away for their warm-up lap before we get racing with a rolling start.
Well, look at all that. Cadiz sponsored BMW Car Club Cape Town Series. Awesome, awesome, awesome stuff. As the cars are all, it's a lot of them. There was like over 30 cars that entered for this one today, as they will now roll off the line.
Mansour Parker stalled. It looks like Mansour Parker is stalled on the grid.
That's
unbelievable,
yeah.
rather. The second, very similar BMW E46. He's waving his hand, flailing that 45 is stalled on the grid, as well as Mia Bench at the tail end of the field. She's also come to a stop on the grid, so lots of issues while everyone has been waiting before getting underway for the formation lap. So they're going to have to get those cars either out of the way or push started as quickly as they can.
Yeah, what a way to start. What a day we've had so far out here. But it gets me as the car goes out the pits, drives around, stops on the line, and then all of a sudden won't go when it is time to go. That is pretty weird, but yeah, that is motorsport, and these type of things do happen. I mean, you see it in all forms of motorsport. A car comes out, does an outlap, maybe 2 outlaps, stops, everything's fine. And then when it's supposed to go, it doesn't. That is just one of those things that happens.
Yep, as Anu Levy gets back underway, a huge thank you, I'm sure he'll be giving to the WPMC marshals and the officials for push starting that BMW and getting underway once again to get him back out onto the grid. But we've lost 2 cars so far, Mir Bench as well as Zach Groenewald. Very, very unfortunate.
Well, what Mia doesn't realize is that the lights of that BMW of hers are still on. So the lights are still on in that car, which will now automatically affect the battery as well. So it's going to go from bad to worse. And they're not going to turn those lights off. They're just walking away from the car.
Well, that's going to be a bit of an issue when race 2 comes around, but I'm sure a quick charge once they get that car back to the pits a little bit later on, possibly after this race, if the safety team pulls those, or the recovery team pulls those cars back to the pits, then she'll be able to get that car fired up. I'm not for certain if she'll be doing Clubmans as well. She has in the past done both classes, so we'll have to see a little bit later on as we wait to see this KD's BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series, race number 1, get underway in just a moment as the cars come to the lights.
Marco Retta, he's the man that's there on pole position as the lights go off. And Marco Retta gets the hammer down. He's got Connor Kilbride that sits there on his outside. And it's Marco Retta that says, thanks for coming, have a nice day. I want to get out here as soon as possible. Kilbride in that second position as all these 30-odd Beamers race down towards Block 1 corner.
Yep, we also mustn't forget that Connor Kilbride was previously a Class C, then moved up to Class B car. Now he's bumped himself up into Class A with Marco Retta, so there's big competition at the front end of the field as we watch the rest of the field peel into turn number 2, Castrol corner. Big lock up there for Hennis van Zyl, as he has the traction car up the inside as they go through turn number 2, now down into Dampstip and up the Tygerberg straight for the front end of the field.
Right, they are busy making their way onto the Tygerberg straight. The leaders are already working their way down that Killarney back straight. So it is Marco Retta sitting out there in P1. Connor Kilbride is second. Neander Toy is there in that third position as the rest of the field just barrel down the Killarney straight towards turn 5, towards Cape Town corner.
There we see Dylan Joubert in that number 44 BMW E36 rather. Then Dexter Bruce, and just behind Dexter Bruce, that will be Ernest Page, the bumper boys at the moment, sitting right behind Dylan Joubert in that MYH Motorsport prepped car. As they come into turn 1 Block 1 corner, we saw Kai van Zyl just ahead in the Origin Oil BMW, and there Seth, and a big lockup for someone into turn number 1. Let's have a look and see. That's Sean Tubus that now goes around the outside in turn number 1.
Yeah, that was a big lockup. He went into Block 1 corner, very hot, and locked up those brakes as they worked their way towards Castrol corner. Another car on the move there is Kobus de Kok. He's also busy carving his way through the field in that 77 car.
Yep, that whole field will go through into Damstep. There we collect them once again. And these two are pulling away from Ernest Page at the moment. However, Ernest Page is leading out Class D with those two cars of Joubert and Bruce sitting in second and third of Class C.
Right, the leaders are racing down towards a Cape Town corner, working their way towards a Cape Town corner. Marco Retta way down the highway. He's making his way under the city of Cape Town Bridge already. He's Marco Retta. Connor Kilbride is still there in that second position. He's a Connor Kilbride, and Lucas carving his way through the field. That's Mansua Parker, my goodness. And he's got his nose ahead of Neander Toy, but he is making a serious comeback. Mansua Parker just blowing everybody away as he works his way up towards Castrol corner.
Yeah, we have some of the Class C and beginning of D that Ernest Page leading Class D at the moment. There is Seth Griffin-Wintle. Now we have this big gaggle coming in, another big lockup from Sean Tubus. So we'll find that he probably has a flat spot on that front left wheel. There we see Sharif Reynolds in there, Yusuf Hendricks, as well as Arnu Michaels coming through, Shane Bascombe, and a few more right at the back end of the field. A big group. Barry Williams, there's Quinton Carstens, Hennis van Zyl and Chris Fursch all coming through into turn number 1.
Well, I'll tell you what, there is fights happening all around this racetrack. But it's all about Marco Retta that sits out there in P1. He was 7.6 seconds as the rest of the field worked their way down the Killarney straight. He was 7.6 seconds ahead at the start of this lap, which is now coming to an end. Kilbride is still in that second position. It will probably be more than 7.6 now. Kilbride is still out there in that second position. It's 10.7. Then it's Parker and De Toy coming through. And here comes Kai van Zyl through. Well, it's supposed to be Kai in the Origin Oil car that is there working his way through. Because here underneath us now comes Dexter Bruce.
Yeah,
and he's van Zyl. Just saw him move out your shot. And here comes Dex.
Yep, Dexter Bruce and Ernest Page right on each other's case, with Ernest just on the knocking on the door of Class C at this point in time. A little bit shaky out of turn number 1 block point corner, but Dylan Joubert currently holding out. Last year's Clubman's overall champion, now sitting there in 5th spot overall, or 6th spot overall rather, as Sharif Reynolds has spun out in a turn number 1 and rejoins in that new M2 competition of his.
Well, it was Dexter Bruce who was slightly out of shape, had its tail wagging on the exit of block point corner.
Yep, through some of the tail end of the field. There's Anwar Levy still trying to catch up after that stall on the main straight. That car isn't quite up to firing order as it has been in the past. As we watch down into the final corner, Cape Town corner. We're just going through the cameras now. And there we see Kai van Zyl, the 5th place spot and leading out in Class C, heads into Cape Town corner.
Right, so want to pick up on the leader. He's making his way towards Castrol corner. And that is Marco Retta working his way out of Castrol corner, heading into Castrol.
There I see Sharif Reynolds once again has spun out on the exit of turn number 1 on the right-hand side of the circuit. He did that the other day at the Traction Driving Experiences all track day, and he did some serious damage to that car, but he's kept it out of the wall as we join back into Cape Town corner to see that was Kobus de Kock in the 77 that looked to have some big damage to the door. The door is flung open,
that.
but that's a suicide door, so he's hit someone or something, and that door is flung off its hinges.
Yeah, and it's opened up completely the wrong way as the 77 of de Kock makes his way into pit lane.
As far as I remember, they never made BMWs with suicide doors.
No, they didn't.
Kobus de Kock has definitely done just that as we join back there with Shane Boscombe, currently leading out Class F, I believe. And we look further down, there's Barry Williams and Quinton Carstens. Barry Williams, obviously synonymous to racing Clubmans and other class and rallycrosses specifically, and a big carter back in the day. Now finally joins BMW class as of last round. And there we see Marco Retta finally catching up to the back end of the field and making his way through, as well as Danny Blazer, the drifter for Ravenel, also racing in the BMW class for Traction.
Well, second place man just went past us now into turn 1 Parker. He's 21.7 seconds behind Marco Retta. Here comes the rest of the field, and that is De Toy, van Zyl, Joubert, and Dex just came through. Here comes Dex, and right behind Dexter Bruce is Ernest Page.
Yep, and behind him is Seth Griffin-Wintle for Steve's Auto Center. As now we look there to Sebastian Swanepoel and Lloyd Brady going side by side in the E46 and E90 respectively. And off goes Sebastian Swanepoel wide out of turn 5 Cape Town corner. Luckily he's done some rally crossing before, I believe, and Kwesi Swanepoel also giving him some good lessons, his own father, to keep it out of the wall. As the rest of the field comes through past him, he's got some more catching up to do with 3 laps left to go.
And in your shot, here comes your leader now. He'll start his penultimate lap. That is Marco Retta just blowing everybody away. He's got a lap, 2 laps, including the one that he's just started, as he makes his way out of block point corner.
Yep, there is that group once again of Williams, De Toy and Carstens, with Van Zyl and Daniel Blazer just behind them. And we look there, that's the second place car of Mansour Parker. I lie, sorry, that's Anwar Levy. There's the second place man of Mansour Parker, also catching up through and carving through the rest of the field.
De Toy coming through as well. That's Neon De Toy, 3.7 seconds behind him.
Connor Kilbride has disappeared.
Yes, he has. And we're waiting for this man to come through. That's the Origin Oils car. That's Kai van Zyl. Behind Kai van Zyl is Dylan Joubert. And then Dexter Bruce coming through. And right on Dex's heels there is Ernest Page. There, the two of them go through. And then Vicky Pather He's the next man coming through there in car 25.
Oh, and we've got an issue there for someone in a white BMW moving over, just cutting across the track to get into the center. I see Chris Fersch's car as well.
Yeah.
The number 2 is sitting on the center of the circuit, so we're losing a handful of BMWs as this race goes on. However, as the leader comes across the line now, there is Margareta. He starts the final lap.
He's well into the tail end of these BMWs. He's a Margareta sitting way out there in P1.
Oh, and Danny Blazer.
And we've got a car that's in trouble here. A lot of steam coming out the front of that traction BMW. They're waving for the marshals to come to it.
So that is the traction BMW driven by Daniel Blazer.
Yeah.
But I think that car's overheated or something has gone wrong as the rest of the field goes on through. We'll try and find Margareta as he finishes the last couple of corners before he ends his race. As we look through turn number 4, and I don't quite see him yet.
Well, Dexter Bruce just crossed the line. And Ernest Page in there behind him as the leader makes his way down the back straight for the final time in race 1. Man, he is bombarded. I think more than half of this field has Margareta. There he works his way out of Cape Town corner, heading towards a checkered flag. Car 5-0 in P1. His last lap was a 1:18. His best lap is a 1:14.657 as the checkered flag meets and greets your winner, Margareta.
Now we look out for the second place runner as Arno Michaels comes across the line, as well as Lloyd Brady, Zach Layden, Yusuf Hendricks and Sebastian Swanepoel. We're still looking out for Mansour Parker, who was not that far behind Margareta a couple of laps ago. Now he's dropped off by quite a substantial margin. There's a big traffic jam as he comes up, and there he is behind a handful of cars. Shane Boscombe comes through. There's DeToy, Williams, Carstens, and there comes Parker.
Mansour Parker crosses the line to finish in second, nearly 31 seconds behind Margareta. Absolutely blew everybody away, did Margareta. Here comes Dylan Joubert.
That's for 4th place.
No, that's for 4th place,
yes.
yes.
And Kai Fonseca has had an issue on the final lap, and that's dropped him down to 5th. If he can get across the line before the rest of the field comes. There's Ernest Page. Seth Griffin-Wintle has managed to get past Ernest Page and Dexter Bruce at the line to take 6th overall, ahead of Bruce and Page for 7th and 8th to finish off this race.
And Van Zyl got to the flag 3/10 of a second ahead of Seth Griffin-Wintle, and then 3/10 behind him was Dexter Bruce, and 1.4 seconds behind Dex was Ernest Page. So that group there from P5 to P8 was virtually on each other when they took the checkered flag.
So there's a handful of cars coming through. We saw Pather, Tubas, Kukamur and Michaels, who was a lap down from the leader, all come across the line. And I mean, what a sizable grid and what a handful of racing to watch from all of these KD's Asset Management BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series drivers.
Well, that's me for a while. I'm going to hand over to the rest of the team as we move on with the show.
just an announcement to those in the pits that were here yesterday. The Munton family, Clint Munton, motorcycle racer and father of Max Munton, had tools that were left on the pit lane wall. It was a tire pressure gauge, a ratchet, and another aligning tool. If anyone has any information on those tools, or maybe knows where they've been moved to or put in the clerk's office or whatever the case may be, either find the control tower and give those tools back, or find Clint or Max or the Munton family directly if you have any news on those tools' whereabouts. As we just get a couple of replays on the KD's BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series, Sean Tubis with that major lockup, still coming across the line within the top 10. Seth Griffin-Wintle, his Auto Centre, Maxim Batteries, Worth, and I see Kobus de Kok getting very close on the dirt there. Yeah, it was a good race. I think you watched it from the back side of the room. But how did you find it, David?
I tried to watch all of the racing here, and this is what I love, is the fact that we're seeing some of the replays here. The rough and tumble nature of these BMWs. They are proper bricks in terms of being stable. You can throw a car at it and it'll still bounce out.
That's
and,
German engineering.
Exactly. But I was trying to watch all of the racing, but I will be completely honest, I was totally distracted by the IMUSAT missile that was Marco Retter down into through the course of the circuit. Now, this is something that we picked up as well. In all my years of racing, I've seen car doors come loose, but very rarely at the hinge.
And we saw a couple of replays ago, just before that BMW was spun out in turn number 1, there was contact made between Kobus de Kok and another car. I couldn't quite see which one it was, but it was just a bump right on the hinge. As we see Sebastian Swanepoel going really crossing outside of turn number 5. And you know, it is one of those weird things you don't see. I've seen doors fly off, I've seen them open up, but never open up like a suicide door on a car where it's supposed to be normal.
It reminds me of seeing... Oh, no, that is something that we didn't catch, actually, going on off the exit of 3. How often is that a thing, though? It looks like catching the curb or the grass on the outside and just sending the car off to the inside.
And I can't tell you what car that was. We did see Daniel Blazer in the traction car pull off there, and the car was smoking or steaming quite heavily. But I don't know if it was the same car involved, because he was pointed at a different angle unless he tried to drive away.
Yeah, and there is the absolute IMUSAT of Marco Retter taking the checkered flag. But what I will say, though, is that's a very me move to pull that, just sort of out onto the exit, losing the traction, and yeah, there we go. So, filing through the remainder of the replays here, but it gives us a chance to move on now, because obviously we're getting our first bike race of the day. The Super Twin 650s and the Super Sport 300s, always a favourite for us.
Yep.
If not only because of that amazing, we have to talk about it, that incredible 300 race. If I remember rightly, wasn't that Brad Musto and James Light, who were just like every single lap, they were just side by side and overtaking, and then one was...
I don't think I've ever seen two youngsters. It reminds me of Tristan Pienaar and Slade van Niekerk in the Superbikes last season, and previous seasons in the 600s. I've never seen two youngsters trying to take each other out. I say that lightly, but it looked like they were trying to take each other out at every opportunity, just trying to be one step ahead of the other at any given point in time, and it was brilliant racing from those two.
So I think the 650s have seen what happened there, and they've thought, right, we need to up our game as well, because Adrian Solomon and Johnny Towers separated in qualifying by just 6/100ths of a second, 0.065 on that front row.
And I've got a couple of bits of information from qualifying yesterday. Firstly, Johnny Towers, who generally races 600s in the Superbikes class and short circuit on the 150s, is now on a 650. And previously, I mean, I don't know how many sessions he's done of practice, but I don't think he's ridden the 650 a lot. And to qualify second overall, however, we did have Max Munton qualify on pole position yesterday afternoon, but there was an issue with his bike, because also we know that Clint Munton, his father, raced with him last round, And unfortunately, Max's clutch went on the 14 Sunscan and Mag Workshop bike, so he jumped on his dad's bike. However, he put the bike down in qualifying, and because they went to go fetch the bike after qualifying and ended, and they took it straight to the garage instead of scrutineering for post-qualifying check and whatever, he was told to go to the back of the grid.
Yeah, saw that. So Elman Moster starting from the back of the grid as well. Both of those listed as DQs in qualifying. Of course, both them in the 650. But you're right. I mean, that would have been an absolutely blistering time. 3/10 faster it would have been than Adrian Solomon on that number 14. But having to work his way through the back from the back of the field is not going to be a mean feat. It's not going to be easy for him.
Not at all. And especially for Max Munton, if he wants to try and get back up to the front for championship standings, to keep that regard, he just needs to he needs to hope that the front end battles so much that they slow each other down by a tremendous margin and he can catch up to the front. But another name that I don't see is Slade van Niekerk, last year's outright winner by a country mile. Unfortunately, he dropped a valve that basically went through the head of the piston a couple of practice sessions ago, a few weeks ago, and they got those parts back for the bike, but just not enough time to get the bike together. So he jumped on Project 60 SA's Alan Westman, one of the men behind the scenes that works with his son Trevor Westman at Project 60 SA. He jumped on Uncle Alan's bike. However, yesterday during practice, that bike sounded mighty rough, and it was vibrating and whatever the case may be. So unfortunately, they've had to pull that bike out of the race as well, with also an engine issue, quote unquote. I'm just guessing. So that's a big contender out of this race.
So here's an interesting thing. I think we should also keep an eye out for number 13, Ryan van Niekerk, because I think he's going to be wearing a ninja mask going down into turn one, because he's listed as a Superstock
300. Yes, you're correct.
And yet he's on an R6, on a Yamaha R6.
So that's a little bit strange. So I believe if I'm incorrect, I believe during the week he rode a Kawasaki 400 in practice, and it's very possible that I'm speculating here, but that they registered him as a 300, but now he's swapped to a 600.
Yeah, that's very likely what the case, because there was also, it says, 4 seconds faster than any of the 300s as well. So it's very likely that it's just a admin issue on that. Still, rather hilarious to point out that he's going to be riding around halfway through the 650 pack like they don't suspect anything. We'll see.
A wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yes, exactly.
So that's quite interesting for the young Anderloft racing rider, all the way out from Joburg. Also racing 600s, I believe. I don't know if his 600 Superbike is downstairs. But then a couple more interesting names we have in the field. Lance Jonas, of course, our club chairman, also racing once again. Always nice to have him on the grid for Samurai Racing in the 83. Abigail Bosson, Franco Flach, Bradley Musto and James Late on the 2 300s. Cody Redlingace doing a personal best. She went from a 30 point something the other day into the 29s, now halfway through the 28, so she's making up mega pace on that 650 of hers. Liam Carsons and Julian Ferreira racing on the main circuit as well this time around. Julian Ferreira's first time on the main circuit in 300s class, moving up as a junior 125 champion on short circuit racing from last season. And Alan John Fenter, AJ Fenter, South African Isle of Man rider, who usually races superbikes and everywhere else in the country, is racing a 650 as well. So 650 seems to be the cool kids class, if you will.
That's exactly what it is. But also noticing that 1.8 seconds is the gap between first and the drop of the 650s, Franco Flach, who, as you rightly pointed out, been making big waves this season, huge improvements over every single race. So really looking forward to seeing how that improves over the course of this. But bikes on track then, making their way around to start their formation lap, get gridded up, and get themselves set out for our first race of the day for the two-wheel action. It is, of course, the Super Twin 650s and the Super Sport 300s. As we get a look there, let's take you through the grid then. Adrian Solomon lining up on row one.
Oh, David, I must just say, huge congratulations to young Sticks, or Bones, or Rocky, many a nickname for Adrian Solomon. He just got married last weekend.
Oh.
So congrats to himself and Mr. Solomon's.
So his first race as a married man then.
And you know what's even funnier? He was supposed to go on honeymoon this week.
Oh.
But he said, no,
Is this the honeymoon?
I've got to race.
Oh,
So he's told the wife he's racing instead, but I believe they're going away on the weekend. So hopefully he's looking for a good result as a wedding gift to himself, if you will.
Well, fingers crossed, but we can see row 1, Adrian Solomon, Johnny Towers and Lance Jonas. Row 2 is going to be Ryan van Newkirk, Abigail Bosson, Franco Flack and Bradley Mustoe. James Lloyd on row 3 alongside Corey Redlinghuis and Liam Karstens, and Julian Ferreira on their own at the back in the number 178 with Max Munton and Elmi Mostert starting on row number 4. So 5 even. So here we go, 8-lap race for the 650s and 300s, Jordan. They're ready to go, are you?
No, I was just about to say, I don't know if you're feeling nervous, but I'm nervous as we wait for the 5 red lights. The revs are climbing, the 5 lights are on. David, the 5 lights are off, and away we go as they all launch off. No terrible start from anybody, which is fantastic. No stalls off the grid, and down into turn number 1. Adrian Solomon goes to lead them out on that Pool Kings number 4, and into Block Coin Corner they run through, all just slotting into place. We'll look for Ryan van Newkirk, a dark horse, if you will, up from Joburg. As look at the field punching and jumping in between each other as down into Castrol Corner they go.
Unfortunately, JT, I'm going to have to disagree with you on that one, because Johnny Towers went absolutely nowhere from P2, and it looks like he's already down to what, about P6 at the moment, so he'll have to try and get everything round. As short intake of breath there from JT as we have 3 bikes going side by side round turn 3. Just 650 things here, folks.
Yep, and there's as we know, James Leighton, Bradley Mustoe up in the middle of the pack fighting with the 300s on this first lap. Obviously, that's when everyone's still bunched together. So I'm more clenching my teeth that the 650s don't get in their way as we watch them launch on down towards turn number 5, Cape Town Corner. As we see even there they are, Bradley Mustoe and James Leighton racing together. Bradley Mustoe on the KTM RC390 for CCHSA, as well as that being James Leighton on the RSRA and Ravenel Kawasaki 400 as they come out of turn 5 and with your leaders past the start-finish line.
Storming start there for Adrian Solomon then, about 1.8 seconds into the lead then. Franco Flack from 6th position up to 2nd. That's insane for a start there. Alan Jon Venter into 3rd. Abigail Bosson as well into 4th. Max Munton from the back of the grid, ladies and gentlemen, to P5 in under a lap.
So that we can say has been the best start of this race so far. The best the position maker as he tries to go around the outside of Abigail Bosson on that Project 60 SA number 51, and through the rest of the field will go as we jump down towards Dam's Dip. But yes, from the back of the grid, and exactly what I'd said, he needs the front end to bunch up on that opening lap to just give him a chance to weave through and do what he does best. The previous 150cc champion as well in the past. He knows how to ride the 650, and he's making his way to the front to show everyone how.
Well, unfortunately, that memo did not get to the number 4 Kawasaki ER650 of Adrian Solomon, because he is gone. He is into a different zip code right now, already down into Cape Town Corner, but it's a 6-bike battle right now for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th position. Franco Flack in there. You've also got Alan Jon Venter. You've also got Abigail Bosson, Max Munton. Max Munton will likely be up into P4 at the end of this lap. Very, very wide out the exit there. I think that was Johnny Towers again.
No, that was Ryan van Newkirk that's battling out there with the 600 or 650s rather. There you see on that bike, he's on brand new tires. You can see the stickers just on the front end of those Pirellis as they go into Block Point Corner turn number 1. And as Francois was saying next to us, that young Joburg rider's got his elbows out in the 300s class fighting with these bikes 250 cc's bigger than his own.
Well, here we go then. Max Munton slides up the inside. That is going to be 2nd position for the number 14 bike, the Kawasaki ER650 Sunscanner Mag Workshop machine, and leads over the Alan Jon Venter number 21 machine, Abigail Bosson. I say lead, obviously, that's a bit of a false statement, because Adrian Solomon has already stamped that one right now, and we've still got, what, 6 laps left to go here.
I mean, I suppose you could say Adrian Solomon is in the lead and Max is in the 2nd lead because of how big that gap is, but this is exactly where Adrian Solomon wants to be. Sure, the riders behind him are going to be slipstream training each other till the very end of this race, but he's in a perfect position at the moment, is Solomon's, as they go down towards Cape Town Corner once again. Hard on the brakes they'll go, and then into the banked right-hander, the slowest corner on the circuit from the highest speed, and around the outside We'll see who that is going through. That is another green bike as they come out of that corner. And Max Munton looks to have dropped a couple of positions. And he has. He's been fighting with these two. That being Alan Jan Venter and Abigail Bosson as they chop and change for second position overall.
Wow, that was a late move around the outside. That is outrageous. That is absolutely scandalous from Max Munton late on the brakes to just send it round the outside of Abigail, like Abigail wasn't even there. Abigail Bosson, though, with the fastest lap of the race, 121.3. Max Munton sent it up the inside again into turn 2 and back into to third position then. So again, this is swings and roundabouts here. Max not getting the early slingshot that we thought he was going to do. But meanwhile, Adrian Solomon has now got Alan Jan Venter behind him to chase.
But currently, Abigail Bosson with the fastest lap of a 1:3.35, running in that group of 3 for second spot overall. And as we've said time and time again, Adrian Solomon is in the correct position that he wants to be. Max Munton, whatever time he's losing out to Jan Venter and Bosson as they slipstream right up behind him on that Sunscan and Mag Workshop number 14. Down into turn number 5 they go once again as we look to the screen, and it's going to be mighty close. Bosson in that third spot in that group, just losing out a little bit between AJ Venter and Max Munton, but now she'll be in the position to just slipstream off those two and try and dump up the inside for turn number 1.
Yeah, there's the number 4 then of Solomon. Now, that gap, while all of them have been fighting, that gap was 2.1 seconds. The gap to the leader has now come down by half a second. It's 1.5 seconds. So we are going to have a 4-bike battle for the lead in just about 2 laps' time. I'm heartbroken and devastated to report, though, that the 300 battle that we were so looking forward to is not going to happen because Bradley Musto and Loy are about 4 seconds apart. But we're still watching here at Max Munton trying to lead off this group here, and they are charging down at a rate of knots onto Adrian Solomon.
Yep, and we watch them go down into damp stuff now. And yes, you in fact correct about the 300s. Bradley Musto just pulling ahead of James Lade at this point in time. We'll catch up with him in a little bit. But now through Sorrel sweep turn number 4, the double apex right-hander leaning over to the right-hand side and then on the throttle down the longer straight here at Killarney International Raceway. And then into the hardest braking zone. Is there still some fighting for second, third and fourth as they go down into the final corner?
And they're doing it clever though, because they are working together to keep each other slingshotted as they all work through. They're not taking any chances here. I guarantee this gap is going to be down under a second to Adrian Solomon right now. You can see it as they come under the city of Cape Town Bridge here. We are set up for a stormer of a finish here. 4 laps to go, 3 laps to go here.
Not only that, look at the number 17. Johnny Towers has up and he's moved away from the group behind, that being Flach, Van Nieuwkerk and Jonas in that 6th, 7th and 8th spot. Is you see the slinky legs coming out of Ryan Van Nieuwkerk. A brilliant riding style from that young man in that group of 3, once again fighting for 7th, 8th and 6th, 7th and 8th as the lead group goes in. And there you see Johnny Towers, when we cut to the next shot, legs out once again for Van Nieuwkerk. Down into turn number 3 we go, and look at how close Johnny Towers is getting to the group at the front.
Johnny Towers, fastest man on the track, 120.4 by a light year, by almost a second over the rest of the group. So this is how much they're all holding each other right now. 3 laps left to go in the 650s and 300s. They come through saddle sweep. And this is really, really going to be the opportunity now for Max Munton. Alan Jan Venter down into 3rd position, but it's going to be a move for P4, and that is going to be Abigail Bosson trying to take it from Alan Jan Venter.
Look how close they're getting. They'll jump on the brakes once again. Will they go too wide? They don't go side by side through that corner. Look at that being Abigail Bosson just trying to make up a little bit of a space as they come up right behind Adrian Solomon. Look how close this is getting. It went from bus lengths that Adrian Solomon had the lead now to less than bike lengths between them down into turn number 1. It's almost a 5-bike battle into the first corner. Block coin as now into the left-hander they enter, and Max Munton drops down to 3rd spot from Alan Jan Venter as the rest of them peel on through.
Incredible battling behind as well. You've got Franco Flach, Ryan Van Nieuwkerk and Lance Jonas all involved in the battle as well, but we keep our attention to this front 5 as well. The top 8 are just giving no effort whatsoever. Franco Flach, Ryan Van Nieuwkerk and Lance Jonas in the 5, 13 and 83 respectively. But I honestly don't know what to expect here. 2 laps left to go here, and JT, something's got to give right now.
Yep. Well, let's not say that, but something's got to give for somebody as almost moves down into Sarl sweep. They've got me on my toes. I'm gonna start cramping up in just a moment as 3 bikes in a line as they slipstream themselves down towards turn number 5. Oh, this coming up. Oh, this is the penultimate lap. Coming up on the final lap, chopping and changing for position, coming into the final braking zone. And we'll see Max Munton up the inside of Alan John Fenter. There you see Johnny Towers getting past Abigail Bosson for that 4th spot overall. And now the exit is important to start the final lap. Who will start the final lap in the lead, David?
It does look like it's going to be Adrian Solomon who's going to come across the line first. Max Munton has to go into 2nd position. It's going to be 3rd position actually for Max Munton. It's Adrian Solomon who's already down into 2nd, so it's all changed right now. And that's late onto the brakes. He's down into turn 1, and that looks like Alan Jon Venter.
That's the number 4 of Adrian Solomon, who was the outright leader for most of this race up until the final lap. Terrible, terrible stuff for him as there. Johnny Towers has moved up into 2nd spot overall. Max in 3rd and Bosson in 4th spot with Alan John Fenter up into the lead on this final lap.
Wow. You've got to take your chances. You absolutely have to take your chances right now as we're making our way through Saddle Sweep just now. Ryder absolutely okay, but...
Yes. Sorry, David, I'm just looking now on the final lap. It's these two once again. James Late came from miles back after losing a little bit of time in the opening laps, and him and Bradley Musto are right on the case each other, very wide, and a big moment for Bradley Musto. Wow, getting that tail happy KTM right off the circuit, but keeping it upright as we look to this on the final lap. Around the final corner, David, bring them home.
It looks like it's going to be Alan Jon Venter, who has this in the bag right now, 4 bikes wide. I say that, and immediately that is ripped up and thrown into the bin because it's also going to be Adrian Solomon. You've got Alan Jon Venter, Max Munton also in with a chance here. Here comes Johnny Towers, but they're going to go across the bridge. Battle the slipstream. It is going to be 21 of Alan Jon Venter ahead of Max Munton. Johnny Towers in 3rd position, and then for 5th, 6th and 7th it's going to be Adrian Solomon. You've then got Ryan van Newkirk actually taking 5th position, Lance Jonas in 6th, Franco Flack in 7th, and it does look like they heard what we were saying about Lloyd and Musto. They are still fighting it out.
As now I look to turn number 5 and I see we've got a bike missing. It should be Bradley Musto and James Late, and I only see... Let me just have a look who's coming up towards us now. That's Bradley Musto. James Late has gone off the circuit somewhere, and he's lost out big time.
Wow.
We don't know where he is, but Bradley Musto, after that incredible save, comes home in 8th spot overall. Next up will be Almay Master, also from the back end of the grid, finishing off in 9th spot. So we've lost 2 riders throughout this grid, and that was, as we said, mind-boggling with 2 riders left to come across the line.
My brain is actually struggling to process this. As across the line then, that is going to be the number 87 of Cody Redlinghouse in 10th position. So that rounds out our 10 riders. You've also got Liam Karstens coming across the line for the Supersport 300 there. But my goodness me. So the bike's down on the entry into...
That's James Late. That's a very weird space to be.
Yeah.
But there he is. There's the rider, I believe, on the outside
so
of the
has
circuit.
he come off the bike and the bike's just carried on?
Carried on, very likely. There he's just stretching a little bit. He's up. But now, my thing is that on that final lap, it was him and Bradley Musto. After that massive moment out of turn number 1 for Bradley, they were still neck and neck, and I didn't get to see them go through turn 3 and then down towards turn 4. So I don't know what would have happened. I hope we can find a replay of that, because maybe it was on the brakes and a nudge, or, yes, as Gary's saying, a static camera, so we should be able to get a replay from IMUSAT in just a moment. But very, very unfortunate for that young man that was fighting for the lead and fighting for the overall lead championship for the 300s class.
I always get worried when a rider stands right next to the track waiting for a bike to go past, because you usually get the feeling there's going to be some gesticulation coming out the way, but it might just be wanting to make sure that they're absolutely okay. But either way, what a race. Like I said, my brain's struggling to comprehend what on earth happens in those final 2 laps here.
As Frankie likes to say, it's time for us to go and lie down in a dark room.
I have a feeling there's going to be a handshake and a hug here. Yeah, that's exactly beautiful stuff to see there between James Lloyd and Bradley Musto.
How's that? As here is this moment, and they were weaving between each other, And I think maybe there was just a little bit of contact, maybe elbows together, and there the bike soars down the Tygerberg straight there. James Late goes on his own as well, just tumbling a little bit, but he ends up standing up.
That was a very strange one. I wonder if we could see that again, because it actually looked like Lloyd went down behind the bike in front of him.
So it looks like James goes. So that's what I think has happened is Bradley's moved to the center of the circuit. James has gone mighty wide and come across the track, and they've just clipped each other enough to wash that front end of the 74 and drop him onto the circuit, which is mighty unfortunate coming onto their final lap.
Horrible to see, but what I loved was obviously seeing the big hug afterwards from Musto with Lloyd.
Some great sportsmanship for those.
Yeah.
I think what I'm seeing from that, even though it's a bit far away, and as Francois was saying as well, he crossed over the line, so he moved onto the rumble strip and obviously just tried to fight it away from the grass, because that's the last place you want to be, and he just pulled it enough to get across right in front of Bradley Musto, and they must have made a little bit of contact. But as Frankie was mentioning to me now just a moment ago, that both riders that unfortunately went down, Adrian Solomon and James Late, both did personal bests on those laps just before they went down, so they were absolutely moving before setting those bikes down on the ground. Both riders, thankfully, all right. I know it's going to be a little bit aina to the pocket, or hopefully not, and maybe to the ego, but safety comes first in all regards, in every class. And I'm still trying to catch my breath.
I think that's it, is when you've got that intense racing. I mean, we have to talk about as well Adrian Solomon getting caught up so very quickly after Max Munton was unpinned from the rest of the group. And then they all got their act together, 3 of them, and decided, right, let's go. Let's catch up to Adrian. And that is when all of the action started. We had a 5-bike battle for the lead. And then Johnny Towers was like, no, guys, wait for me. I'm wanting to come and play too. Yeah.
So here's this moment, I think, with Adrian. There's up the inside. We're about to go 3 wide, and he's in the wrong spot at the wrong time. He can't get the bike turned down into the corner. He brakes, the front wheel washes out, and down into the dirt he goes. Very, very unfortunate. I don't think there'll be a lot of damage, maybe to visor and a handlebar and maybe some foot pegs, but just mighty unfortunate. Wrong place that he wanted to be, way too up the inside, and this is on that lap coming up to the incident. Look at them, almost invisible behind each other. Wow, that was a race and a half.
It really was. And what I'd noticed was Max Munton, I think I've figured out where he gets a lot of his speed from, is he is so late on the brakes. He's so confident on the brakes. We saw it down in turn 1. We also saw it a couple of laps later going into Cape Town Corner, where he was so much later onto the brakes, but then caught out by a rider on his inside. He had to take evasive manoeuvres and then forced out wide and ends up costing him a lot of time. So there we go. That is in the books then for race number 1 of the Pirelli Super Twin 650s and Super Sport 300s. They'll be back on for race number 2 this afternoon. It might be a little bit later. We are running a little bit behind because of the red flag during the earlier API Property GTI Challenge. But up next is going to be the Warwick Wealth Sports and GT cars. They'll be out in just a couple of minutes.
All right, here we go with the Warwick Wealth Sports and GT race number 1. 17 cars entered for this one. We'll have a look, see who is all going to be there, but we'll just give the officials and the marshals a chance to sort out the circuit with those 2 bikes that went down, one in Blockcoin and the other one just before the entrance to Saddle Square. Well, actually the rider went down on the Tiger Brook straight already. The bike ended up on the entrance on the right-hand side of Saddle Sweep. Glad to report that both riders are okay. So we're going to get ready for the Warwick Wealth Sports and GT race number 1 over 8 laps.
So just looking at the course of qualifying as well, perhaps no surprise to say the name at the top of the screen, Davi Hubert in the recently updated Nova Proto NP02. Of course, it was all over social media this week, getting a brand new engine into that thing. It is looking mighty, mighty fast. Safe to say he doesn't have anything to worry about from any of the other cars, just himself. 9 seconds, Frankie. 9 seconds was the difference between that S-Class car and Sandro Beccari. So they'll head out and we'll run you through the grid then. So taking pole in S-Class is Davi Hubert in the Nova Proto NP02, 5 litre. Then Sandro Beccari in the only B-Class car that's out there. He did a 117.073. On row 2 is going to be Marcel Angel in the X-Class Mustang V8 Pro. Alongside him is going to be Francis Carruthers in his Pilbeam MP84. Still on the S-Class on row 3 is going to be Gary Thompson in the first of 2 Dart APV 347 ISs, and he's going to be lined up alongside Stuart Spinner as well. Row 4 is going to be Connor Kilbride in the Class C BMW M3. If I'm not mistaken, we saw Connor out earlier in the BMW, so a double outing for him as well. Alongside him is going to be Martin Pugh in the Shelby Can-Am in Class B. Martin Prince is on row 5 in his Porsche GT3 Cup car, which I am absolutely obsessed with. Alongside Tian Berger in the X-Class Dart APV 347 IS. Row number 6 is going to be Andre Steenkamp in the C-Class Volkswagen Nardini Swift, and Simeon Penev in the Class C Nissan 350Z as well. Row 7 is going to be Eric Solomon in the D-Class Elf SO6, Brett Svanevelde in the Nissan 350Z, again in D-Class. More D-Class action on row 8, Ray Farnham in the Opel Birkin 7, and then Clive Smith in the Porsche 924 is going to be in 16th position. Clinton Thorne at the back of the field in the Lotus 7, should be A-Class, hopefully going to see big things from that one.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the cars and driver combinations as where they're all qualified, all 17 are supposed to be out there. You will also notice that we've got a couple of V8 Masters that is in the thick of things as well. And if they're all there, we're supposed to have Gary Thompson, Tian Berger, Marcel Angel and Stuart Spooner will be with the APV Ford Mustangs, the V8 Masters. They will be in Class X and they will be taking part with the Warwick Health Sports and GT cars. This one will be over 8 laps. It's pretty strange to find that Clinton Thorne is all the way down in last position with that Lotus 7 of his. The last I heard, which was a while ago, he had a Toyota engine inside that Lotus 7 of his. There on the screen, folks at home, you can see there is one of your V8 Master cars going through. Eric Salomon also. There's Clinton Thorne in that Lotus 7 with that wing on the back, busy working its way around. Big thanks to Apex Bets. They sponsor the Maserati. That is the safety / pace car out there. It's been like that since the beginning of the year, so big thanks to Apex Bets for the sponsorship of the Maserati that doubles up as one of the safety and pace cars. That's a Nova. Going through your shot there, that's Davi Hubert. And then you just saw the Shelby Can-Am in there behind in that red Can-Am. That's Sandro Beccari. That's also making his way around. And just behind Sandro, cutting and carving its way through, that looks like one of the new generation V8 Master cars, together with all the others that are busy making their way down the back Killarney straight.
And of course, seeing quite a few of the V8 Masters joining us today for the Sports and GT. Great to see them being welcomed with open arms into the championship. And as far as I'm concerned, the more cars on the grids, the merrier. But the lights are going to go out on the safety car very, very soon. The car's already into 2x2 formation for this rolling start here. And we are just seconds away from getting started on our first race of the day for the Warwick Wealth Sports and GT Championship.
Yep, Sander Bakari, of course, out there in the Juno. As a matter of fact, it's a VW Juno S3 for Sander Bakari. It's not a Shelby Can-Am. That's Clinton Thorne rolling at the back. That thing is not going to be at the back of the field too very long, that I can promise you. It's Eric Salomon of Eric Salomon Chartered Accountants in Century City in the Elf, making his way through. That's a man that looks after my books. As the lights go off, and away we go as they race down towards turn number 1. Into turn 1 they go. It's a Nova that sits out there in P1. And here comes the first of us V8 Masters, making its way up into second position. Bakari gets dropped down into third. Coming through there, that's Tian Berg. You just picked up there, that 29 car. That is also one of the V8 Masters as the whole field runs through. And right at the tail end of the field, we've still got Clinton Thorne, but he's not going to be there for a while. He's very, very slow, is Clinton Thorne. That car coming through your shot now, and that is unlike Clinton Thorne to find himself in trouble, not even halfway through lap 1.
Yeah, well, qualifying for Clinton was exceedingly poor, definitely well off pace for what he would normally do, 138.7, so he's about at least 20 seconds off of his normal pace anyway. But we pick up the action going through the Sarel sweep then, and you can see this beautiful array of sports and GT cars here from Warwick Wealth is the almost at Cape Town corner. This is what I've noticed. This is when David Joubert is vulnerable for the first couple of laps while he gets that Nova Proto up to speed, gets the tyres warmed up, gets the temperatures up, and then he just lights the fuse and he is gone. We're already starting to see that on the exit of that Cape Town corner coming under the City of Cape Town Bridge, and that's going to be about a 1.5 second gap. Meanwhile, the V8 really getting stuck in here.
I'm watching that pull beam come through as well. That's Francis Carruthers. That's that white pull beam. He also is in Class X, and he is busy making his way through there. And he started also in Class X. As a matter of fact, he sits there in P6. So it's Marcel Angel that's in second position. That is Angel. There's Sander Bakari that is coming through there. As Martin Pugh makes his way through, and here is Eric Salomon also carving his way through the field.
Yep, 7 laps left to go, and a lot of the drivers just bedding themselves in this first couple of laps here. With this going round, you were also mentioning there Francis Carruthers. Of course, that car is steeped in history. The number 69 just coming through the shot there. Raced at Le Mans in 2001.
Yep,
so
that's a pull beam, yes.
Fantastic to see that out there, and still able to give it the beans.
Yeah, well, Steve Humble also has a pull beam, as a matter of fact. We haven't seen him for quite some time. And that is Marcel Angel. Oh, it's spitting flames out the back as Marcel Angel. He has got Sander Bakari right on his case there with Gary Thompson. And here comes Carruthers. Carruthers is right in there as well. Carruthers with that pull beam is busy carving his way through the field as well. Connor Kilbride is the next man in there. There's the BMW of Connor Kilbride. And look at that, the pull beam's up on the inside. Carruthers is up on the inside of Thompson on the exit of turn 1 block coin.
Fantastic defence there from Francis Carruthers. He's already eyeing up third position there, and that could very well be going his way. And already to say that David Joubert has checked out. He is into a different postcode. We're looking at the exit of turn 1 just now. A little bit further down the field, you've got the likes of Simeon Penev, you've got Eric Salmon, Brett Svanevelde in there as well, Clive Smith, and unfortunately it does look like Clinton Thorne is way out the pack.
Yeah, Clinton Thorne's completely out of this one. Here comes Marcel Angel. Right behind Marcel Angel, we've got Sander Bakari. Right on the case of Sander Bakari is Carruthers. Here comes Carruthers through. Then Thompson is in there behind him. Then it's Connor Kilbride. Behind Connor Kilbride, there's Connor Kilbride. That BMW is just in there behind Thompson, who is in there behind Carruthers. Then here comes Martin Prince, and behind him is Martin Pugh, and then behind him is the 55 of Stuart Spooner.
Yep, so down into turn one, then there is your second car. At the moment, third, fourth and fifth place as well. You've got Angels, Carruthers, Bakari, Thompson just at the back of shot there. And again, this is where you start to see the gaps opening up now as the raw pace of the cars allows himself a little bit of a gap here.
Well, Davy Hubert has done a 110.932 as Davy Hubert in the Nova that sits out there in P1. This is your second place man coming towards us now. That is Marcel Angel. Then it's Carruthers. Behind Carruthers, we have got Bakari. Behind Bakari, we've got Thompson. Behind Thompson, we've got Connor Kilbride. That is that group of cars working up the Tigerberg Straight towards Saddle Sweep. Then you've got Martin Prince. Right behind him is Martin Pugh, followed there by Stuart Spooner.
Yeah, that's number 55 of Spinner trying to catch up there, but there is second place then. Marcel Angel followed by Francis Carruthers as they go to Cape Town corner. These V8s really getting stuck in. You can see Bakari under real pressure there from the number 17 of Gary Thompson in that Dart APV. These things just look magnificent and they sound fantastic as well, and this is going to be easy pickings there, and that is going to put Bakari down into fifth position.
Well, here we go, and
oh, maybe not then.
Sandra Bakari is still going one-on-one here with Gary Thompson, with Connor Kilbride in the BMW just in there behind him as they work their way towards Castrol.
Yeah, just seeing a car retiring into pit lane. I'll get an ID on that very shortly. I think that might have been Clive Smith, possibly, but we'll find out. But anyway, into the final corner, then into Cape Town corner. That is going to be, it looks like, 7th, 8th and 9th position as well. Lock of the brakes there for Davy Joubert.
Yeah, that was a big, I hope it's just a lock-up of brakes and nothing else. It seems like it. And he's really beginning to lap some of the back markers. But here comes that Nova. And it did a 110.802, did Davy Hubert in that Nova as he makes his way around. Waiting now for the next man to come into view, and that will be Marcel Angel.
How on earth is that a 25-second gap that's already been opened to second place? Francis Carruthers in third, Sandro Bakari in fourth, Gary Thompson in fifth position, and then it's Connor Kilbride in sixth with just 3 laps left to go here.
Right, that is Simon Panev coming through, and right behind him is the Elf 23B replica of Eric Salomon. And they are fighting it out for P9 and 10, 1.4 seconds between Panev and Salomon as the rest of the field come through.
Yeah, there you go then. That is going to be the Novo Proto that you never want to see in your rear view mirrors of Davy Joubert coming across the line to start his 6th lap with 2 laps left to go. He's going to make very short work of this lap traffic just now, and I've got a feeling he's going to be able to lap up to around about 3rd or 4th position. But we go back to second place. There's Marcel Angel, and then you've also got Francis Carruthers. I think Carruthers fancies a chance here to get potentially second place.
Let the folks know at home, on the board it says Steenkamp. It's not Steenkamp, it is definitely Marcel Angel. Here comes the rest. Look at Connor Kilbride. He's having a look there to try and get past Gary Thompson, who's just in there behind Sandro Bakari as they race towards Blockwind corner.
Oh, now we've got a car going slowly on the exit of Blockhound corner. I don't think that was a light car, but that's an engine.
That's Marcel Angel.
Yeah, that looks like an engine going out of the exit of turn 1 there.
Yes, and he's
smoke pouring out of that car.
He's slowing down on the Joubert Straight, and he was there in that 2nd position, and it's game, set and match. That will then mean that Carruthers will move up into that 2nd position. Here comes a Nova across the line with 1 more lap to go. There's Panev, and there is Salomon crossing the line. Berger coming through as well, Swanefelder. These guys are all one lap adrift to your race leader, Davy Hubert.
Now what that's going to mean is Sandro Beccari automatically gets promoted to take the podium overall, but either way, in fact actually Sandro Beccari going quite slow down that back stretch there under real pressure here from Thompson and from Kilbride, so I'm going to hold that that presumption that he's going to get a podium. He's off into the final corner there. Yeah, I wonder if that's a mechanical.
I don't know, but he wasn't in second. Carruthers is in second. He was in fourth when that happened. He just keeps on going as well. So the checkered flag will become a, here comes Carruthers. That is your second place man, Carruthers. Then we have got Gary Thompson, and right as which camera shot just moves out the way because we need to pick up the leader, that's why. And he's heading down towards a checkered flag. And that is the Nova that sits out there in P1 to take the checkered flag, and that is Davy Hubert that comes home in first position.
And we've got a car off backwards into the final corner there. That might have been, is that going to be Carruthers? We'll get an idea on that later on. That might be a little bit further down there. But my goodness me, it's all been kicking off in the final lap of this race here. Francis Carruthers is going to come round. That looks like the 350Z. That's going to be Brett Swanevelder.
Now that I think is Panev that went off over there. I'm not too sure about that. And that's not Swanevelder, that is Panev, as Marcel Angel brings that car to the pits. So we're waiting for Francis Carruthers to come through. He's the man that's in that second position. And we don't see him out on the track. Here he comes towards the checkered flag. He was way down the road behind Davy Hubert. Here comes Carruthers to the checkered flag. Behind him it's Thompson, and behind him is Kilbride to the checkered flag, followed there by Sandro Beccari. Then we've got Swanefeld, who is a back marker, and then Martin Prince is the next man to the checkered flag.
Wow, what a race that was. Coming across the line then, one of our final finishers, that's going to be Berger. You've got Salomon, who's still got to finish just now as well in the number 23. In fact, he's already done. Such was the pace of Davy Hubert. We've all got our checkered flag out then for all of the drivers, but Davy Hubert taking the win, Carruthers in second, and Thompson in third position with that.
Yeah, and that was race one for Sports and GT, and the first 11 cars was on the lead lap. And a 110.802 by Davy Hubert. He was the quickest man out there in Wealth, should I say Warwick Wealth, Sports and GTs for race one.
So let's just quickly then go through the classes then, because obviously Davy Hubert taking the win in Class S, Francis Carruthers taking the win in Class B, Connor Kilbride taking the win in Class C. Class D is going to be Solomon in the number 23, Eric Solomon. Then you have got A Class, which is Thorne, who unfortunately wasn't really in the race at all, and I don't think is going to be classified as a finisher. So there we go then.
No, he didn't complete the one lap. He didn't complete it at all. Andre Steenkamp didn't make it out. He did not start.
Yeah.
Neither did Ray Farnham in the Birkin 7. He never came and started his race neither. So they got a DNS, and Clinton Thorne got a DNF. He only got through 2/3 of a lap before he pulled off the circuit. And that's, I didn't expect that. I expected that Lotus 7 to come ploughing through the field, but yeah, obviously issues out there for Clinton Thorne, and hopefully they'll get that one sorted out for race 2 a bit later on this afternoon.
Well, up next then, after the Warwick Wealth Sports and GTs that we're seeing some replays here, I did honestly have my heart in my mouth at that moment. I thought that engine had gone, and then just realised it was down on the downshift.
Just excess fuel that was burning itself out. And this was the fight there between the pull beam up on the inside of the V8 Masters. That's Carruthers up on the inside of Thompson, as we see them come out of Blockwayn with a BMW of Connor Kilbride, and then the Porsche in there as well of Martin Prince. So just a little bit of replays for the folks that are watching at home, and that is the moment that Marcel Angel slowed that V8 Master V's down completely, and that was the beginning of the end there for him. And there we see Sandro Beccari. That was the moment when Beccari went into Cape Town corner extremely hot, ran off the circuit, regained the track, but he had lost 2 positions by then. He lost out to Thompson and he lost out to Kilbride.
So as that is done and dusted, we move our attention then to the Pirelli Clubman Classic and breakfast run, as we see the finish of the highlights and replays from the Warwick Wealth Sports and GTs. This is going to be their first run of the day. Of course, we've got the 1000s, the 600s, and the breakfast club in there, as well as we've got one classic bike of John Costerman in the Gixxer. The Suzuki GSXR 1000. He'll be out there. I think he's down in around about 9th position. So there we go. We are we're halfway through the morning. We're getting there. So next up, Pirelli Clubman Classic and Breakfast Run Motorcycles.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Pirelli, Clubman Classic and Breakfast Round Motorcycles. And yeah, I sort of come here towards the end of heat number 1. I've got about 4 races to do. Nice. Joining me will be David Christie. He's been on the mic long enough. But out there, Matthew Duser, Malcolm Govender, William Morris, Sword Adam, Wesley Hendricks, Gerard Joubert, Willem Lowe, John Kosterman on the Classic. Augustine Ntwari is there, Henny Schalhauser, Michael Becker, Quentin Retief, and Wayne Gresser as the bikes make their way around the circuit to come to the start-finish line.
So pole position then for Matty Doyce in that Club 1000. He's going to be on the front row with Malcolm Govinder. Row 2 is going to be the breakfast run bike of Henny Schalhauser and William Morris alongside him. Row 3 is going to be South Adams with Wesley Hendricks, then Gerhard Joubert and Willem Lowe as well. Jon Kosterman in 9th, Mikkel Becker in 10th, and Quentin Retief in 11th. And I said all the rows and then I forgot, of course, that it's 3 wide for the bike starts. So yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I believe we've got to have a look here. There's somebody riding on a KTM 990 Adventure, JT says to me.
That's Becker.
Is it Becker?
Yeah, it's the number 18 at the back.
Okay.
Riding about in the panniers and got the luggage rack on there as well.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Let's go.
That is like what you call a super motard.
Be interested to see how that goes then. Right, so instead, actually, row 1 is going to be Matthew Doyce, Malcolm Govinder and Henny Schalhauser. Row 2 is going to be William Morris, South Adam and Wesley Hendricks. Row 3 is going to be Gerhard Joubert, Willem Lowe and John Kosterman. And then row 4 is going to be Michael Becker in that awesome KTM and Quentin Retief in the Kawasaki ZX6R.
Right, so they're all parked up on the line. We're just waiting for the powers that be to get them going. Five-second board up. Take him away, David.
Here we go then, waiting for the lights to go out, and it's a fantastic start from row 2, and that is going to be William Morris absolutely getting the whole shot and taking the lead. Thank you very much from the second row. That is a textbook start there as they make their way down into Block Coin Corner. That's also going to be Malcolm Govinder and Henny Schalhauser trying to fight it out as well. But look at the power of Matthew Doyce in that number 20 ZX10R of Kawasaki, straight up the inside and says, thank you very much, I'll take that back.
He's cracked on the pace there, got himself back to the front. He is the pole sitter. He's pretty quick and nimble out there. The rest of the field there, you can see Wayne Gresser in there as well. The red bikes in there, as they work their way now through Dams. They're going to work their way up the Tigerberg, straight away up towards Sorrel Sweep. And you can see they're all sort of there. This is the nice thing about this group, is everyone's there and thereabouts as they work their way through that double right-handed Sorrel, down the back straight, down towards Cape Town Corner, and they get the clappers down and off they go.
Just gone, just and, absolutely gone.
Augustine Ntwari lighting up the bike there on the outside, so he looks like he's keen to play as they all roll down into Cape Town Corner.
Yeah, it certainly is. So again, a big gaggle of, what's that, 6 bikes all fighting out for second position. Again, you see a poor exit out of Cape Town Corner sets you up for a very, very bad run down the corner. But here we go across the line then. It is going to be Malcolm Govinder in the lead from Matthew Doyce. South Adam in 3rd position. Wayne Gresser in 4th. You've got Henny Schalhauser in 5th. Wesley Hendricks in 6th. William Morris in 7th. Gerhard Joubert in 8th. Augustine Ntwari in 9th. And John Kosterman rounding out your top 10.
Well, it showed you that it was a good start from Morris, but he's already back down in 7, as the rest of the field just sort of light their machines up. Going very gingerly here through Castell Corner, all of them. So it's a very difficult corner. You see you come up on a rise, and it's a blind corner, although you've got a lot of space to work in. But when you come out on the exit, it tends to spit you out towards the outside, and then you've got to be careful that you roll out quickly. But now they're working their way out of Dams up towards Sorrel, and they're all sort of pretty much line astern, David.
So this is one of the things that I was actually speaking about midweek, just on that point there, is it's a flat circuit for all intents and purposes, but there's so much camber in these corners. That's where you get the speed. As we're heading down towards Cape Town corner here with 7 laps left to go, it is Malcolm Govinder, who looks to have, quite honestly, a very commanding lead right now from the rest of the machines there. Matthew Doyce, Saud Adam, Wayne Gressett and Henny Shellhaz. I wonder if they're going to take a note from the 650s again, and I think, now who was that coming out? Was that Shellhaz or Hendricks, who had a very poor exit out that final corner for the second time in a row and just going backwards at a rate of knots? I think that was Wesley Hendricks.
Oh, there's the whole group there that gaggle there. I think there's Morris in there, and with him as Tuari, Hubert, Kosterman and Lowe, all working their way out. And everyone taking different lines, so each one's got their own line. You see them coming up towards Cashel Corner. They're all over the street and trying to find their way through there. So John Kosterman there on the aging Priestling Suzuki, but he's out there having fun. John is just out there just practicing what he enjoys. But as your leader here, Govinder, works his way through Sorrel Sweep. And pretty much line astern. Doyser sits there in second with Saud Adam, then Shellhauser, then Hendricks. Up behind Hendricks there we got Gresse, Morris and Tuari, Hubert and Kosterman.
Just outside the top 10 then you've got Willem Lowe, Quinton Retief in 12th position, Michael Becker at the back in that KTM. But we've got a 3-bike battle going down into Cape Town corner. I believe that is going to be...
Doyser, Adam and Shellhauser.
That's absolutely right. Yeah. Saud Adam right in the middle of that sandwich in the 600. So again, this is what we said every single round here. Those 600s can absolutely play with the big boys here.
Oh yes, look, we've always said from the glory years that this is a 600 circuit. This is where 600s perform. And we've had some fantastic experiences here with 600s, especially a couple of years ago, about 10 years ago, when we used to have the national superbikes. The 600s were very quick, very, very, very quick around this circuit.
Down into 2 you can see Matthew Doyce with Saud Adam and Wesley Hendricks. Also noticing that Wayne Gress in the 95, it was Wayne Gress who is continually having a terrible exit out that final corner. I think some real problems for that number 95 bike today.
Yeah, I don't know, it could be set up. You know, he's not getting the bike to squat out of the corner, whatever the case may be now, as some of the lead bikes go through Sorrel Sweep, down the back straight down towards Cape Town corner. Some visuals there for the viewers at home as they work their way down the back straight. There's Govinder, then Doyser, Adam Hendricks, up behind Hendricks is Shellhauser as they work their way down towards Cape Town corner. Gaggle of bikes there, and the guys are really pinning the ears back now as they go down towards Cape Town corner. You grab a handful of brakes there and drop down 2 or 3 gears, and then you go into that cambered corner, as you mentioned, Dave. When you come out, the road counters on you, and you've got to make sure you crack on the gas early enough, otherwise you're going to be all over the show.
You absolutely are, and this is exactly what we're saying here. But also don't count out the likes of Henny Shellhals or William Morris, because they're just a couple of seconds, a couple of tenths behind the big battles here. But get this, Malcolm Govinder, his fastest lap was a 1:19.5 last lap round. That was 1.1 seconds faster than anyone in qualifying.
Well, he's obviously finding his feet. Malcolm Govinder is on a liter machine, so he's having a lot of fun out there. Doyser sits up in second place. Then we've got Wesley Hendricks and Saud Adam, who I think are probably on 600s. Yes, they are. They're both on the 600s. They're sitting third and fourth respectively. And behind them still a lot of thousands. So they are not doing too bad. They're probably having a lot of fun out there.
Oh, absolutely, and that's the main aim of this championship, of course, the Pirelli Clubman's Classics breakfast runs. It's a little bit less intense than some of the other championships. It's a kind of a catch-all for a lot of the riders here, and it's a great way. Like the Clubman's for the car racing, Clubman's always the heart and soul of club racing here. This is where you earn your stripes, essentially.
Oh yes, for sure. We watch that three-way tie still. They're still pretty much in contention with each other. There's Govinder that's just gone through, but here comes Doyser, Hendricks and Adam, and it looks like Shellhauser's joining that party as well now. So Shellhauser in there as well, and he's looking a bit later. The brakes going into one. Oh, gets it a little bit hot, runs a little bit deep, and has to recollect himself. So he's got to be careful that he doesn't over-exacerbate things and find himself running off. He's got the pace, he just needs to control it.
Yeah, he absolutely does. And the thing is, it's very, very difficult for a racer, whether you're in a car or a bike. If you see somebody in front of you, your brake's just a little bit softer. You know, you want to try and make that move wherever you can possibly go. It's just in their DNA, it's in their instinct. But we're now starting to see things fan out as they usually do here in the Pirelli Clubman's Classics and Breakfast Run. With just 3 laps left to go in the race, it is Malcolm Govinder in the lead from Matthew Doyce by 4.3 seconds. So they are obviously in the Club 1000s. Then you've got the Club 600s, and that is going to be Wesley Hendricks leading there from Saud Adam. And then you've got Henny Schilhaas in 5th position, but leading the Breakfast Run. And the only classic bike that we've got out there is the number 81 of John Kosterman.
We've got Malcolm Govinder coming through there now. And there he goes under the ridge. He'll work his way now into turn number 1. There's Malcolm coming in there now as a slow mark ahead of him. And then we've got the likes of Doyze, Hendricks, Adam Schalhauser coming through there, Morris up there behind them as they work their way out in turn number 1. Right, let's have a look. Your lead bike in Castrol. And the rest of them following suit. Now, looking on camera, you get a perspective of the rise. When you look here, it looks pretty flat, like you say. But this whole track lies at a tilt from south to north. It sort of dives towards the north. So you're going downhill and then you're going uphill. So it looks flat, but it's not flat.
Yeah, as we just see a race leader going through there, Malcolm Govinder. That is Matthew Doyce in 2nd position, and number 20, Wesley Hendricks in 3rd position. Saud Adam followed by Henny Schilhaas and William Morris. Now that is a nice little tasty battle kicking off with 2 laps to go. 4th, 5th and 6th, probably within about 1.5 seconds of each other. And have a look at Schilhaas. He wants to have this going into Cape Town Corner. This might be a slingshot here.
Well, as they go down, they're hard on the brakes, looking up, right there. And look at Morris closing up. Morris going right up onto them there now. So, yeah, it's unfolding as they go through. And then now Augustine Ntwari up there behind them. He comes out of Cape Town Corner, working his way through.
Side by side though, we've almost got 3 wide going down into turn 1 between 4th, 5th and 6th position here.
Well, I tell you what, it's Adam, and Morris has moved up. So Morris has moved up. He's now ahead of Henny Schilhauser. So William Morris having a bit of fun, but have a look at them coming back up on the inside. I'm telling you, Schilhauser slipping up on the inside of Morris, but I promise you, they must have rubbed shoulders when they went through there. It was absolutely
100% on that one. That was like when you go to a supermarket and you just gently nudge somebody out of the way. That was absolutely firm, deliberate move there.
We had a term in motorcycles, you put your elbows out, you know, your knee out or something. But yeah, he was close enough. He could have probably just tapped the kill switch and left Morris standing.
Well, here we go out of Sorel Sweep then. We've got the final corner for our race leader, Malcolm Govinder, who has led every single lap of this race from Matthew Doyce. Another fastest lap, 1:19.458. And here we go then, Francois, take us home.
Right, Malcolm Govinder bringing it home now. He'll be pretty happy with his outing. A great outing from him there. Have a look there. Malcolm Govinder setting up his best time as well. Matthew Doyce coming through, followed by Wesley Hendricks. And then we have this 3-way tussle. It's Saud Adam, Henny Schilhauser and William Morris that bring it up into P6 with P7 Augustine Ntwari coming through. Great ride from Augustine. He was sort of lower down the pack and worked his way back up. And then a couple of the other latecomers coming through.
Wow, what a race there. So that was your Pirelli Clubman Classic and Breakfast Run, the first race of the day for them. Fastest lap on that last lap round, Malcolm Govinder, 1:19.015. And right at the last, there was absolutely nothing between Willie Lowe and John Kusterman. 0.035 seconds there on what was that, 8-lap race? Absolutely sensational finish. That's for 10th and 11th position, so don't ever tell me that it doesn't matter.
Well, having a look at Malcolm Govinder's times, it looked like he might have broken out. He might be on his way to SPK.
Yeah, certainly with that time. That was blistering pace from that number 6 there of Govinder. Just a sensational run in that BMW S1000 RR. And Michael Becker coming across the line. Got to say a very well done to Michael Becker. One of the more unusual bikes out there, that KTM, the SMR 990, out there having a bit of fun. But it shows everybody's welcome here at Killarney. Get on your bike, get the leathers on, get the helmet on, and get out there racing. So up next then is going to be, I believe, is going to be our Thermal Fire's Clubman Saloons. So they'll be up very, very shortly indeed. But again, taking you through the classes for Club 1000, it's Malcolm Govinder from Matthew Doyce, and then you've got Morris in 3rd position, Ntwari in 4th position, and Wayne Gressa in 5th position for Club 1000. For Club 600, you've then got Wesley Hendricks in 1st position, Saud Adam in 2nd. You've then got Gerhard Joubert and Willem Lowe in 4th for Club 600. The only classic bike we've got out there was John Kosterman in the 81, and then for breakfast run it was Henny Shellhaz taking the win for that one, Retief in 2nd, and then Becker in 3rd place for the class. So as we said, we've got the Thermal Fire Clubman Saloons up next, and we'll be right back in just a couple of moments.
All right, here we go. Thermofires, Clubman's, Regional Saloons.
Yeah,
Race
and
number
it
1.
looks like it's going to be a pretty large field, a better part of at least 30 cars that's going to be out there. Jay Saget, 31, Chris First, bringing up the tail end of the field. He's going to be a pit lane starter. Jay Saget with a new configuration, let's leave it at that, a new configuration. Not been able to get the car done in time, desperately tried, but unfortunately having to do a lot of work on a lot of other motor vehicles before he can get to his own one, and not making it out there. But nice to see there's a good couple of our regulars that are right up front, none other than the man from Thermofires himself, Stephen Gous.
Yeah, Stephen Gous in with that fight as well. Now, there is Mr. Justice. He had a clutch pack up on him this morning in qualifying. I got the voice note from Emil Brandt of Tiny Spit Box, and he was saying hopefully they get that car sorted out. Well, they did, because you saw the car roll around on the track. Roll around means moving around on the track, so he is out there.
As opposed to roll over.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's roll around.
And
over.
then Trappies had a problem as well yesterday, but they got that sorted out. Just there goes Shane Justice down the back straight. Let me just get here what Emil said to me. Trappies had a CV break on him in practice yesterday, but they got that CV sorted out. And he's got a seriously different color scheme on that 44 Polo hatch of his. It is, it's a very loud color scheme, if I can call it that. It's been wrapped, or certain parts of it's been wrapped with photos of lots and lots of little racing cars. And then amongst other things, which I'm not going to get into, as the Clubman's cars make their way past us once again into Block Point Corner. Just squeezing out the window as you see them on the screen come through. Sandra Becker busy coming past us as well.
Well, they're getting them all together and getting them all lined up, and it's going to be a rolling start, so some big gaps. See, Paul Minnick is going to climb on the gas and just bring that second bunch a whole lot closer. And I'm sure that time is our pace car will get the information from the different corner marshals, and they will make sure that they get everybody together. You'll probably find by the time we get to the entrance of turn 4, you'll probably find we'll have most everything together, because right now we've still got cars coming down the front main, and they've got to catch up quite a bit. I think my classification of getting them all together before the entrance of turn 4 is a bit of a brave one, but looks like they've slowed the pace car right down for that front row of the grid, which is going to be a pretty interesting front row if you see as they work their way around, because a very brand new car driver combination, not a new driver, but definitely a new car on the front row of the grid. In Zach Groenewald alongside him, just as competitive, Dexter Bruce with Stephen Goos and Mario Roux, two of the older hands out there. Shane Justice, the second of the Class B cars, and he finds himself alongside also a very, very deft competitor in that Polo, and we know how quick that Polo can be. It's there was times that Polo was the fastest on the class in the class out there on circuit, and that Polo, I do believe you're going to find is going to be Jaco Lambert in the third of the Class A cars. I'm pretty sure he's going to go closer towards the front, Frankie.
Well, as they make their way down the back straight towards Cape Town Corner, it's going to be Dexter Bruce and Zach Groenewald. They're going to lock up that front row.
Who's going to back out?
And not one of those two will back out for anybody, never mind each other.
And if one of them has to back out, he's not going to.
It won't be Zach, that I can promise you.
It won't be Dex.
Well, I can guarantee, Dex maybe, although I doubt it though, but I can guarantee you Zach Groenewald will back out for nothing. That, I mean, we know Zach from dirt and tar, oval track racing and main circuit racing. He ain't going to back out for no one. But he's in pole position, that I can promise you. Then there is Stephen, Jaco Lambert coming through. There is Shane Justice, Paul Munich. Wow, Mario Roux is in that fight. Here we go. It's going to be 8 laps of awesome Thermofires Clubmans. The lights are on, and away we go. As the lights go off, you can hear them drop the hammers for 8 laps. As they go running down towards turn number 1. Who's going to get the whole shot there into turn 1? Oh, there's a big one. Goos gets, no, it's up on its side and back on its wheels again. Stephen Goos, he took out somebody else going there with him in that cloud of dust. We'll get now. But Groenewald, Dexter Bruce, they made it through. And here comes Justice. He's just behind Jaco Lambert. Oh, it's Mario Roux. That was the other one. Thanks there to Geordie on the binoculars. So Stephen Goos, Mario Roux out, lap 1, turn 1.
Well, as we expect, Zach Groenewald gets the hammer down kind of quickly, but Dex won't get dropped. Remember I said Lambert, the third of the Class A cars that started in 6th position, already up to 3rd, ahead of Justice as he works his way through. Looks like Paul Minnick's the next one that's coming through behind that.
Right, we've got a full course yellow on our screens, which means that the safety car is going to be deployed. Yeah, the yellow flag's waving down into Cape Town Corner, but on our screen it says yellow, so this the full caution yellow has been called for, so they will need to slow it all down.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this one's going to play itself out. Everybody's going to have to slow right down. And yeah, that's what we were looking for. Oh, so Stephen, before the race meeting started, said, hope I don't have a cracked manifold again, because last meeting the manifold cracked, and lap for lap the power just became less and less. Well, it's not a cracked manifold, it was just too hard down in towards turn number 1, locked up the brakes, and well, just kept on going straight, couldn't rotate that car quick enough. And that is where he now finds himself. Well, he gets it going again. Let's hope that that is all good for Stephen Goos in the Thermofires car, as he's got it going. It'll be a lot of sand that's piled in everywhere in that motor car. Let's hope that he can. Maybe he recovers the back end of the pack.
Well, I'll tell you this, we are under full caution yellow, full course yellow behind the Apex Bets Maserati that's making its way towards Damsdip. Now, these laps will obviously count because we are under safety car. No red flag, the race has not been stopped. The race continues under the safety car, under crawling pace, so to speak, as they're still battling there to get the Mario Roo car, the 20 car of Mario Roo, out of the kitty litter. At the bottom of the, folks watching at home, the bottom of the screen, you watch the Clubman's cars roll through, with people sitting there on the grandstand between Damps and Sarl. Slow pace, you'll see all the Clubman's regional saloon cars, sponsored by Thermofires, work their way around. So these laps will count. Here's a replay of the incident. Goos coming in too hot there, Gaz, locking up already. He realized he's in trouble and bang, into that front left fender and left front wheel of the Polo of Mario Roo, and then almost turns the Jetta 3 upside down.
That's about as close as you go. Well, that's advertising. You write Thermofires the right way on the roof, and then you turn it up 45 degrees on its side. But yeah, that was just a lockup. It was only the fronts that locked up, not the back. And there's quite a heavy knock on the right-hand front wheel, so I don't know if Stephen's right front suspension is going to be okay. Let's hope for his sake that it is all right, and he will be able to continue with that one.
Now, you've got to feel for poor Mario Roo. He knew that he went in a little bit too loud into that corner, so he was caught way on the outside, but he probably thought to himself, okay, no problem. I'm going to lose a couple of positions, just keep it where it is, because I cannot move twice in a, well, I can't move in a corner at all for that matter, and then try and make it up on the Joubert straight going into Castrol. That was obviously probably more or less his thoughts. All of a sudden, you got whacked into here on the front left-hand side, on the front left wheel and fender by the Jetta 3 of Stephen Goos.
Is that Stephen right at the back of the pack that's coming through there? The black one right at the back, that could be Stephen. We'll see if we can pick him up now. If that is, you might find that he's going to recover the back end of the pack and not work his way through.
I'm just looking out the commentary box window, and it is indeed Stephen Goos. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. He actually doesn't seem to have too much damage, if any, on that car. Lucky for him, because he was up on two wheels. So I just had a look out the window, and Gaza, if we can go back to one, Mr. Mario Roo was saying, it turns. I'm going to rejoin. And Mario Roo is back in it again.
Oh, he'll probably also pick up the tail end of the field. We'll see if we can get him coming through there.
There, those last two cars, that's Stephen Goos, and just behind him is Mario Roo.
Well, Mario Roo, that did a whole bunch of GTI Challenge back in the day, and now migrated to the Clubman side of the world, but always up near the front end.
Well, we're going to have to watch the progress of these two. They obviously don't know what those cars are going to do under full tilt, seeing that they did get hammered into by each other. So at this pace, it's fine. When they go flat box, that's when they'll realize, does it handle, does it turn, or does it not?
Well, Zach Groenewald got the best of Dexter Bruce on the first start. Well, let's see what happens second time around. Anything is possible with Dex in the house. And remember, Dex has been doing a lot of traction driving experience for all up at the new Mzansi Speedway, and that with Faisal Jacobs. So he's had a lot of time recently behind the steering wheel, having a whole bunch of fun and doing what he loves best behind the steering wheel as they work their way down towards Cape Town Corner, turn 5. This will be yet another rolling start. It looks like Stephen is coming off the back end of the pack, pretty much as expected. As we see now the Just Clothing Mark 1 Golf of the Mayor of Boeresig, Shane Justice. There's no other way to explain.
Yeah, but we've always called him the Mayor of Boeresig. We've got a car pulling into pit lane, and it just pulled in ahead of the Apex Pets Maserati. So here we go. Now, there are two different. No, it's still going to be Zak and Dex in the front row of the grid.
Same front row.
Oh, it's a big. Is that a?
Well, that's Lambert that climbed on the left-hand side.
My question is, was that a jump start or was his reflexes just quicker than the other two?
Well, that is the interesting part of it. Either way, Lambert has gone to the front. Everybody else has made their way through. Whoa, sideways, going in towards turn number 1. And that silver Golf that we spoke about
That's
earlier on.
Roberts and Kannemeyer.
Yeah, Roberts and Kannemeyer that have that little incident. And Zak Groenewald dives it up on the inside. And here's another one for you.
Dylan Jabir in trouble.
Facing in the wrong direction. He'll have to find himself a little bit of reverse gear.
Your reigning, defending champion for 2025 gets it all wrong, and now he finds himself stone last as he makes his way towards the kink.
I'll join in there with Stephen and see how far you can get from there. So our front runners, as they work their way through the Sauerl sweep, Lambert, that got that initial jump, has now dropped down to second place. Zak Groenewald's got the right kind of pace. They've got the yellow flags waving, going down into 5.
Yeah, we've got safety car being deployed once again, Gaza. Once again, the safety car comes out. We're under full course yellow, and the safety car is working its way towards turn 1. These guys are going to have to slow it all down.
Shane Justice wanted to go.
Yeah, you got to slow it down, guys and girls. We are once again under full course yellow with a safety car deployed again.
Wow. Not sure what that second safety car incident was for.
That's because
still for the car that's standing in the kitty litter.
Situation between Adrian Roberts and Peter Kannemeyer, that's why.
Wow, that little piece of sand has had quite a bit of action this morning.
And to be honest with you, clearly the Stephen Goos car does not handle properly. I just saw him peel off to the right and into the original pit area.
Now you'll probably find, remember he had that knock on the right-hand front wheel. Yeah, he's on his way back into the pit lane now, so unfortunately that initial knock, probably find he's got a bent right-hand side lower control arm and got a touch of toe out, so that car at high speed definitely not going to be safe to use as a missile around the circuit.
Yeah, so that's what I said earlier on. We'll have a look and see. Under slow pace it'll work, but under full tilt it might not, and it doesn't. Wayne Rosser is another man that's pulling into the pit lane with that Golf 2 of his. So we've got quite a few retirements, and there's 4 laps to go, Gary, and I don't think they've done 2 laps under full tilt and in anger.
Well, we predicted this morning with turn 1, lap number 1, race number 1, GTI Challenge Chaos. We thought, wow, this is the Chaos class for the day, but not going to be. Well, now I take it it's going to be a restart in the positions that they were at the point that the yellow came out, which makes it Jaco Lambert alongside probably Zak Groenewald. If you see the way they are there, we got Shane Justice. That would probably be second row on the outside. And that would be alongside Dexter Bruce. Nice to see that Paul Minnick's right up there. Class C, and Sandra Becker has worked her way up into the top 8 as well.
Yeah, so Dex and Zak will say, okay, let's take 3 on this one.
You think Zak can do it 3 times in a row?
I think so.
You think Dex is going to allow that the third time? I don't think so.
I don't know, but Zach is just a different breed of person, that's for sure. He's a but Dex, he ain't going to give away. The last car coming through there, that's Craig Agliotti in the 88 Polo. As the Apex Bets safety car, the Maserati, leads them around.
Remember, Frankie, this time it's Lambert that's going to be alongside going down in towards turn number 1.
Look who Dex has got with him. He's got Shane Justice there. Here comes Dex. And there's Shane just on his inside. Then it's Paul Munich. Thijs Volskenk in the Audi is in that fight as well. Sandra Becker, wow. Oh, that's Andre Johnson, sorry.
Just think how many years we didn't see Andre Johnson out on circuit. So let's see how this one's going to play itself out. Front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive down towards turn number 1. The pace car is still out there. He's got his hand out the window saying, guys, keep it nice and calm. Just relax. Calm down to a mild panic. Shane Justice having redone a clutch just this morning at the Auto Pro workshop. Looks like they've got the stranded vehicle sorted out. As we go for the third restart of Thermofires Clubman Saloons. Race number 1. Event number 3 for 2026. As they work their way around behind the pace car. Everybody lining up nice and neatly. Gemma O'Lean started way down the pack. She's worked her way up to 22nd already. So she's starting to get herself on the move there as well. Been lots and lots of action in the Lime Property Management City of Cape Town backed round number 3 right here at Killarney International Raceway. Look at all the cars standing up there on the grass embankment. The Gazoo embankment from 2017 that was built for the World Rallycross, the first time they came to Sub-Saharan Africa. We've had 4 of the 5 rounds. They're not coming back to Africa again, but with the electric side coming into it, it's lost a lot of interest worldwide.
Just a rectification, Gaza. Sorry, I actually said Thijs Volskenk in the Audi. It's actually Andre Johnson in the Audi S4. He's driving that car today. Thijs is not in Cape Town. So I just checked the car and immediately associated Thijs with the car, but he's not in that motor car. He's Andre Johnson that is in that car. The man of executive decisions. He will be behind the wheel of that Audi that's working its way out of Cape Town corner.
So, a rear-wheel drive BMW, a front-wheel drive Polo. A rear-wheel drive BMW behind that with a front-wheel drive Golf. 2 young guns on the right-hand side, 2 slightly elder, I suppose elder, 30 plus, although Zach's got a bit of grey. Well, Zach Groenewald pull it off against Lambert once again as they work their way down towards turn number 1. Lambert's not backing out whatsoever. Lambert's done a pretty good job. Shane Justice closes off that inside line as well.
Yeah, and then it's Paul Munich coming through. Andre Johnson is in that fight as well. So is Trappist van Tonder and Dylan Hubert as they make their way out of a Blockpoint corner. Onto the Jabez straight they go. They side by side. It is Lambert that sits on the outside there of Groenewald. Groenewald holds, but watch out on the inside of him. Here comes Justice. Then we have got Dexter Bruce, and he's been challenged there by the Golf of Paul Munich as they work their way through the King. There they come into view into Damstep.
Yeah, Munich holding on to that top 5, but I think Zach Groenewald's pure power is probably going to project him away when they work their way down the back straight. But a good job, a good effort there by Lambert as we see Dexter Bruce going one-on-one with Shane Justice, and it's Bruce that wins out against Justice with Munich behind that, and then behind that is the Class C cars of Johnson, Becker, Hendricks, Van Tonder and Jacobs.
Right, that's the whole lot of them working their way down the Killarney Straight as the leaders work their way through Cape Town corner. And Andre Johnson right on the case of Munich is on the case there of Justice as they make their way through. Dylan Joubert in that fight as they race down towards us. Heading down towards us, then behind Dylan Joubert, we have got car 8 that's coming through. That is that Audi driven there by Andre Johnson. Sandra Becker is in there just behind Andre Johnson as well. As there's Bernard Lehman coming through there with the Opel Corsa. David Vermaak is in that fight as well. And then it's a recovering Dylan Joubert that is trying to work his way through. Remember, he had trouble out there in turn 2. So therefore, wherever he was, that's where he had to stay. And now he's launching a fight back. There is Dylan Joubert.
Well, it looks like we're going to see this Zak Groenewald car slowly but surely edge away from Lambert. Oh! Look at that, Dexter Bruce getting the tail hanging out just a bit. Shane Justice from Munich, then Johnson, Becker and Van Tonder. So the lady racer is doing a brilliant job. She's second in class and 7th overall on circuit.
Yeah, then we've got Jacobs in there, he's in car 10. And then of course we have got in P10 car 144 and then Lehman as well, that's Bernard Lehman, but the leaders are busy working their way out of Cape Town corner. Here they come towards us on the home straight. On the home straight, it is Zak Groenewald sitting out there in P1. He's got Jaco Lambert in that second position. There is Bernard Lehman coming through. As we go back to the leaders, Zak Groenewald, Jaco Lambert coming through, Dexter Bruce in that third position. Shane Justice is in there as well. There's Paul Munich. Then it is Johnson coming through. Behind Johnson, it is Sandra Becker. Then it is Jacobs that's coming through. Joseph Hendricks is the next man. Trappist Van Tonder. And look is right behind Van Tonder. It is the likes of Joubert and David Vermaak. But the checkered flag came again. It was only a 2-lap dash for cash at the end of the day because of all the safety cars that we had out there. So it was Jaco Lambert that won this one. Sorry, Groenewald came first. Lambert came second. Dex crossed the line in third. Justice Munich, Johnson, Becker, Faisal Jacobs coming through there. Sorry, Joseph Hendricks just there behind him. And then Paul Lehman, who came first there in Class D. Well, it wasn't really much of a race because at the end of the day, they only did 2 laps. Everything else was basically all under safety car. And I don't think the Clubman's guys would love that, but yeah, it is the way it is. The laps count under safety car.
Biggest loser out of that one was not only in laps but in points. The man from Thermofires, Stephen Gous, getting in just 2 gear changes, 1 brake pedal attempt, a circulation for 1 lap thereafter under the yellow, and then go and park it and get the sand out.
Yeah, hope for Clubman's that the second race a bit later on today would be a full 8-lapper with no intervention of a safety car. So Lambert and Bruce came first and second in Class A. Justice and Munich came first and second in Class B. Johnson and Becker came first in Class C. Then Class E was Eva de Toy and David Fourie. They would have come first and second there. And D would have been won by Bernard Lehman from David Vermaak from Anton Jacobs. That's how it would have been first, second and third in D. F would have been Adam Omar ahead of Craig Agliati. Of course, Zak won Class X, but yeah, X is just your bust-out class, or your breakout class, I should say.
Yeah, if he starts and completes race number 2, then he will be classified. There you can see that one of the incidents that we had there. Luckily, not too much damage to anybody with that one. But yeah, if you complete the second race on the same day and you have got classifying times, that will then take you out of Class X, and Zak Groenewald will then probably just bounce straight into Class A. There you can see the Stephen Gous incident. That how's that? Perfect advertising.
The one that was the Gous Roo incident, and the one you saw earlier on just before that, that was the one with Adrian Roberts and Peter Kannemeyer. That is it on your screen there, Roberts versus Kanemayer. So that's it for me for a while as we move on.
Guys, look at me. I'm in the food truck. I'm with Carmila's food truck here, and I can speak from experience. I've been coming to Killarney for more than a year now, for every Power Series, and I eat here every single time. Her food is absolutely incredible. Service with a smile, always, always. Look at this. She's like the mom of food here at Killarney. So I just wanted to give an absolute shout out because our vendors over here are absolutely incredible. But this lady's food, I have not tasted a mutton roti like I have here. Steak roll melts in your mouth. So if you're at Killarney or you plan on coming here next time, you need to come and find this food truck that you are seeing right here, Carmila's. And I will also ask them to zoom in on her logo over there, so the snap scan, so you can check out wherever she is on all of the days out. But absolutely amazing food. Thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you so much.
Good.
Right, folks, welcome back for the Peugeot Trustees Formula Libre race number 1. As the cars take to the circuit.
Well, Francois, the Premier Open Wheel class out on the circuit with us this morning. Well, midday. We've just briskly passed 12 o'clock on this reasonably sunny Saturday now afternoon. Still a bit of a breeze outside, so cooler temperatures. Sun's out, so it's a little bit warm. Track conditions are a lot better than this morning. It was a little bit damp and green. But Formula Libres, sponsored by Peugeot Trustees, out for their race number 1.
Yeah, in Class S, we've got DJ Boyson and Jason Gutsia. Class C, we've got Damien White. He's in the array. And then in Class V, we've got a whole gaggle of drivers out there. Richard Carr, Graham Knight, Kelly Fletcher's out there, Cyril Somerville, Courtney Steenveld, Joshua Smith, Donovan Ramsey, Ricky Anderson, and Nick van der Westhuizen.
You have a grid of cars out for their first race of the day. Young Joshua Smith putting it on pole in Class V and 4th overall, ahead of Richard Carr and Kelly Fletcher, and then Courtney Steenveld rounding out the first 2 rows. Ricky Anderson in that 5th spot in class, Nick van der Westhuizen in 6th, Cyril Somerville, Donovan Ramsey and Graham Knight on the 15, supposedly at the end of the grid. And then you've got the 2 Class S's, Boyson and Kutsia. Kutsia, who put a mighty fine show on with Cohen Bam last time out. That was incredible. I was screaming my head off.
But we're missing a couple of them. The likes of Cohen Bam and company.
And Storm Lanfield. Sorry, Storm Lanfield I was thinking of. Yeah, we've got a few more cars that we can get on the grid, even in the V's for sure. I know there's a couple of GTIs as well. Reg Anderson, for example, waiting to bring his GTI Ray back to the grid. But we've got Damien White in Class C, the Draken racing car. He'll get that car done and dusted. Also got the pink ribbon for Cancer. He runs out of Lambert Racing's garage, does the 29. Joshua Smith in 4th spot ahead of Richard Carr in that number 8. Kelly Fletcher in a brand new livery. Before it was green and pink, and the Dolphin Engineering number 22. Now, finally starting the season after a bunch of work done to that car with Byron Mitchell and Gordon Mitchell, getting that car done in the Dolphin Engineering stable. But here we go for race number 1 of the Formula Libre, sponsored by Peugeot Trustees.
Right, we're under starter's orders. Going to just wait for the pedals to go up. The 5-second board goes. Let's wait for the lights. Here go the lights. They're on, they're off, and away they go. They drop the hammer down. Look for Jason Coetzee. He'll probably get the whole shot down into block coin corner. And Coetzee's away there with DJ Boyson. The two of them are probably going to romp away because they are very, very quick cars. Jason Coetzee is in one of the premier open wheelers now, the MSA 4. So that car's pretty quick. DJ is going to try and sit up there with him. And Damian White leading out the rest of the field there. Josh Smith seems to have lost out on a place there. Would that be Richard Carr that's got through on him? So Josh has got a bit of work to do because he'll want to take his class and obviously put as much points as he can on the board for the championship there, Jordan.
Absolutely, and that is exactly what he wants to do and what's necessary to be up there in the title championship by the end of the year. There we see Damian White currently leading out Class C at ahead of all the Formula Vs. A nice big row of them that come through. Sarl sweep now and down through, or down onto the back straight as they head and try and get up to their max speed. These little Formula Vs, 1400 Golf motors with the Beetle gearboxes, do in ordinance of 200 k's an hour down the back straight.
Yeah, look, they're pretty nimble. And obviously cornering is the issue. Oh, Kelly Fletcher running wide.
Running him wide.
Yeah.
That's Courtney Steenveld that goes off
yes.
into the dirt, running out of that Richard Carr Racing garage. He will very briskly join back on the circuit, but at the tail end of the field.
Yeah, as the two Superclass cars have gone, they're down the road already, but we have a look there as the rest of the field dive in. And, well, Joshy Smith's got his hands full there. He's trying to sort himself out. I don't pick him up on the timing screen for some reason.
Yeah, he should be between Richard Carr and Kelly Fletcher.
Yeah.
As we just watch them go into turn number 2. Here's your leaders. That's Jason Coetzee in that Mint Rapworks number 77. Last year's, or 2025, Toyota GR Cup champion.
Yep.
So he's back out in the single-seaters. He also raced Formula 1600 before it became MSA 4.
Yeah.
So he's back out racing for a title this season with DJ Boyson just behind in the Dyko Burner family car. So I know he had an issue last round. I don't think he managed to get through both races in round number 2, but he's back out once again to try and get some points in the bag.
I think Jason's just doing this for formal practice now. As the rest of the field now dive down into Cape Town corner. Oh, have a look at that. Has Smitty worked his way through? I get the idea he has. He's got the upper hand on Carr, which is nice. That's where he wants to be. Just took him a while to get there. He had to work his way there. There we see Damon White, and here we go. Have a look at this side-by-side stuff now as they work their way down towards block 1 corner, turn number 1. And, has Carr got a little bit of the upper hand on the long leg side of it as they go down to block 1. So he's obviously pushing a little bit, but Josh is catching him in the twiddly bits now as they work their way up in towards Castro corner. For the viewers at home, you see on screen there, Joshua up into behind Carr. And, well, Josh has got his hands full. He's going to have to work this one out and strategize nicely. They've still got 6 laps to go. And he'll have to stick with Richard Carr and maybe pull a rabbit out that later on during the race.
Absolutely. There's some time for that and a second race later on today that moves can be made. But we'll look to those two, Richard Carr and Josh Smith. Both fierce contenders and a good rivalry between these two even throughout last season. And before Josh had his big accident as well. Now they're back to it once again, both in newly built cars and running very, very quick at the front of the field.
Oh, Joshy now stepping out. He steps out, he looks up on the inside. He's going to try and outbrake Carr down into Cape Town corner. And that is a bold move coming out of Joshy. Now he's got to hold him. He's got him on the outside. So he has the upper hand on the exit of Cape Town corner. But now when they come down, he's going to have to go defensive because Carr's got the drag on him. This is where the thing is. Richard Carr has got the drag on him. And Carr around the outside, but now look at Joshy. Goes defensive, runs middle of the road and tries to keep him at bay now as they work their way down into block coin corner. And he keeps him wide. That is very good driving coming out of Joshua Smith.
Yep, not the place you want to be around the outside of turn number 1 unless you've got some serious speed to carry on through. But Richard Carr lost out ever so slightly. You've got Kelly Fletcher just behind in the wings of those two in front. And speaking of wings, just behind in the Super V with the front and rear spoiler is Nick van der Vesthuizen in an NW Logistics car. Bright pink, you can't miss him. That car's all the way down from Joburg. as he campaigns it this round. Then behind them we've got Ricky Anderson, Cyril Somerville, Courtney Steenfeldt, Donovan Ramsey and Graham Knight in that 12th spot at the tail end of the field.
Yeah, there's some lovely stuff happening in the front there. Jason Goodsir with the best time there of a 1:13. Ooh, that is really, really super quick time. Just showing his prowess as he works his way around the circuit. But have a look at the Smith and Carr little outing there at the moment, side by side as they work their way towards Cape Town corner. This time Richard Carr's got the inside line, so he has the upper hand. And, well, it's up to Joshua to try and work his way through. He's going to have to strategize properly in order to work his way through. They're going to cross the line, and they've got 4 laps left. So, lots to work out there at the moment.
I mean, look at this train of 4 coming on through past the start-finish line and down into turn number 1, Blockcoin corner once again for Carr, Smith, Fletcher and Van der Westhuizen, all running nose to tail. And just behind them, there's a bit of competition as well, as they get mighty close. As we jump back to the lead again, there we see that's second place by 5 seconds is DJ Boyson in the number 20 car. As we look to the leader coming down into turn number 1, Blockcoin corner, there is Jason Goodsir currently starting that 3rd final lap with 3 to go.
Number 77, Mandraps, MSA 4 car that he brings around, takes it up there towards Castro corner. But best time, a 1:13.343, and I can tell you something, and Jason is just out there having fun. He's not in full race mode, although he is racing, he's not hanging about, he never does. But I can assure you that if he was in full race mode, that time might even be a little bit lower. He's got the power underfoot now as that gaggle of 4 now work their way down into Cape Town corner. Josh Smith looks like he's got the upper hand as they dive in their car around the outside. No, Carr gets the upper hand. Carr slips up on the inside and he's got Smith up behind him. Kelly Fletcher's there and Richard Van der Westhuizen as well. They work their way now out of Cape Town corner up towards the city of Cape Town Castro Bridge. And it's Slipstream City now as they work their way down towards Blockcoin corner. Who is going to step out? Josh Smith steps out. He looks up on the inside, late on the brakes, and Carr around the outside, but Carr hangs back a bit. Will Smith dive up on the inside and go across his bow? Yes, he does.
Yep, he did indeed, and he held that inside line beautifully after diving out, coming into the braking zone. Now he'll do it again, holding that inside line, just so Richard Carr doesn't have a chance to take that position back. But look at this, the all-white number 22 of Kelly Fletcher, that Dolphin Engineering car is right up the tail end of both the front-running 2 Formula Vs of Richard Carr and Joshua Smith, and she's just waiting for an opportunity to at least make one more position with a couple of laps left to go, as well as Nick Van der Westhuizen just behind them.
Well, we spoke of Slipstream City now. They're going down towards Cape Town corner at a nice 1.2 kilometers stretch down towards Cape Town corner as they get the gammers down. And side by side, Smitty up on the inside, Carr on the outside. Will Josh be late in the brakes and force Richard Carr on the outside as they work their way down into Cape Town corner? No, Carr's got the upper hand. Richard Carr's got the upper hand. And Kelly Fletcher is now starting to scrub the back there of Josh Smith. All over the back of him there like a cheap suit as they work their way out of Cape Town corner.
If here they come towards us, it will be 2 laps to go for them, as around the final corner will come the leader, or actually just in the background under the city of Cape Town Bridge comes your leader, Jason Goodsir. So Jason now on his final lap as DJ Boyson makes his way past some of the midfield as well. So this will be the final lap for all of the classes, with these front 4 Vs still getting an extra lap to go.
At the moment there we watch some of the cars come through, but they just out of picture. That is your second place man, that's DJ Boyson, and he's got a couple of slow markers up behind him. Your leaders, they've gone up towards Sarl Sweep already, and yeah, it's all happening.
Ricky, what a dive from Ricky Anderson to jump up the inside of Cyril Somerville. He's still got Courtney Steenfeldt right on his case. These 2, Steenfeldt and Anderson, are just a couple of pit garages apart there in the backside of the old pits. So they are almost trading paint, trading tire, rubber rather, going side by side as we look back to the lead once again, and making his way by is Jason Goodsir on the front-running Formula Vs as he comes around to complete his race.
Oh, look there on screen now. Joshua Smith around the outside of Richard Carr. Kelly Fletcher was in there. And Jason Goodsir is just going to breeze past them to spoil their party. as he comes through. And checkered flag, so Jason's going to bring it, but
Richard Carr nipping out by quite literally a nose to Joshua Smith. 55 hundredths of a second as DJ Boyson brings it home for P2 in Class S. 55 hundredths of a second between first and second. Kelly Fletcher, that third spot. Nick van der Veste is in fifth. Bring these two home, three home.
And have a look at that. There we go. It's Steenveld, Anderson, and Somerville that bring it home there. Donovan Ramsey brings his one home as well. But yeah, a little bit of an indifferent race. Obviously, you've got the two quickies out front. But I tell you something, that Richard Carr and Josh Smith is going to go straight down into heat number 2 as well. They're going to go and battle it out later.
They are going to go mighty fists out for race number 2, as we still have the Draken Racing car, that the number 29 of Damian White making his way around, the only Class C runner, but still on the lead lap, as he will come through to take third place overall in first in Class C.
Yeah, we forget that the others were lapped, so that's why they've got to stop their race. So he's his rightful third place. Good drive coming out of Damian White.
And I believe Ricky Anderson as well. I know they had some issues with the carbs. Himself, Ricky Anderson, and the Cape Town Cowboys team. So they had to swap carbs for their other car at the garage. And I think from their team, from the Cape Town Cowboys, a big thank you to RGS Garage. That's Ryan from RGS Garage, a side draft and carburetor specialist who came out and helped them late last night to get the old carb set up. It was still, that 96 car was still smoking quite a bit. Then this morning they brought a new set of carbs through, and the car is definitely running a lot better. But I believe that there's a little bit more tuning to do before hopefully race number 2. And there's a replay of that Kelly Fletcher and Courtney Steenveld incident. And it almost looks like they just happen to both be running wide, and Kelly Fletcher just moving up the circuit, maybe with some understeer. Just happens to be next to Courtney Steenveld, and Courtney just being in the wrong place at the wrong time and doing a little bit of farming in that Formula V. But as that race came to a close, we have the Lauda Classics that head out for their race number 1 in just a moment.
Says there on the map. David. Right, folks. Next up, Lauder Classics. And sitting up here on the front row, Boetie van Zyl, the man all the way from the West Coast, Vredendal, in that Ford Fairmont at 351 GT. And he's pretty happy with the state of his vehicle. He had a big moment last time out, and behind him, the man that he had the moment with, Trevor Momberg, in the Ford Capri. Franco Donadio is bringing up the mighty Chev to the front line. Ferry Maton's got his Mustang out there. We won't see Michael Hitchcock because apparently Michael Hitchcock has got some sort of valve problem on one of the headers. So they don't have any parts on hand at the moment. And he'd rather sit out. He's not in the championship anymore because he hasn't been attending 1 or 2 races. As we know, their factory had a massive fire last year and they've been rebuilding the factory, so they've been otherwise occupied. Eric van der Merwe there in the Lynx Porsche, he's out there. Brian Evans in the Cape iLaser Ford Escort Mark 1, beautifully turned out motor car. Bruce Van Taplin, he's rebuilt a motor. He's got a twin cam motor in there, rebuilt the whole motor. He says the last motor had one of those Adele moments, you know, from the other side.
And of course, that's the thing with the classic cars here, Francois, is the fact that you can't just go to the dealer and get a part off the shelf for them. 9 times out of 10, it's a custom fabricated part that is required by many of these machines. Also, just as a complete observer to this, and fairly new this year to the Loud Classic cars, what a resplendent grid we've got this year. It's been the same for many years, but especially this year. And again, the inner child in me just loves the fact that we've got 2 Herbies on the grid, the old school Volkswagen Beetles, but they look amazing, especially the front run one in that Golf livery.
Yeah, I know, that's Dave Rowley. That's 2.4 Beetle, believe it or not. And behind him is Zane Skonknecht, all the way down from the Eastern Cape. Brought these down. He had a bit of bad luck last time. His motor unfortunately went pop, but he seems to be sorted out and he's looking to have some fun. I spoke to him yesterday afternoon. Very animated, very excited. He wants to be part of this. He's here now, the car's great. Let's just hope he has some great racing today.
As someone that never used to watch classic cars racing as well, I had my preconceptions, I had my ideas about it. I thought it was all going to be very boring, very dull, and I could not have been more wrong. I mean, these drivers absolutely send these cars with it. You know, that's exactly what they've been built for. It's the same, for instance, back over in the UK with the likes of Goodwood and the members' meetings. It is just special to see these classic, old-school cars going round and being driven in anger in the way that they were meant to be.
Indeed, indeed.
So here we go then. It is indeed the Loud Classic Cars race 1 of the day. 8-lap race it's going to be. Jared Evans on pole position alongside Boetie van Zyl. Row 2 is going to be Franco Donadeo alongside Trevor Momberg. Ferdy Mouton alongside Eric Manderver on row number 3. And then, of course, in row number 4, you're going to have in 5th position as well.
Just to add to you there that Jared Evans is not out there, although he's on pole. So Boetie van Zyl will be proverbially on pole. And he's got Franco Donadeo there with the Can-Am Chev. And then Trevor Momberg up behind him, Ferdy Mouton, and Eric van der Merwe, Brian Evans, Bruce Van Taplin. So, yeah, Lane Hutchings is in there in the Sirocco. So there's a lot of contention. There's a lot of people in there to have it. But remember that most of these guys are all in the championship now. Yeah. This is a whole big point story here. So there's no one here that's just racing for fun. They're all racing for points.
6 different classes. We've got Class A, B, C, D, E and X. I think we've got around about 4 or just the 3 actual drivers in Class X just now. But as you said, Boetie van Zyl on that pole position, inheriting that pole position. But I think you have to look out for Franco Donadeo as well. You can never, ever look past Franco.
No, Franco is very quick. And he's very passionate about his motorsport. He always has been, multiple South African oval track champion. Come here. He's now also a champion of the main circuit. So he's done his dues here. But let's have a look now, see the pace car is going to be rolling off, coming out of Cape Town corner, and then they're going to come to the line. Boetie van Zyl for the first time ever from pole. He'll be trailing the lights, and I'm sure he's going to try and grab this one with both hands. That big 351 GT Ford Fairmont comes up towards us. That lovely orange color of it. On the inside there is Franco Donadio. Right, yeah, they come up under the bridge. They're going to cross the line. When they cross the line, the light should go off at any time given. And then Boetie is going to climb on the loud pedal. Comes up towards the line. Lights are off. And then off they go. Boetie on the loud pedal. On the inside is Franco Donadio. Trevor Momberg sits up there behind them. Boetie rails. That massive Ford Fairmont's like a block of flats going around there as he brings it up the Bear Straight up towards Castrol Corner.
Great point there, because of course, as fast as and powerful as these things are, they are heavy. And look at the speed, the straight line speed that Franco Donadio has got over Boetie van Zyl. We'll see that as well through the course of the race. But again, very, very orderly. I think some of the other classes could take a lesson from how to do the race start here.
There is a lot of power here to be contended with, and like you said, they respectfully hold back just to let you take your line, and thereafter the racing starts. Right, what the exciting part about this is those two big Thunderous V8s are going to now go down the back straight, and this is where you're going to see probably the Chef Can-Am light up there. Van Zyl's Fairmont also no slouch. Here we go. Oh, and they got the feet right down in the corner now as they work their way down towards Cape Town corner. And looking up on the inside, there's Franco Donadio, but Boetie van Zyl is hanging on the outside. Boetie gets on the brakes a bit late there and dives around the front there. I said he's going to relish the opportunity that he's in front, but have a look at that four-way tie. Trevor Momberg and then also Ferdy Mouton. Now, Momberg is the cat amongst the pigeons. He's the only one in the V6 3-litre. The rest are all in V8s as they come through here. Boetie van Zyl takes it down the orange. Eh? My man, and he's absolutely having fun there. And Trevor Momberg hanging in there in M&E Auto Capri works his way through. Then up behind them is Eric van der Merwe, then Bruce Van Taplin. Then it's going to be Brian Evans that works his way through now. But I reckon, yeah, have a look on the screen at the sharp end. It's all happening here, David.
Yeah, certainly is. Franco Donadio taking it every which way to Boetie van Zyl. Trevor Momberg, though, having to really defend from Ferdy Mouton, who is now starting to stretch a little bit away back, but further back in that fifth, sixth. You've got Eric van der Merwe as well here. He's in his own class. He's in Class A, of course, hoping to make his way up. But here we go back to the top four then. And again, Franco Donadio just wants to be in the mirrors of Boetie van Zyl right now. He's just trying to make himself a nuisance, trying to get in the head of that car in front.
Now you see Franco put the hammer down and blows past Boetie van Zyl. The power to weight ratio of the little Chevy Can-Am, I mean, that's where the plus is. I mean, you know, it's far lighter than the Fairmont. The Fairmont probably close to what, 2.5 ton. I mean, it's and imagine what the brakes are doing to stop that car. It's enormous. But nonetheless, Boetie doing a sterling job. Franco's now decided to plant the car. He's lost for patience. And I must admit, someone that's performing very well now in P4 is Ferdy Mouton, who's sitting right there on the back of Trevor Momberg.
Beautiful fight a little bit further down then as we watch the cars coming down into turn one. This is going to be the battle for 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th position. We were side by side for several corners there, and you can see I think that is also you can see Ridgway in the background there. Mark Ridgway dropping down a couple of positions in that number 93 car, but again one of the two Beetles also just making their way out of turn two as we out of turn one, as we're almost 3 wide going into turn two here.
Well, having a look there now, and on screen a couple of lead cars. There's Boetie lying second there with Trevor Momberg and Ferdy Mouton. Up behind him, Eric van der Merwe. Then we got Bruce Van Taplin, Brian Evans, Lane Hutchings, Wayne Lotte work their way through. And then it's Robert Rowe. Up behind him, it's Lotte Jr. Then it's Dave Riley in the Beetle, Dion Conradi, Mark Ridgway, Theo Claassen and Jaco Oosthuizen. All work their way down the back straight down towards Cape Town corner. And we're having a look at the sharp end there. Second place, Boetie van Zyl there with Trevor Momberg trying to close. Trevor's quite quick out of the corners. Get good exit speed there now. And Ferdy Mouton sitting with him there. There's your leader.
Yep, Franco Denerdale coming across the line. Buddy Van Zyl in second position, but he's coming under real pressure, as we saw there from the number 68 just behind of Ferdy Mouton in third, who's now gone down to fourth position, still fighting with Momberg. Eric van der Merwe in fifth position. Then you've got Bruce Savern Taplin in sixth, Brian Evans in seventh, Wayne Lauter in eighth position, Lyon Hutchings in ninth, and then in 10th position is going to be the number 11 car of Robert Rowe in the BMW 325i.
Yeah, Robert Rowe, the chairman of Classics, and we're going to check the leaders now, going up the coming out of Dams up the Tigerberg Straight, and well, Buddy Van Zyl still having a bit of a scrap there with Trevor Momberg, who's hanging on nicely with a Capri. Capri's always been sublimely quick, but right there with him, Ferdy Mouton, just sitting, lurking in the shadows. Nice to see. Here come the rest. There's Eric van der Merwe, there's Bruce Van Taplin, there's Brian Evans. They work their way now through the sorrel sweep, and work their way down the back straight. Well, Bruce Van Taplin will be nice and happy that Toyota visa is now running sweetly, but I mean, he is an ex-dealership Toyota mechanic, so he should know what he's doing.
Yeah, you'd like to think so, and yet stranger things have happened as we go side by side down into Cape Town Corner. This is for a little bit further down the order here. That is going to be one of the cars in the top 10 just to the inside. But again, how often do we see that? Late on the brakes and to the outside of that final corner here gives you a much better entry. Dip the car in and you can just send it.
Well, especially with a car of that magnitude. I mean, it's big. You can't take a tight corner with it because you're going to have the back stepping out, so you'd rather come in for the wide line. But I must... Oh, and Ferdy Mouton pushing on the back of Trevor Momberg there. He backs out a little bit. We know Ferdy likes to race, but he's also much of a gentleman, so... Buddy Van Zyl sitting there in P2. Franco Donadio is down the road. He's decided to light up the circuit and disappear down the road, so he's on his way. There on screen you got Wayne Lauter and Lane Hutchings having a bit of a scrap as they work their way down through Dams. There's Eric van der Merwe, there's Bruce Van Taplin, Brian Evans, Wayne Lauter, and Lane Hutchings. They work their way through Dams up Tigerberg Straight towards Sorrel Sweep.
As we head down to Cape Town Corner then, and this is the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th, 5th, 6th and 7th position. There is second place though. And this is what we were talking about, Buddy Van Zyl, I think really struggling with the weight of that car, because you can see Mouton and Momberg, they maybe got a little bit more nimble through the corners, but as soon as he gets into his rhythm, he can go. The side by side for 3rd and 4th position already.
Oh, Ferdy Mouton and Trevor Momberg are at it tooth and nail here as they're coming to turn number 1. Trevor up on the inside, Ferdy looking to give him the grind. It might be a bit of a dice towards the line in the latter stages of this race, with Eric van der Merwe there, followed there by Bruce Van Taplin going into block corner. And they're going to work their way through. So a couple of the others coming out. Right, so we watch the rest of the field coming towards block corner. Try and pick up, I think that's Robert Rowe. Robert Rowe, Lotto Jr. coming through there. There's Dave Riley. Oh, and Robbie Rowe loses it. Oh, lapse of concentration. There was nothing pressurizing him. That was all on his own.
Completely unassisted as well. You can see it looks like one of the bonnet pins is loose on the front left there. So we've got more action side by side. This is what we were saying here, Francois, the fact that it might be outside the top 10, but it still matters for these drivers.
Well, they're all in different classes, so, you know, they will be battling for line honours at the end of the day. As we watch going in there, there's the big Fairmont there of Buddy Van Zyl going in there, and still Trevor Momberg, and oh, here comes Ferdy Mouton. Now Ferdy gets on there, and Ferdy gets past Trevor. Is that a problem? Is there a problem for Trevor?
He's coming in.
Oh no! Trevor Momberg comes into pit lane. Oh.
That's absolutely
That's got to be a real disappointment for Trevor. He was looking so forward to today's racing.
Yeah, it looks like...
Hopefully it's nothing major that they can go and sort it out over the luncheon interval.
It looks like that's another car as well, potentially. I think that might be Derek Truscott in the Jetta, the Mark 1 Jetta, has dropped down the order. So I think they've come into pit lane as well.
He's dropped down the order, so he's probably out as well. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that it's happened. Have a look there on screen. Wayne Lauter and Lane Hutchings, they work their way up towards Castro Corner.
So somehow, Francois, 2 laps left to go in this Loud Classic Cars race. First race of the day for Loud Classic Cars. It's flown by.
Time always flies when you're having fun, David.
Exactly, exactly. And we've not had, touch wood, any safety cars in this race. So I did touch the desk. I'm just saying that for all of our viewers and all of our listeners out there. So it's absolutely fine.
No, great stuff. Yeah, on screen for the viewers at home, Lotte Jr., Dave Rowley and Dion Conradi with a little hatchback going through Castell Corner. Lovely to see all these period-specific cars having a go at each other. As we work our way down now into Cape Town Corner, there's Boetie van Zyl and there's Ferdy Mouton. Now, will Ferdy give it a bit of a thumping? They going to start their final lap, and I think Ferdy must think, you know, he rubbed the genie bottle, you know, something's going to happen here.
I think he'd want to, but the pace just isn't there for, obviously a completely different class in that Ford Mustang, but he's lapping about 0.8 of a second to a second slower than Boetie van Zyl. So I think Van Zyl has got this in second position, but it is going to be third place for Ferdy Mouton. Eric van der Merwe in fourth position. Brian Evans comes across the line in fifth. You've got Aaron Taplin in sixth position as well, and that is Class B. Then you move on to Class C, and that is going to be the likes of Lotter, Hutchings, Lotter Jr., Rowley, Conradi, and that is about 5 cars in the top 11.
They are doing extremely well in their respective classes, and lots happening there. Right, so we got our leader on his final lap going towards turn 5. There he goes. There's Franco Donadio going in there.
9 seconds, Francois. 9 seconds of a gap. That's insane pace.
Well, that car is stupendously quick, we know it, and it is period specific. That's the old Chef Can-Ams that were built in Australia originally. As he comes up towards the line, checkered flag time. There's your checkered flag on screen, crosses your screen. And there's Malcolm Pfeiffer. He's just out there having a bit of fun. Works his way up over the line. And there comes Boetie van Zyl in second place. And where's Ferdy? Oh, there comes Ferdy now.
Yeah, that's a long way back. So either Boetie has decided to put the foot down, which I thought he had much more pace in that. 7 seconds on that final lap.
That is a lot.
But it's not significantly behind for Van der Merwe. So yeah, that's a bit of a strange one.
Right,
but
here comes a little bit of a scrap up towards us now, and it's Bruce Van Taplin with Wayne Lotter and Lane Hutchings as we take it. There's a bit of a scrap. There's Robert Rowe.
I thought that Beetle almost had the run out of the final corner. Touched to the
Dave
inside.
Raleigh is enjoying that Beetle. It doesn't look quick, but trust me, it's a very quick little Beetle. So they come up towards the line, and Dion Conradi up there behind them as well. Well, it's been a bit of an indifferent race with a couple of the usual suspects missing at this race. But those that are here provided us with awesome entertainment. And I think a man here that's enjoyed himself a lot is Boetie van Zyl together with Ferdy Mouton. I think they've had a lot of fun out here.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to be able to get across the line in that first race. The problem is once Franco Donadio gets past you, it's very difficult to see anything other than the rear bumper of that car because the pace that he has got is absolutely sublime. However, you're not short of action through the rest of the fields. You know, we had Mouton fighting it out with Momberg for the majority of the race until, unfortunately, we lost Trevor Momberg a couple of laps ago there. But either way, this is what we come to expect from the Loud Classic cars. Beautiful cars out on circuit, and they are not afraid to get racing with each other.
No, definitely not. And I think what people at home may not appreciate is the blood, sweat and tears that go into these cars prior to a race. Even the day before the race, and on race day, these guys are in their suits, working on their cars, making sure it's picture perfect. The sweat dribbles off them, but they make sure that they come out and they contest each other out on circuit and bring us absolute bundles of entertainment.
And we definitely got that. So more of the same coming up this afternoon for the Loud Classic cars. Of course, we are rapidly approaching the halfway point of our season here at Killarney as well. We've got 9 rounds here of the Power Series. With this being April, of course, we're into Power Series round 3. So, you know, just two rounds and then we'll be over the halfway mark, and that's when we start to think about the points here, Francois.
Yeah, no, we'll definitely. I'll probably get the points sorted out and have a look at them now, especially for the classics. And if I'm not mistaken, up next we're going to be having some motorcycles, the Pirelli Superbikes SPK Challenge and 600s. And we have got a stellar cast here today.
Yeah, that's
Like
going to
Tristan
be...
Pienaar, Q Snyman's decided to come back. We've got Damien Purificati, AJ Fenter, Ronald Stammet, Malcolm Rapson. I don't know if it's that Damien or is that Nicole Purificati. I think it's Nicole.
Yeah, well...
So we have got a lady racer out there.
Great to see AJ Fenter making a double header of it. Obviously, we saw them earlier on in the
650s.
The 650s.
Yeah, no, look,
so
AJ's enjoying every bit of it.
Yeah.
You can't keep him off a motorbike. And AJ told me this morning that he's going to be getting his visa on Monday to go and contest the Isle of Man TT once again.
Yeah. Wow, that is... yeah, that is a completely different beast. As we see replays then from the Loud Classic Cars Race 1 here at Killarney International Raceway. And we are pretty much at the halfway point of the day. We've got one more race to go before we go on our lunchtime break. And as we said, that is going to be the Superbikes, Pirelli Superbikes SPK Challenge Masters and the 600s out there as well. Another replay of that completely unforced error, and I would be lying to say that I've never done that all completely by myself. It's a very frustrating situation to be because you see the replay, you know what you've done, and then it's the drive of shame as you make your way back around the circuit. In fact, actually, fun fact, I managed to do that behind a safety car. Just spin out into the gravel. Just, yeah.
But David, with you, anything's possible.
Exactly. Listen, just getting a lap done is quite an achievement for me.
No, that's great.
So while we do that then, I'm going to hand things over to, I believe, Mr. Frankie Hunis is on. Oh no, it's Jordan Human who is going to be on for the next race for the Pirelli Superbikes Superbike Challenge Masters and 600s.
Right, so the Superbikes take to the circuit. Quick sighting and warm-up lap before we get race number 1 or heat number 1 underway. For the Pirelli Superbikes, the SPK Challenge and the 600s and Masters. Pole position, we got Tristan Pienaar together with Q Snyman. Second row, we got the two Joburg boys, Damien Purificati and Alan John Fenter. This is really going to be a rumble in the jungle, I can tell you what.
Well, Francois, once I finally figure out how to use the mic, I can 110% agree with you that this is going to be a right, as you like to say, ding-dong battle of note when they come around to start this first race.
Yeah, no, it's going to be, I mean, we've got really some big names. We've got Damien, Alan John, we've got Ronald Stammet, Malcolm Rapson, then Ethan Dinner. Richard Stammet is here as well. Richard Stammet's come to SPK. We saw what he did in the Clubmans. Young Richie, I mean, he's what, 20 years old.
Yeah.
Oh, my man, he's going to be absolutely hurtling around the circuit.
And mind you, he never raced at Killarney before that day on a big bike.
Never. No, he was. I remember him from short circuit days.
Yep.
Then he did a little bit of cars up in Namibia because he resides in Namibia, and now he's here. So let's have a look, see what happens here as they all roll down onto the line.
Yeah. Let's go on through some of the people at the grid. Damien Purificati back down in the Cape. There you see the Rocket Man in a brilliant looking rocket inspired bike. The BMW S1000 RR. Kuhn Sneeman with a bright yellow lid on his head. Good old hard hat. Contending for an overall victory. First time back on the bike in quite some time with Tristan Pinot. Contending for a race win after that mental qualifying time of a 10.2, trying to beat the outright lap record of a 9.9 sent by Clint Pinot in 2018 on an R1. And then also a brand new tyre in the background for the 99 of Michael Detoy on that brand new liveried R1 of his own. Here we go. A big race about to get underway. Take it away, Francois.
Lights on. Lights off and away they go. Tristan Pinot gets a rocket start off the line. Alan John Fent on the second row of the grid looks up to go up into second place up ahead of Kuhn Sneeman as they work their way in there. Alan John with a rocket flare from the second row now as up behind Tristan Pinot. Pinot lights up the circuit up the base straight up towards Cashel Corner on the back wheel, and man is he moving fast. Kuhn Sneeman up on the inside there of Alan John. Damien Purificati sits MP4. They roll out of Cashel. Out of Cashel they go down through Lunstem King down towards Dams. This is a high-speed train and the liter bikes are really pouring on the money as they work their way up the Tigerberg Straight.
Yep, I'm getting nervous already and we're only on the opening lap because this is a brilliant display of bikes already just from the start as we watch them go down into Sorrel Sweep. We see on our picture here, like you say, a massive train, a huge, huge form of bikes coming through Sorrel Sweep now down on the throttle towards turn number 5, Cape Town Corner, and we'll see after the first lap where everyone lies. Obviously now it's chopping and changing on the opening lap where everyone is still muddled up and trying to find their groove. But as they come around through Cape Town Corner, it will be Tristan Pinot on the CBR 1000 RRSC ahead of Kuhn Sneeman, Alan John Fender, Damien Purificati and Ronald Slammert with Malcolm Rapson there in that 5th spot as the rest of the field comes on through.
They're all filtering their way through. We'll pick up as they line up there. Tristan leaves out on Kuhn and Alan John Fender, Damien Purificati, Ronald Slammert, Malcolm Rapson, Ethan Diener, Connie Botha, Zander Talliot, Nicole Purificati, Hilton Riedlinghuis. That is how they line up. But at the sharp end of the field, Tristan Pinot looking to gap it. Kuhn Sneeman, ex-regional champion here. And then up behind them, Alan John Fenter and Damien Purificati. Right up behind there, Ronald Slammert trying to scratch around with Purificati, but Damien will not hang around now as they go through Sorrel Sweep. There you see Purificati as they go through. Right, now they're going to make their way down the back straight down towards Cape Town Corner. It's going to be Slipstream City. They're going to work their way through the gearbox now as they go down towards Cape Town Corner. Absolutely flying down there. And they're going to cut into turn 5, lock up the back brake, slide it in there, and then tilt it over and have a look at that three-way tie. It's Alan John, Damien Purificati, Ronald Slammert, and behind them Malcolm Rapson decides, hey, here's a party, I can join.
Yep, multiple-time champion Ronald Slammert, and Ronald Slammert, but Malcolm Rapson as well on the GSXR 1000, just waiting in the wings for his own opportunity to get onto the podium. As some more of the field, they're going 3 wise, Eden Haynes, John van Dijk, as well as Cuddy Burtis as we cut on back to them coming in. There is Cuddy Burtis and the likes coming into picture now. Eden Haynes is in there, Riedlinghuis, Purificati, that's Nicole Purificati, that is, Michael the Toy, Richie Slammert as well, Van Dijk, Frost, Aronson, Mackerel, Hart and Simon at the back end of the field.
Lovely stuff here. The leader is your leader now, Tristan Pinot, being followed there by Kuhn Sneeman up the Tigerberg Straight. Then up behind him is this 4-way blast. You've got Purificati, Fenter, Slammert and Malcolm Rapson work their way through the Sorrel Sweep, and then they will get up behind those fairings and be behind each other and see slipstream their way all the way down towards Cape Town Corner.
Yep, here they come down towards turn number 5. On the brakes, hard they go, pulling the lever as hard as they can and tucking it in into turn number 5. We watch this gaggle of 4 come through, but then we jump back to the rest of the field, all in groups. There's a trio, and there's one more trio behind them as well, all fighting out for position. I see Boertes, Dinner, and Taljard just in front of that picture. Then we see Purificati, Haynes, Redling Ace, and De Toy just behind, with Richie Slam and Van Dijk in the background, all coming on through down into turn number 1. But here is the group of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13, all coming through into turn number 1.
They're going now through, your leaders working their way through, going through the Landstem King, down in towards turn number 3 as the rest of the riders make their way up to Castrol. Now going up to Tigerberg, straight up towards the Sarl Sweep. There we go. There goes your second place man. Yeah, they come. There's 3, 4, 5, and 6 coming through there now. That's Purificati, Fenter, Slammer, and Rapson. Oh, they are giving it horns. Damien Purificati there with Alan John sitting alongside him. Leaders just got through. Yeah, they come now down towards Cape Town Corner.
Oh, this is getting hairy scary as they go into the breaks once again. This group of 4 fighting for the overall podium and in class in Superbikes. They come on through. Watch a little bit further back. There's Connie Boertes, Zander Taljard, Ethan Dinner. There is Haynes, 4th in that row. And Purificati, Nicole Purificati, one of the lady racers in here, just behind them as they all come down. Boertes, Taljard, Dinner. There's Haynes, Purificati, and Redling Ace on that big bang. R1, all coming down to the first turn braking zone.
And we know Nicole Purificati did the ladies F1, eh? Yeah, so she's, or should I say the World Superbikes. So she's not a stranger to Superbikes, and she knows what she's doing out there, having a lot of fun. See her going there into Castrol Corner. She puts the bike there down, leans it in nicely.
Big wiggle.
Big wiggle there on the brakes. So we're going to be looking now for the leaders now.
Yo, Francois, already 4 laps left to go. Here, your leader, Tristan Pino, on the 50 bike at Missile Motorcycles CBR 1000 RRSP with Mr. Missile Motorcycles, Kurt Snawan, just on his case by 2.9 seconds. Then we have this group once again, Purificati, Fenter, Slammet, and Rapson. No difference being made. Malcolm Rapson just falling off the case of this group of 3 fighting for the overall podium. The last spot, that is, in the top 3 as they come on flying by. And
brilliant
down towards
stuff there,
turn
yeah.
1, yes.
Rapson losing a bit of touch there with him now. Now we're going to wait for the rest of the people to come through. There'll be Alcuni Boertes. He'll be in that green fairing. There's Kuni coming through there. Up behind him, Zander Taljard. Up behind Taljard, Eden Haynes. Then Nicole Purificati, Ethan Dinner. They work their way through.
Yep, Dinner dropping a couple of places now on that last lap. Mind you, he's on a 600 compared to all the liter bikes that he's racing against. There we see Richie Slammer. Just behind him, Jean van Dijk, also out of the Project 60 SA stable. And then behind him, Michael De Toy, racing out of the Ronald Slavitt Racing SA Racing Academy, rather, garage here on the pit straight. As here's your top 5 once again coming on through, and we see that Malcolm Rapson has dropped ever so slightly more off the pace from this group of 3, as down the back straight they go once again, coming up on 2 laps left to go for the leader.
I think Ronald Slamit's working overtime to stay with the likes of Alan John Fenter there and Damien Purificati now as they roll down. Alan John and Damien Purificati are sort of side by side as they work their way out of Cape Town Corner. Ronald Slamit sits up behind him. There's your leader Tristan Pino going into one up behind him. Kewan Snyman rolls into Block Coin Corner. Then we wait there for 3, 4 and 5 as they come up towards us. And it's Alan John now has gone ahead of Damien, and then it's going to be Ronald Slamit, and up behind them going into Cape Town Corner is Malcolm Rapson.
Yep, then we see there's also another big group coming on through. 5, 6 bikes, 7 bikes coming into picture. Leading out, Kenny Boertes opening up the gap to Eden Haynes, Zander Taljard, Nicole Purificati, as well as Ethan Dinner. That 5th bike in your frame, all exiting this beautiful camera shot out of turn number 1. A static cam, watching them just touch the runoff onto the rumble strip and down through, or up through the gears rather, and down into the braking zone of turn number 2, Castrol Corner.
Right, so here we go now. We're back at Sarl Sweep, but still let Fenter, Purificati and Slamit gaggle that work their way now down the back straight, down towards Cape Town Corner. Alan John sits up there behind Damien Purificati. Ronald Slamit trying to stay with him most of the time now. Your leader's just crossed the line to start his final lap. So he's through there. And Kewan Snyman has also crossed it, but we've got on, there we go, you can see going to turn number 1 there on their final lap, Tristan Pino.
Look at this. Look how close this is, Francois. It's neck and neck between Venter, Purificati and Slammer. Ronald Slammer, the three-time champ, waiting in the wings, is very late on the brakes. Goes Purificati, trying to make his way by Alan John Venter on that lacquer racing. Number 39. Yes, that's his number 39. Excellent turn number 1 now. Ronald Slammer waiting in the wings, just trying to hope that these guys have something happen ahead as the rest of the field comes through. There's Buertus, Haynes, Purificati, Talliard, Dinner, Redling Ace in this group of 3 behind, Slammer van Dijk and Michael the Toy on the 99, just there in the center of the frame. As we look down towards turn number 5, here's your leader, Francois, coming around for the final time.
Yep, that's Tristan Pienaar. Pienaar goes through. He'll get the checkered flag. He's on the back wheel. Oh, MotoGP style. Or actually, SPK style, I should say. And Kieran Steyman coming home second. But have a look at this scrap.
Oh, it's going to be close.
Oh, I think it's Alan John's got the upper hand on Damien Purificati as they come up towards us. Alan John gets Damien Purificati, followed by Ronald Slammer. He'll take P5. Oh, what a lovely ride. Malcolm Rapson, quickest accountant in Africa, brings his Suzuki home as he comes up towards it. An aging bike. He's had it for a couple of years already, so a trusty steed for him.
Oh, look how close this is going to be, Francois. This is Buertus and Haynes, 2 good friends from motocross days across the line in that order. Buertus, Haynes, Nicole Purificati across the line ahead of Zander Tayo and Ethan Dinner, also neck and neck. Then Richie Slammert. Just behind him, it's Redling Ace and Van Dijk with Michael the Toy crossing out the top 15.
Well, if that wasn't excitement enough, then I don't know what is. Then you must pack your bags and go home, eh, Jordan?
Yep, as Daniel Frost crossed the line, there's the EVA sponsored ZX10, the 33 of Wayne Ardenser, the chairman of the motorcycle classes. Sean Mackerel came across the line as well. And the last 2 out in the field, 19th and 20th for Hart and Simon to finish off race 1 of the Pirelli Superbike Challenge 600s and Masters.
Right, folks, are going to be going on air slightly, just for a half an hour or so for the luncheon interval. We'll be back with you shortly. Enjoy the break.
Yep, be sure to please go and support all of the vendors and the clubhouse, the WPMC clubhouse in the center of the circuit, and make your way around the pits on both sides of the track, the new Joubert pits as well as the old center pits, and you know, walk through the pits, meet the drivers, meet the riders, sit in some cars, sit in some bikes, and have a good lunch period. And we'll see you back in a little while. So here is a couple of replays from that last race. Just as we get into the lunchtime period, there is this gaggle. Purificati on the outside with Alan John Venter up the inside. Ronald Slammer in that 3rd spot in the group with Malcolm Rapson just outside that group of 3. Here racing out of Sarl Sweep they go. No big incidents. It was a brilliantly kept race number 1 for all the riders. I touch wood. I know our commentators curse things. Tristan Pienaar here's a coming across the line for Young Piston. Absolutely wild as always. Bars a little bit to the side. And here's the start once again. Always clenching my teeth as they go down into 1 off the start of the race. You never know what's going to happen, but they always make it through super clean. And they did so from start to finish. Couple more here is this group of 3 battle once again. Purificati, Venter and Slammert all just battling it out. I suppose you can almost call it Cape Town versus Joburg with a couple of Joburg guys in a few of the classes. In all the bike classes, in fact, we've got a handful of Gautengers. So a couple more shots of the replays from that first Superbike race, and I'm sure without a doubt that race number 2 is going to be even more spectacular in all 3 bike classes. We've had some incredible racing in the bikes as well as the cars, and heats number 2 for all 10 classes will be up just after lunch. And yeah, you'll hear from us in just a little while. Catch you soon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Power Series Round 3 Lunchtime Show with myself, Simi on track, Jason from Boost SA, and our esteemed guest that Jason will be introducing. Lots to talk about.
Lots to talk about. Round 3. It is absolutely insane down in Killarney. Championships are starting to unfold, points are starting to settle in, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later when our friend, the accent, David, jumps on mic, and he'll chat to Simone about that, but we'll get to that now. But right now, we've got Clint Renard. He is the Vice Chairman.
Vice Chairman, correct.
Of Clubman's.
Yes, correct.
And Clubman's is, and I might be getting it wrong, but I think one of the oldest series of Killarney.
If not the oldest.
Yeah.
I think we've been running since '83 in this current format.
Okay.
Wow, that was before I was born.
Okay.
Sure, Simon, sure.
We'll believe you now, but it's fine. Okay.
Okay, since '83, so you said in this current format, what was different before that?
They didn't have the structure that we've got now. It was more a bring your road car and just race, and then it became more formal, more structured, and I think that's the secret to Clubman is the structure, absolute structure, yes.
Okay,
yeah.
So what is the structure we speak of? Because when I look at Clubman's and why I enjoy this series so much is because I look at the cars, and Simi and I were talking about it, we actually mention this a lot of the time, we'll see an older car that we recognize, we'll see it, there was a Cressida that came here the last time, there was an Escort, there was this, and these are cars that we recognize and we can relate to, and this is kind of what Clubman's is about. The cars that we're seeing are cars that we know.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there. It's the car must look like it comes off the road, theoretically.
Yes,
okay,
absolutely.
so we've got a bit of restrictions on wings and flares, etc. So just to keep it more roady use.
Okay.
They are all tin tops.
Yes.
Except if it comes out standard with a carbon fiber OEM roof, we allow that.
Okay.
But we don't allow. We've got a lot of restrictions on the door panels, and we do allow to make the cars lighter.
Yeah.
Okay, because obviously lighter's faster, cheaper on brakes, cheaper on everything else. Okay.
And it's the cheapest modification that you can do to a car.
It's the cheapest modification. We all strive for that sub 1 ton car like Zach's 925 kg BMW.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry guys, I'm getting a little bit distracted. Die Stok has joined the lunchtime show.
Why does he get the massage though? It's the first time he's on the show and he gets the massage.
Listen, at least he's not getting the duct tape like Jordan.
There we go. That's. Oh no, who's got the duct tape?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want it around here.
Maybe I don't want this massage so much anymore. So you were mentioning regular cars, right? So when you were saying that, yes, you can add lightness to a car, but if I decided I wanted fiberglass door panels and a fiberglass hood and a fiberglass, can you do that?
No, we're restricted to fiberglass fenders, bonnet and boot lids.
Okay,
which is nearly, if you want to call it, replacement parts after nearly every race meeting for some people.
Pretty much.
So
not as much as GTI Challenge.
No.
I never said that out loud.
No, but except today in Clubman, I mean, I think we had lots of fender benders.
Absolutely.
So yes, we're restricting it to that. they are the parts that take a bit of carrots. So we're leaving it at that. You can modify your engine as much as you want. You can turbocharge, you can four-wheel drive any car.
Do you have to have the engine that belongs to that particular model?
100%.
Okay.
Well, when I say the engine, the number of cc's. So you can't take a Golf. You can't take a Golf 2 and put a VR6 engine in because they never came out VR6.
I see.
Oh, damn, Jason, now you're out. You can't.
No, you're
You
out. Sorry,
I can't do it. I'm sorry, I can't do it.
But you can put any head on the four-cylinder block.
So you could Frankenstein it?
You can Frankenstein it. My personal vehicle, I've got a TDI block with a FSI head, and so. But
you see, this is the beauty of being the vice chairman. You know where all the loopholes are.
Yeah.
In the
I'm picking up on this. Like, you can't do this. You can't go, but you can Frankenstein. Just do the top
100%. Yeah.
So yeah, the Frankenstein it works, and also what works is the fact that we've got all those different classes. So you actually race within your budget, and that's the big thing about Clubman's.
Are the classes time-based?
The classes are all time-based, separated by 2 seconds.
Okay.
Okay. And the theoretical part of that it doesn't always work out. So if everybody in Class A is on the pace and everybody in Class F is on the pace, Class A will never lap Class F.
Gotcha. Okay. Understood.
It was a 3-second gap at one stage, and we found that if you just break into the next class, to gain 3 seconds cost a heck of a lot of money.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
To gain 2 seconds is much cheaper than gaining 3 seconds, and it was a big concern for some of the drivers. So we brought it closer together. We found that the lapping situation, if you're on the pace, you're not going to get lapped. That tied in with that, but the actual reason for the 3 second to the 2 second gap was monetary.
Okay, got you. And do you find the guys buying a lot of sandbags?
We do have we do have the sandbaggers.
Of course.
Unfortunately, I mean,
and I say it as a joke because it's just everywhere. It's in every single race.
It's everywhere, and it's not isolated to Class A. Okay, so you can have people in the different classes also sandbagging to try win the championship. To actually find the way to stop that, I think it's literally impossible.
It is. There's just no way. I mean, we're fortunate enough to chat to a lot of guys that are in the series and various other race series. It's just everywhere. You either don't want to break out because once if you break out, the whole idea with breaking out, when you do break out, is that you are now at the back of a class as to where you were in front of a class. So, and the guys, you want to be winning your class. So that's sort of the idea. So, I think.
Yes. So I want to know. Speaking of classes and seconds behind, who is the reigning champion? Where is everybody standing right now? What is it looking like?
So the reigning champion. Okay. First of all, we've got 2 separate championships.
Okay.
Okay. So, being a regional formula, we're eligible to get Western Province colours for winning the championship, but you have to do it twice. Not in a row, but you have to do it twice. So there are criteria that has to be met. But we run an ABC championship and we run a DEF championship. So 2 separate championships, either or can score, either or both, whatever, can score and get Western Province colours. At one stage we had just had too many cars. We were running 55, 60 cars on the grid.
Ooh, that's a lot.
And the Class A, BC guys always used to win the championship because they always had the numbers of the cars. And we gave the option to the people. We split it down the middle, DEF this way, ABC this way, and now we've got the 2 separate champions. And it works. It works. There's 2 people that can be recognized out of 50. Not 1 out of 50.
Yeah.
Yes.
That actually makes it very, very fair. So when with championships, do you know offhand who won the championships last year?
Last year, Bernard Lehman won the DEF championship.
Yeah.
And Dylan Joubert won the ABC championship.
Dylan Joubert, who also drives in BMW Car Club Cape Town in the blue BMW.
The blue BMW.
Okay.
And he previously from Challenge as well. Yeah.
These guys like jumping around. They move with it. Some of them race all the series. Some of them move from this one to that one, depending on what they're doing.
Yeah, I think if we all had unlimited funds, we'd be racing every series.
100%. I was actually just speaking to one of the gentlemen this morning. So you know Connor Kilbride?
Yes.
He races sports in GT. He also did BMW Car Club Cape Town. He would have an E36 that he would race in BMW, and you would have his E46 that he would race in sports in GT. This round he's out with just the one car, and I spoke to him about it. He said, listen, it's just first of all, it's a lot of work, racing 2 races, and it's heavy on money. It's expensive to run 2 cars, so
it's expensive to run 1 car, okay? and that's the joy of the DEF championship. So you're not going to be you can still win the championship with a very limited budget. Okay, and if you're doing a Class E, Class F car, you can do this for $2.5–3 grand a race meeting.
Really?
Yes.
That is not bad at all.
So obviously, if you're going to knock every single wall, it's going to cost you more than that.
Absolutely.
If you're going to over-rev your engine and or it's not built correctly, it's going to cost more than that. But if your engine's built good and you keep it clean, you're getting it away with $2.5–3 grand a race meeting easily.
Okay. Well, and just before we let you go, Clint, I just want to find out something quickly. So I know it's almost an impossible question to ask. How much is it going to cost me to race? I mean, how long is a piece of string? Do you want to play in Class E or F, or do you want to play in Class A? You know, it's completely different. But if I wanted to come race in Clubman, I've got a car. What is the first thing that you're going to ask me?
First of all, I'm going to ask you, have you done any track days, by the way?
Never ever in my life.
Never driven?
I race a sim.
Okay, so my first advice, that's my personal advice, my first advice to you would be, dude, whatever you do, don't buy a fast car.
Okay.
Okay, start off in the lower classes, Class F, Class E, learn to drive.
Yeah.
Okay, because learning to drive at a Class A pace is much more difficult than learning to drive in a Class E, Class F pace. Okay, and at Class A pace, you're going to shift the wall a lot further than you're going to shift the wall in Class F. Because, I mean, the speeds of 40–50 k's an hour difference between the two classes at the top field. So, learn to drive, go into the lower class, learn to drive, understand what your budget is, because everybody's got, I've got this big budget, okay, until you actually realize you're forking out this budget and it can become very expensive, especially in the Class A car.
What you initially thought was a big budget is just a drop in the ocean.
Just a drop in the ocean, because everybody's got a bigger budget than you. That's the biggest thing. Yes.
Absolutely. So Clint, appreciate you. Thank you so much for your time.
Cool. Thank you very much.
We are going to jump off here now. We are going to let the accent come steal my seat.
I'm going to have to introduce him properly when he gets it, the accent.
No, he's going to call him the accent wherever. And so guys, I'm going to excuse you guys. Myself and Clint are going to jump out, and then David's going to come sit down, David and Simon, and David are going to talk about what's been going on today. We'll see you guys soon.
Cool. Back with the accent, as Jason has been calling him. I mean, come on. I think we need to allow a proper introduction over here, because this is one of our guys in the sky on top there. One of the men that see it all throughout the day, that are commenting on everything that happens on every turn, with every single race, and ensuring that you at home watching do not miss a beat. So please introduce yourself, the accent, to everybody.
Well, my name is David Christie. I'm part of the brand new part of the commentary team here at Killarney Circuit. However, I just got told you needed somebody to talk nonsense for 10 minutes.
Yeah,
so
I love it.
I'm here. So
I love it. This is what we do. We just jam it out for however much time we have left. So tell me, you are new to the commentators. Let's first, how did you get involved in this, and how are you finding being a commentator here at Killarney?
So it started a couple of years ago when I visited Killarney for the first time. Came over with my fiance, who's from South Africa, and yeah, I was working at Knockhill in Scotland at the time, and of course came up here, met all of the team here.
If you didn't notice, the accent is from Scotland.
I'm not a South African. I'm sorry to burst that bubble right away. But met the team, and they have been absolutely amazing. And they said, well, if you come back, we need to get you on board. And lo and behold, I couldn't hide from them. They tracked me down, and here I am. So I've got to say, you know, big love to Gary, to Frankie, to Francois, and to JT. They're the ones that make me sound like I know what I'm talking about.
I love that. Okay, so you have been up there high in the sky the whole day so far, and I, from the ground, can say it has been bumper cars. It has been exciting. I have seen someone roll off a bike, but luckily they got up immediately and started walking. I've seen cars crashing out. I've seen oil on the track. What have you experienced today? What has been happening there from your perspective?
I asked this earlier on. We need to find out what everybody has had for breakfast this morning, because either that, we also need to get sponsored by some sort of insurance company for the entirety of the season, because there has been so much damage. And listen, they've got another race.
Sweetie time from Mr. Hoskins. Thank you.
The sweet changed the colour into a white.
Did they change?
Oh, wow.
You've got a whitey sitting next to you now. What happened to Ernest?
I will have all of them.
I had
Thank
to
you very
kick him
much.
off, but they wanted some Scottish with me today.
You know. But yeah, it's been a fantastic day. It really, really has so far, and we're only halfway through. I mean, we've seen some fantastic performances, you know, rightfully on track. That I can't get over Marco Retter in the BMW, just how insanely fast that
I
car
was standing here by this wall, and when he came flying past, the sound of that turbo on that BMW is...
Genuinely, it's like a cruise missile just going by. And the thing is, nobody else has even a chance to even look at it. And that's what I love about motorsport over here. Instead of fighting over, you know, oh well, you know, they shouldn't be in this class, or everybody here is just like, yeah, come and race, because we want to have something that can compete with that. And then obviously you've got David Joubert and the Nova Proto.
I was hoping, I was praying, I wanted him to beat that Killarney record. I spoke about it all morning, and it just didn't happen. I think he was doing some serious gentleman driving today and taking it easy. I think he did push really hard in the qualifying yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think he was more worried about being conservative, not worried about breaking a lap record, but just ensuring that the car remains on the track today.
And of course, the big story with that this week is, of course, he's breaking in a new engine into that car. So it's a bit of a voyage into the unknown for him. So you kind of want to give it the beans, but you also don't want to break the engine on the first weekend. Especially
on the first race. So maybe there is still hope for that record to be broken in race 2. We don't know. You've got to stay tuned.
Exactly, and the thing is even as I'm getting brought back into the bikes as well, it's no secret that last time out I was absolutely obsessed with the 650s and the 300s. The incredible battle that we had with the 300s, where every single lap, 5-6 times during the lap, they were trading places here. And one theme that I'm seeing, Simeon, from the entirety of the races is that it doesn't matter what class you're in. We're seeing some real David versus Goliath stuff, you know, punching well above their weight. So it's been fantastic to watch, and I think this is what I love about club racing, especially here in South Africa. This is the heart and soul of the entire racing scene here in South Africa.
So today we had the V8s, a couple of the V8s racing with the sports and GT classes as well with David Joubert. And Marcel Angel qualified really well yesterday. So they are a new generation V8 Master car that he was testing out basically today. He hasn't raced in a while. And I actually ran over the bridge to go and check it out. And he ended up not doing so lekker, but the reason was he said a hose clamp.
It's the simplest thing.
The simplest thing, and he was doing so well. So they are hustling to fix it and find where exactly and how and make sure it doesn't pop off again. And I'm excited for race 2. 1, is Jarvie going to push it harder? 2, how are those V8s going to do against the likes of the Sports and GT, which we know are beasts?
Absolutely, and the other thing to think about is the fact that, you know, with this being round 3 of a 9-round season, we're now getting past the point where you can scrub things off during the season. This is now where the championship points start to matter. We're going to soon be into, say, June, July. That's where we're going to see the real championship contenders.
Definitely. It just gets more crazy from here. So we don't know what they had for breakfast. We need some insurance companies on board, because from here it's just up. It's just up, and it's more crazy. And the GTR guys, they usually qualify in the morning. They qualified yesterday, and then they had their first race first thing this morning. And I don't know what they had for breakfast, but I'm sure it was some crazy tablets or something along those lines, because there were cars coming off the track left, right and centre.
They were a little bit over-exuberant, I think, is the word I would use for it.
Too early in the morning for them to be racing hard.
To see a car sideways onto another car, I mean, there's that whole meme of "you can't park there, mate." And that was literally what I thought. I didn't say it at the time because I wasn't on the
I think you should have. You should have. Somebody should have said it.
I don't know if I would have got away with it, but again, it's one of those things where it's like, it's race 1 of the weekends. How hard do you want to be pushing it? And we see that all the way through, even down to like 10th, 11th, 12th, 15th position, all fighting it out like it's for the last race of the season. I've got to be honest, as someone who is a bit of an inner chaotic, that is absolutely up. Bring on more of that, please. Obviously, without the heavy repair bills.
Yeah. And safety for the drivers, but definitely keep the excitement coming, guys, because you have been delivering all day. If you guys have been watching, it has been really, really exciting. I mean, I was actually watching the live stream a little bit behind because we had rewinded a little bit. And as I was about to go to the live, I just saw a bike tumble and a guy tumble and then just get up and start walking while the bike's still tumbling. So I don't know who that was.
I think that was during the Clubman's in the breakfast run. That was I was a little bit further back, and actually no, that was the 650s and 300s.
Yes.
And that was Lloyd's, and I will find out for you just in a second, because they were the same ones that we were really excited for, that were going toe to toe. So it was basically resuming exactly what they picked off, and what had happened is the bike in front had went off the track, and it just gone onto the curbs on turn 3, came back onto the circuit, and the bike behind, trying to take avoiding action, went down. What got me was afterwards the young lad that had went down waited by the side of the circuit, and as a commentator you're always like, oh, are we going to see a little fight going on here? But no, the other biker stopped, they gave each other a big hug, and I'm like, that's what you want to see. That is racecraft and sportsmanship right there.
Absolutely. Okay, so we did have a lot of races that happened today. Okay, so let's just go through those GTI boys we were talking about. Mr. Shane Williams in Class A over there in the GTI A with the best time of a 26.3, so not bad there, followed behind by Ian Cup at a 26.2. No, this is not in order of times. Let me just double check here. Down, 26. Okay, I think it's just those two that are in the wrong order. So Ian Cup would have come first, and then Shane Williams, then following behind Zach Layden and Brett Roach, Donnie Sandenberg, and I'm South African.
I'm so happy that I am not the only one that is struggling to pronounce names here. You've filled me with joy, Samuel.
Oh, there we go. Okay, and then top of the Class C we have over there John Smith, who finished with a 31.9. And no, again, not in order. Sorry, Ross Schroeder was a 31.4, and the other one following behind with a 31.9. Times that are not in order.
I think that's a great thing as well about all these championships, is having these different classes. You know, you could be 8th place on the circuit overall, but still win your class and still get full points.
Exactly. Then we had the Pro Oil Supercars and our Caltron Fine cars that went out today. So their first race sorted on laps. Position Rian Swat in the golds there, and best time 25.6. It looks like. Glenn Phillips following behind with a 26.4. Pierre Pinot, who was doing really well in qualifying yesterday, unfortunately now finished in 3rd with a 27.2. Kyle Haddock in the gold, 26.3. Brad Finner, 28.2. So all really, really close over there.
Just noticing on that, one of the things that we noticed was obviously Pierre Pienaar was in an insane battle through the course of the day, and it was somebody who retired actually from the race there that we don't get on there. I'll figure out who that was, but we were robbed of a fantastic battle for 3rd position there. And this is the heartbreaking thing of this, is that you want to see the action on track. You know, you're going to get thrills and spills, but it's the mechanicals that hurt a little bit more, because you're just like, please don't be anything serious, please be okay for race number 2.
Yeah, and this is the first time that oh no, it's not these two, I'm getting confused with the Caltron Supercars that were racing with the V8s. I'm getting confused. These two classes or these two series are used to racing together in the same same grid basically.
Yeah, just on that note as well, seeing the V8s in with the sports and GTs, I've got to say I'm absolutely a big fan of that. They took to that like a duck to water. They were mixing it in about, and they were very respectful as well, because they may be a guest in that championship, so it's still up in the air whether they score points and things like that. I'll be honest, I think they've maybe found a new home there.
I also think so. I think they should stay there, to be honest, because I don't quite think there was enough fairness between having the V8s on the same track as the Supercars necessarily, but at least the sports and GT, most of them Ford Mustang 5-litre engines, so
yeah. I think the thing as well is that it's difficult to find parity. It's difficult to find classes that go with each other. And Sports and GT is the perfect mixing pot. It's the perfect poiky for everything to come together of all shapes and sizes.
You said poiky now.
I literally said.
He said poiky.
I know poiky and all the bad words as well.
Of course you do.
Listen,
I say boerewors first.
Boerewors. I drive here, so of course I've learned all the bad words. Yeah.
Yes, okay, there
Do you know
we go.
what? Joking aside, right, I wasn't going to say this, but this is something I want to see next year. I want to see a taxi championship.
A taxi
championship. Don't tell me that wouldn't be amazing.
Even our producer just went like, what?
Yep. Get the taxi drivers fighting it out for their own individual companies.
Can we get some taxes on the racetrack?
I'm telling you, top gear style. That'd be amazing.
I think that needs to be something we reserve for like stock car evenings, right? so that we can really have some bumper cars happening in that situation. Okay, cool. Anything else that you've noticed with this class?
With the Pro Oil Supercars and the Caltron Fine cars, what I've enjoyed is seeing the mix, because obviously you've got the Supercars and then you've got the array of the fine cars out there. I would like, essentially, I'd love to see them, even if it was just for an exhibition race. I'd love to see them mixed in with the Sports and GTs just for a fun race, because I think that would be
but there was quite a full grid here.
race.
I mean, we had 23 in total. I mean, it's not as many as the BMW right now. I think they're sitting at 32, but 23 is still a full grid of cars.
Yeah, and it's a good grid of cars. You know, I come from a place where having 10 to 15 cars on the grid is considered a very good championship. So coming over here and seeing such a healthy lineup, and everybody is so supportive here as well, Samuel, and that is the thing that really gets me about this paddock in particular here. Everyone just, you know, you missing a tool or something like that, you just run to your neighbour and they've got it.
I've literally witnessed it, where you have like Neon running over here to go help somebody with that, and I've been in Ernest pits where they're hauling down tyres from the roof because somebody 4 garages down needed a tyre or something like that. It really is a community. We say it all of the time, but people really need to experience it to understand how much of a community it really is.
And it matters because, as I said, this is the heart and soul of the racing scene in South Africa. This is the thing that people will see and come into and think, yeah, I want to go and have a shot at that. I want to get a car. I want to go and get involved. And this is absolutely, hands down, the best way they can do that.
Absolutely. And again, big shout out to all the sponsors who make this happen for our drivers. Without you guys, it wouldn't be possible. And again, a shout out to my sponsors, Snappy Graphics. Thank you so much for sponsoring me. So if you need any printing needs for race cars, trucks, boats, bikes, buildings, anything like that, they can do it for you. And yeah, without the sponsors, we wouldn't be able to do this. And again, a great shout out to Lion Property Management and Smile 90.4 FM for everything that they do to make it possible for us to be sitting here and for these spectators to be here, and for all this exciting racing to be happening.
100%.
Saying a big hello to Mr. J.C. Haggard. Hello, sir.
No, you're absolutely spot on, because it's an expensive hobby that we all take part in, and we need those sponsors, not just for the drivers but for the circuit as well, for the championships. Without them, just would not happen at all. And it's great that we can put on such an awesome production to pay homage to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool, let's see what else we had going on today. Oh, the BMWs. We spoke about Marco. Sure. Let's see. His best time was a 14.6.
It's insane. I mean,
didn't he do a 13 something yesterday in the qualifying? I can't remember.
I think he was faster in qualifying, but the fact is he's 2 seconds a lot faster than everybody else on the field there. So he's in a class of his own, basically.
Unreal. Mansour came in second. Was really tight between him and Neon Detoy over there. 18.9 and a 19.9. So literally like almost just short of 1 second.
Yeah.
That they were. Everybody always says 1/10 of a second, or whatever. I always say.
It's fine. It's still early in the day. Don't worry about it.
And then Dylan Newbad came short after that, and Kai van Zyl, who we interviewed earlier this morning, he's doing really great. And then Seth Griffith Vintel also in the Class C of that. Arnu Michaels came in the Class E with the best time of 26.03, so that's pretty good. The list is quite long, so I'm not sure if we can read off everything because we've got a lot to get through here. So I'm not sure how much time we have left to get to all of the details.
Well, just while you do that, we do have to, unfortunately, we're legally obliged to mention the man himself, Mr. Ernest Page, taking the class
Do we
win.
have to, though? I don't know.
Unfortunately, we do.
I mean, the guy gets a whole spot on the breakfast show with me.
We do,
He
unfortunately.
did. So I'm pretty proud of the performance with Page team, the CRD team, CRA, sorry. Ernest came first in his class, and Shane Boscombe, tongue-tying myself, came first in his class. We were really hoping that he was going to push up another class today. Unfortunately, he's not taking part in race 2 because he has a wedding to go to, but that was pretty exciting. I was standing there when they both pulled in, and I just got thumbs up, and I was like, yes, okay, we're good.
I'm waiting for the WhatsApp messages to come in and all the excitement to pour out. But no, he's put a lot of work into that car. I've got a feeling that he won't be in that class for much longer. The pace on it is completely different to what he had at the start of the season. So great to see. And that's, again, another underlying theme of the championships, all of them, is the cars are not just static for the whole season. They make improvements, they change bits here and there, and it's this living, breathing thing. So that's why we get so excited about the drivers and the cars as well, because you follow their story along.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised by Ernest because he was pretty chill today. He even closed his garage door, said I'm going to go visit some people and have a conversation. I think he's feeling very comfortable sitting pretty there.
Something's
in the
not
top
right.
I know, right? I know. That's what I thought. Usually he's buzzing all around. Okay, we have a few moments left of the lunchtime show. Just want to see if there's anything else that stands out that happened today. Darby, we know we spoke about that. It was a 10.802, if anybody was wondering about that. And then anything specific from your end that you want to mention before we wrap up?
What the heck happened in Clubman's? What on earth? Like, 2 safety cars and extended yellow flag periods for the entirety. We got 2 racing laps. That's probably 2 more than I thought we were going to have, but yeah, that was a very, very chaotic race. I wonder if there's going to be some words had during this lunch break.
I think there might be, and I think we definitely need to find out what those guys ate for breakfast this morning, because they've been bumper carring all day. Everybody, they're pushing hard.
I don't think they had anything for breakfast because they're quite clearly hangry.
Yes, maybe that's exactly what it is. Guys, we have to wrap up. There are cars lined on the grid and ready to go. David, I've had the blast with you. Thanks for joining me here today.
10 minutes of nonsense. I'm your man. I'm right here. Thank you very much for having me. And also a huge thank you to all of the viewers at home for watching and chatting on YouTube. We really, really appreciate it.
Okay, you will continue to hear his voice up for the rest of the commentators, keeping you updated throughout the racing for today. From me, Simi on track, and from David, thank you so much for staying tuned with us, and stay tuned for the rest of the racing. There's an exciting afternoon ahead.
All right, folks, we now are going to go into the minute silence for fallen colleagues. So if all the cars on the grid can just cut their motors, we're going to go into the minute silence for fallen colleagues that has passed away in the last couple of days or week or two. So if all the cars can just cut engines and if everybody around the circuit can just pay their respects, Gary is now going to read out the memo, if I can call it that, for the passing away of race individuals.
Well, unfortunately, today is a big one. It's somebody that was very much iconic in the big days of KPL drivers back at the Goodwood Showgrounds. The untimely passing of John Bam, and John's memorial service was in fact held at 2 o'clock yesterday. Unless you're lucky enough to have a team of mechanics working on your race car, motorsport is a hands-on craft. And that was never more true than an oval track racer, John Bam, one of the original KPL drivers at the then Goodwood Showgrounds, who passed away on Tuesday, the 31st of March, at the age of 78. John lived all his life in Somerset West. He worked as a boilermaker at AECI, a practical skill that served him well when it came to building and preparing stock cars. A contemporary of Jess Huggett, Neville Rousseau, Dirkie Kruger, John was the first driver to compete at Goodwood in a rear-engined Renault, and it's a matter of record that his Gordini was always regarded as one of the best prepared entries in the four-cylinder class. We extend our sincere condolences to his wife Bubs, his children Helga, Lydia and John. We will remember John as he would wish to be remembered, on the start line at the Goodwood Oval, ready to rumble. You please rise and remove your headgear for a minute of respect to the late, great icon of oval track racing, KPL drivers from the 70s, who always remained involved with motorsport right into his late 70s. From Motorsport South Africa, John Bam, rest in peace, sir.
All right, it's time to rumble with the second race of the API Property Group VW GTI Challenge, race number 2. And the two Class A cars in the front row, Ian Cupp and Shane Williams. They're the only two Class A cars. Directly behind them, you've got Adriano Ferrari, Eugene Gelderblom is in there, Sean Liebenberg, Danny Sondenberg, Senior, as they roll off the line, Brett Roach, Zach Leyden, Ijaz Majid. Then it is Faisal Jacobs moving off the line, and Danny Sondenberg Jr. joins them. Patrick Walton, Conor Hubert, Devon Dreyer, Andre Rowe, John Smith, Justin Hubert, Ross Schroeder, and Zubair Robinson move off the line together with the 28 car of Ryan van Heerden. As that's the subtotal of the GTI Challenge field as they work their way into Blockcoin Corner.
You saw Shane Williams there initially throwing the back end of the car around very, very heavily. It's much easier to heat up the front tires. You can accelerate, you can brake, and you can turn to create friction between the working surface and the road. But fortunately, with the back wheels, all you've got is braking, which obviously doesn't produce as much temperature on the back as what it does on the front. And then the only other way is to slide the back wheels around as you see a lot of the cars doing here. The idea of that is not to look fancy. It's about trying to create a balance in the buildup of temperature between the front tires and the rear tires, because that temperature range creates a completely different handling characteristic for the motor car. So all efforts being done by a lot of drivers to inject as much temperature as they possibly can into those rear tires.
Right, we see them weaving from side to side, trying to get some heat in that rubber. It works for Formula One cars. I don't think it'll work for saloon cars. Either way, it's part of motorsport tradition, just to weave from side to side.
Frankie, I can tell you these type of tires, the same as what I used to use on my daughter's car back in the day with the 2-liter Opel-powered Cadet T car. And yeah, I've had some experience of cold, older slicks. It's like driving on a wet road. There is just no grip. The moment you warm them up and generate some temperature into it, it becomes a completely different animal. So undoubtedly, this is what you need to do. Going down towards turn number 1, we saw what happened with the Clubmans earlier on. Stephen Goos locking up and not being able to rotate that car quick enough. And that's pretty much goes down to tire temperatures. We see Brett Roach, the very, very quick Class B man, said, a couple of people said to him, why don't you go to Class A? He says, I love Class B, it's where I want to be, it's what I do, and it's what I love. So Brett Roach was the fastest Class B qualifier, 128.44 from Adriano Ferrari, on a 128.85 from Faisal Jacobs on a 129.0, so literally 0.2 of a second, 0.1 off that Daniel Sandenberg Jr., then senior within 0.06 of a second of that as they come up towards the line. Race number 2, API Property GTI Challenge for round number 3 of regional racing at Killarney International Raceway. You got it. For those of you that are at home watching on IMUSAT, halloa. Frankie Ernest, Gary Gaza, Mike side for this race number 2 for today.
Once again, we will have the one light start, and from there it's going to be all showtime for 8 laps. And let's see what happens when the lights go out. The trouble starts. I was going to say something else.
That was a very chosen word.
I had to pause for a while to get the right word there.
Well, we saw, well, those of you that missed our turn 1 entrance, turn to chaos in race number 1. Off the line they come, the Class A's. A bit of a gap between the Class A's and the Class C's. I've got a bit of a gap between them as well. The 2 Class A cars coming side by side. And it is going to be Shane Williams that gets the move on. And looks like Class B's a total mix-up to what it was in the first race that we had of the day.
You see that car coming through there, that was Andre Rowe. He stole the car on the line, and now he's behind the medical car. He's going to have to get past that car and then join up with the back end of Class C and then continue from there. He had a stall on the line, but he is going right. We make our way now towards Damstip, and it is a Cup and Williams. There's a car going very slow into a Damstip. That is one of the Class B cars.
Is that
that's the 4 car. Yes, I was going to say that's Adriano Ferrari. That's going very slow, and he pulls right off the track. I did notice the color scheme that it was the 4 car of Ferrari as they race down the Killarney straight down towards the Cape Town corner. Those 2 A cars are side by side of Williams and of Cup as they work their way out of Cape Town corner. Here we've got the Class B cars. That is Sean Liebenberg. Right behind Liebenberg, we have got Brett Roach. Then we've got Eugene Gelderblom in that fight as well. Ijaz Majid. And then it looks like it's Liebenberg Jr. as the field goes down. The Class C cars are right in there with them as they come down towards us. And it's been led there by Van Eden. by Van Eerden as they race down towards turn number 1, Blockhoin.
Well, I'll tell you what, Class A and Class B pretty close to one another, but look at Class C. Once again, Class C is a stonker session down there. There's no doubt about it. The API property cars once again sitting nose to tail.
I've kept an eye there on Zach Leyden. He is way down. He should be further up. He's just ahead of Sundenberg. He's got the 2 Sundenbergs with him, junior ahead of him and senior behind him. As we watch these 2 Class A cars of William and Cup, there was 900ths of a second between the 2 of them when they started lap number 2, and they still nose to tail as they work their way through Saddle Sweep. Then it is, Liebenberg has lost. That's Roche that's got it away from Liebenberg. Yes, Liebenberg led just before they hit the start-finish line. Roche has now got it. Liebenberg is in that second position. Then it is Gelderblom, Majid, Sundenberg, Leyden, and the other Sundenberg followed there by the yellow car of Faisal Jacobs.
Yeah, Faisal Jacobs doing the best that he possibly can there. And then the next one behind that is Van Eerden, and Van Eerden is in fact the leader of Class C.
Yeah, that's Dylan Van Eerden. There you see him there. He's just behind Faisal Jacobs. He sits out there in P1 in class. Wow, what a lovely start there by him as the field rolls through into turn number 1. There goes Cup and Williams. 0.5 of a second between the 2 of them. Then we have got Roche. Behind Roche, it's Liebenberg. Then it is Sundenberg Jr. And he's got Zach Leyden right there with him, followed by Eugene Gelderblom, Ijaz Majid in there, the other Sundenberg, and then Faisal Jacobs.
Zach Leyden kept his nose in. He wasn't prepared to back out of that one, and he eventually forced his way up that 1 position. Zach Leyden goes up into 3rd in class.
Yeah, into 3rd position in class. And then, of course, you got the leader of Class C, which is Ryan Van Eerden. He's got Tristan Joubert and Patrick Walton in there with him as well, followed by John Smith. But we go back to this fight on Class B that is working its way around. Yes, it's Roche. Then it is Liebenberg. Then Leyden has now got his nose ahead of Sundenberg Jr. Junior's dropped down 1 position to Leyden as they make their way through. Then it's Majid coming through. Right behind Majid, it's Sundenberg Senior, followed by Faisal Jacobs. And right on the case of Jacobs is your leader of Class C, and that is Van Eerden. And he has got Joubert, Walton and Smith right in the fight behind him as well.
Well, pretty much pulled away from the rest of the group if you think about it. Van Eerden doing a brilliant job, although Joubert's not exactly losing out. There is Joubert, and behind that is Walton. Patrick Walton once again having a pretty decent race out there. Since he's come back, he's just become more and more competitive, meeting for meeting.
Well, as we watch this Class B cars, and muscling his way through, there is Zach Leyden. Zach muscles his way through there on Sean Liebenberg. And Liebenberg has got Sundenberg Jr. now in there behind him. Oh, the boys are using the tarmac and more as they work their way out of Blockhoin.
That's the last of the Class B cars, and then Class C, Van Eerden, Joubert, Walton with a bonnet that's lifting up. Behind that, Smith. There comes Schroeder and Dreyer pretty much alongside one another as they work their way through. We got somebody that's gone off on the exit of 1.
Yeah, that is one of the Golf ones that's just gone off there, but the leaders are having a fantastic battle going down the backside. They were very close to each other. We're going to pick them up now. There they go. That is Joubert and a Cup. That are sitting, no, that's not Joubert and Cup. The monitor is wrong. That is Cup and Williams. That is Cup and Williams. They are side by side. There's nothing between Ian Cup and Shane Williams. Man, as they race towards the line, they are still side by side under the City of Cape Town Bridge as we watch the Class B cars come through.
And Sundenberg has made up a position and got past Majid. And then that battle that's going behind that, that is a brilliant side-by-side.
Yeah, that is the Class B contingency that's making its way now towards Blockhoin Corner. Still being led there by Brett Roach. Now he's going to come under attack there from Zach Leyden pretty quickly. Liebenberg has got Sundenberg Jr. just ahead of him. There goes Ryan Van Eerden, who picked up that white Golf of Van Eerden. That's the leader coming out there of Blockhoin. He sits out there in P1. Then behind Liebenberg, it's Majid, Sundenberg Jr., Gelderblom, followed by Jacobs. And there's Ryan Van Eerden, who just picked him up. He is the leader of Class C.
And you notice Zach Leyden is closing on the back end of Roach. Now we know Roach is wanting to catch him. To pass him, well, that's another story. That is a battle that's probably going to be happening around about the time that they get down to where these two Class A cars are, which is Williams and Cup. And they had big thumbs up between one another before they started this race. There is a lot of brotherly love, but very competitive between the two of them leading out in Class A.
Well, here we go, and here comes Zach Leyden. Zach Leyden just sat there on the outside. You'll see him now. There he sits on the outside of Brett Roach, and here they come they're coming out of turn number 5. Out of Cape Town corner, they're right on each other's heels. Then you got Sundenberg Jr. in there. Then you got Liebenberg in there. Then behind Liebenberg, you have got Majid coming through. Then it's Sundenberg Senior. Behind him, it's Eugene Gelderblom. Behind Gelderblom is Faisal Jacobs. Then your Class C leader is Ryan van Eerden. And Tristan Hubert is right in that fight as well as John Smith. Is up on the outside of Walton, who's got a bonnet pin coming loose.
Yep, that bonnet starting to flap around. It's lifting higher and higher, so it's definitely bending pretty far side by side through turn 1, but there's action going into 2 as well.
Yeah, but that action has gone through 2 already. It's on its way now to Damstep. They are side by side, these two in class. Here they go. That's first and second, third and fourth. 5th and 6th and 7th in Class B. That's busy working their way around, and there is nothing between these guys. But the Class A fight, Gazzy, we've got to go there because it's been absolutely brilliant as they are nearly side by side working their way out of Cape Town corner. Cup and Williams. Williams and Cup and Williams, they've been chopping and changing. There was 700ths of a second between them when they started this lap, and they are side by side across the line as well. Going into turn number 1, and there's 400ths of a second between them as we drop back to this fight for first and second in Class B with Leyden right on the heels there of Brett Roach.
They actually swapped positions, but Brett Roach got the undercut and came directly in underneath Leyden. So once again, having a look on the outside, locking up that right rear. Zach Leyden having got to Brett Roach is one thing. To get past him, that is another. That's Faisal Jacobs coming through. Van Eerden with a slightly bent Class C front bumper. A decent gap between himself, Hubert, Smith, Walton with that bonnet that's open, and then Schroeder and Dreyer still going one-on-one.
Yeah, that's the 2 API property cars, Schroeder and Dreyer. They P15 and 16 overall on track. As we wait for these Class B cars, as the Class A cars heading towards Cape Town corner, we've got an eye on these two. That is that fight, and Zach Leyden wants past big time, and Roach is telling him there's no damn ways you're going to get past me, with Sundenberg Jr. just in there behind him, or behind the two of them I should say. Then it is Sean Liebenberg coming through. There's Junior, there's Liebenberg coming through behind him. Ijas Majid is the next man as these two Class A cars race down towards turn number 1, and there's 0.3 of a second between them. We've got to have a look at those guys. This fight for Class B, yes, but Class A, 2 cars, it's brilliant stuff out there.
They're working their way up towards turn 2. That is Williams and the Cup, and they've swapped positions a couple of times. Literally 0.3 between them. You see a little bit of tail end coming out there. But look at that. They're on the last lap. Ah, look at this. I knew it was going to get rough and tumble at some point. And here you go. The two of them are now starting to do a bit of rubbing is racing. Zach Leyden has got to the front. Brett Roach will not allow that to carry on.
Well, I tell you what, I don't think he's going to have a choice, because now he's going to have to defend that position, because Donnie Sundenberg Jr. is right in there. Behind him is Liebenberg. Behind Liebenberg is Ijas Majid. As we are our 2 front runners. There they go. Down the Killarney straight. That is Williams and Cup. There was 0.3 of a second between them when they started this final lap. Is it going to be close to the checkered flag? We've got a lost Class C car coming towards us, but he's not going to be caught by these guys as they work their way out of Cape Town corner. Now it's the run to the checkered flag.
Yep, it's all about the power supply right now. It's going to be Shane Williams, the quietly spoken Shane Williams from Ian Cup, that will go first and second across the line. The Class B battle working its way. As I said, Roach will never ever let that happen, and exactly that. Somehow Brett Roach has gotten back to the front ahead of Zak Leyden. I tell you what, Sandenberg Jr. has done a lovely job. He's right in there from Ijaz Majid, Sandenberg Senior from Gelderblom, and then Jacobs. That is your whole Class B pack as they come through. And then directly behind that, we have that massive battle for Class C.
Well, it's a lonely battle up front because it's Ryan van Eeden that will cross the line. Tristan Hubert will finish just there behind him. Then it's John Smith coming towards the line. Bonnet pin off there for Walton. And then the two API property cars are side by side. And Schroeder beats Dreyer to the line by 0.08 of a second. Followed here by Tristan Hubert, and behind him is Andre Rowe, the man that had that bad start off the line and had to fight his way through. And he was only 1.8 seconds behind the other Hubert brother, Connor. Right, that is API property GTI Challenge as Hubert Robinson in Class C finishes his race, and he is the last car on track. Only 19 cars in this one. Well, 20 started, 19 finished. DNF for Ferrari, and the others did not start.
Pity about Ferrari. He was involved in that incident in race number 1, turn number 1, lap number 1. And yeah, couldn't get to start this one. He was on the warm-up lap. Williams from Cup in Class A, Roach from Leyden, Sandenberg Jr., Limburg and Majid, the top 5 in Class B. Van Eeden, a bit of a runaway victory there from Jabez, Smith, Walton, and then Schroeder and Dreyer. 81 thousandths of a second between the two of them to wrap that one up. We didn't see anything of Tate Bishop. Geldenhuis in the Class A car also not having a showing there at all.
Yeah, and of course Ishmael Davids didn't start. He had a problem in race number 1 already when he didn't start there, and then it didn't not start for Daniel Munna. This is just a replay of some of the action out there for the viewers at home.
Bit of grass cutting.
That was the track and more being used there, just ahead of Faisal Jacobs, and just behind him you can see the leader of Class C, Ryan van Eeden. This is a battle between Brett Roach and Zak Leyden.
You realize how Brett Roach was actually smoking all 4 tires very lightly there, so he was on the limit and was actually drifting out towards Zak Leyden. That just shows you how accurate Zak Leyden's braking was at that stage of the fight to get around the outside. Once Zak Leyden eventually, just after this, got past Brett Roach in that last half a lap, somehow Brett Roach got back past him again.
Right, that's some of the action in the API Property Group VW GTI Challenge, race number 2, as we watch some of the replays for the folks at home. We're getting ready now for Pro Oil Supercars and Keltron Fine Cars, race number 2. All right, here we go. Pro Oil Supercars, Caltron Fine Cars, race number 2. And it was a lovely race out there early on by Rian Swart. Have a look at the fine cars filtering through there. That mini of Steve Whitehead. Belinda Faries there, Natasha Whitehorn. Natasha Whitehorn, listen to me. Natasha Tissendorf. There's too many Natashas involved in motorsport in the Western Cape.
So just while we're watching the cars go through, I got an update from Ryan Catt, who actually stripped his clutch through the race 1 there. He's got new bolts and using new holes to mount it. So he stripped the flywheel threads. He's had to redo that for race 2, so he's having to start from the back again. So I think he just enjoys that whole last to first challenge.
Yeah. So he's got a very angry little face.
Yeah.
He's got a very angry little face. Oh, can you switch off quickly? All lights. All right, so here we go with the Pro Oil Supercars and Caltron Fine Cars. Right, Apex Bets, the man with a company that supplies the safety car, the Maserati, that's leading this field around. Now, race 1 wasn't a very great race for Andy Moffat out there. He actually ended up going backwards, had to try and make a comeback from there. It was won eventually by Rian Swart that came out there in P1 with Glenn Phillips was in there behind him in second, and Carl Halleck finished in third. He was just ahead of Bradley Fenner. That was the first 4 cars across the line in the Supercars. And it was all about Arnold Lambert and Gunther Appelgren that came first and second in the fine cars across the line. So let's have a look and see in this one. Are we going to have a repeat of race number 1? Watching the cars roll up the Tygerberg Straight. Got a beady eye out here for that Rian Stompie Swart's Opel Tigra. Still don't see it come into view. There it is. It's right at the back of all the supercars. It's just ahead of the fine cars that is coming through there.
Just thinking as well, back to what you were saying about Andrew Moffat, we were of course robbed in that race 1 of that fantastic battle with Pierre Pienaar and Andrew having to take off to the pit lane. So at the front row of the field here, hopefully he can make amends on this second race. 8 laps to settle everything out. It was very calm, very collected through that race 1. Fingers crossed we get more of that in race 2.
All right, so it is Moffat and Pienaar. That's on the front row of the grid. You've got the combination of Phillips and Halleck that is in there. There is Bradley Fenner. Cat is in that group as well. Watch out for that 2-litre 16-valve Opel Beams outfit on the Tigra of Rian Swart. There is your fine cars coming down towards us. Yolinda Fourie is there in that pink BMW as the lights go off. And away we go for 8 laps of action in Pro Oil Supercars, Caltron Fine Cars. Down into turn number 1, they go into block 1 corner. And it is Moffat that gets the jump out there. Pienaar is literally side by side there with, that's Halleck, that sits there just on his outside. And right in there behind them is Glenn Phillips, and right on his case is Ryan Catt as we watch the fine cars head up the Jabez Straight towards Castrol.
Yeah, fantastic start for the fine cars as well. They're making their way down into turn number 2 just now as we cut back to our supercars. The Pro Oil Supercars, Moffat getting a fantastic start ahead from Pierre Pienaar, but it's Kyle Halleck who wanted to have a little go there and then came under real pressure from Glenn Phillips as well. So now going down to second place, a little bit of a wiggle there from Pierre Pienaar coming out of the Sorel sweep. They come down towards the final corner here, and again have a look at P5 right now. Brad Fenner also wanting to get a little mix here. This is where you have to go already to get a move done as they make their way into Cape Town corner. They all bunch up, and that allows Andrew Moffat to get a little bit of gap there and a little bit of a stumble there on the inside of the corner.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's a lovely fight. They are 2 by 2 as they make their way out of Blockhoorn corner. It's all about Moffat that sits out there in P1. Look at Pierre Pienaar. He had a lovely start there in that second position as they come through. Halleck is in third. But have a look at this. The first 9 cars, there is probably a second or 2 between all of them in that supercar category. Moffat, Pienaar, Halleck, Phillips, Cat, Swart, Fenner, all the way up to Nasrin Schloss that sits there in P8. It's a tenth of a second, 3 tenths, 6 tenths, 3 tenths, 100ths, 4 tenths, 6 tenths, and that's the way it was between them and still is as they work their way out of the kink towards Damps.
Much and such through the supercars, but going back down to the fine cars, it is indeed the number 61 of Arnold Lambert who is in the lead again for the second race, and again it's Gunther Appelgren that's in second place, chased down by the 313 of Jolanda Fourie in that third position. So that's the podium right now as they make their way into turn number 2.
Now I saw the Natasha Tissendorf car go through there. Then you also saw the Mini go through there of Steve Whitehead. And then Greg Smith in that Mark II Escort was also there with them as we focus back on the supercars that are now working their way out of turn number 5 out of Cape Town.
Yeah, here we go then. There is still Andrew Moffat in that number 39 car leading the way from Pierre Pienaar. Kyle Halleck in third. Glenn Phillips fighting it out with Ryan Catt, making his way from the back of the field. They come under the City of Cape Town bridge here. And again, almost side by side, 2 by 2 by 2 by 2, all the way down. But look at Pierre Pienaar. It's late onto the brakes into turn 1. Sent it up the inside. Beautiful move. Signed, sealed, delivered. Pierre Pienaar takes the lead.
This is the best damn race I've ever seen Pierre Pienaar do. And he's got that 7 car back in P1 ahead there of Moffat, but Moffat says I've got the line for Castrol corner, and he takes that lead back again. And there's a lovely fight just behind them between Halleck and Phillips. They are absolutely side by side, and then here comes the Tigre. Here comes the Tigre of Rian Swart.
I'll tell you what, Pierre Pienaar left that door wide open into 2 there. He gave that opportunity. I wouldn't have been even going anywhere near that, but Andrew Moffat takes it as we've got a car off into the inside there. I wonder if that is going to be, it's not Jolanda Fourie, it's the number 40 car of Kirk Williams.
Kirk Williams, yes, he's out of it. As we watch the rest of the supercars go down that Killarney straight. We've got to try and find the fine cars. They're heading towards turn 4, towards a Sarl sweep. We'll go to them now as Pierre Pienaar has now been pressurized heavily. Pienaar loses a couple of positions. He drops in the pocket there just ahead of the Tigre of Swart. He's going backwards. Pierre Pienaar is going absolutely backwards. And has he got a problem of some sort? Because here comes Glenn. No, that could be Cat that's having a squiz at him on the outside.
It was a terrible exit out of that final corner. You saw the little jinx there.
No.
As we go back to the fine cars then, that is going to be the 61 of Lambert in the lead. Then you've got the number 13 of Appelgren in there as well. They come down under the City of Cape Town bridge here.
Out there on the background, there is that yellow Jetta 1 of birthday boy Arnold Lambert. Sitting out there in P1. Lambert sits there. Appelgren is in that second position. Then we've got Peter Hitchcock coming through with that Ford Mustang. He is there in third. And then it's a little bit of a gap there between himself. Jolanda Fourie is coming through. Then it is Jan Koekemoer driving that Jaguar, and he's got Di Dugmore right in there behind him.
So possibly no surprise, just to give you an update on the supercars, to know that Rian Swart has taken the lead here. But somebody want to tell me how Ryan Catt is now leading the V8, the Pro Oil supercars right now. This is sensational stuff from the back of that field all the way up to the lead there.
Well, second, well, yeah, the lead or second, whichever way you want to see it for sure. But that's just because they've been tripping over each other, and Ryan Catt's just been keeping it on the tarmac, and that puts him, well, second overall to the Tigra of Rian Swart. Then we've got coming through Moffat. Moffat is coming through right behind him. Moffat. We have got Glenn Phillips, 0.08 of a second between himself and Phillips. Then we've got Carl Halleck in that fight. Then it's Pierre Pienaar. So Pienaar's launching a comeback. He's the last car in that group as they work their way out of one, followed there by Nash as she works her way out, and Richard Lovett.
So looking at the two then, we can safely say that Pienaar doesn't have a problem with that car, just a couple of dodgy corners for that, so it's good to see.
We thought that there was an issue, but thank goodness it's not. He's okay, but he has lost a ton of ground to the cars ahead of him.
But it's strange that he can have such a catastrophic moment like that and still be on the tail of the group, and then 2 laps later he'll be possibly trying to fight for this, as we've got just 4 laps left to go in the Pro Oil Supercars and Carltron Fine Cars.
Yeah, we're going to have to pick up those fine cars, but I know it's a massive, massive fight going on here with the supercars, and you don't want to break away from them. There's another side-by-side battle. That is Phillips and Halleck. The two of them are still side-by-side here, and what could actually be... it is the two of them. They're picking up one of the fine cars that's at the back of the field, as the leader of the fine cars is still Arnold Lambert, that sits out there in P1, and second is still Gunther Appergrein, as we'll try and pick them up as we watch this fine car group make its way out of turn 1 out of Blockhoyn.
Yeah, with the supercars we've got 2 separate battles going on, because that was actually Phillips and Catt, and then Halleck and Moffat, who were all going toe-to-toe, but Moffat now dropping like a stone as we're about to get our fine cars, I believe, just coming across the start-finish straight under the City of Cape Town City of Cape Town Bridge just now. That is indeed going to be your fine cars race leader of the number 61 of Arnold Lambert.
Right, here come the supercars out of turn number 4 out of Saddle Sweep. That is Rian Swart, that's going through. He is way ahead of this fight between Phillips, Catt in there. Then it's Halleck. Then Moffat and Pienaar are side by side. Then it's Fenner. Behind Fenner it's Slosh as we watch them race down the back straight towards Cape Town corner.
Yeah, here we go into the banking, and again it's deep into the corner for Ryan Catt there. That allows Glenn Phillips to go up the inside yet again, and they're going to swap the positions. Right, I get the feeling this is going to be toe-to-toe for the remainder of this race here, but we're going to come and cross the line. 2 laps left to go. It is still Rian Swart in the lead by, what's that, about 10 seconds from the looks of it. 1:25 was the last lap round for him. 2 seconds clear of everybody else on the racetracks to make their way down into Blockhoyn corner for the penultimate time.
Well, what you can't see, I can see coming out of Castro corner is Natasha Tischendorf with Greg Smith, and then just behind them, lapping them there is the leader.
Oh, contact!
Oh, in turn 2 in Castro there's contact. In the middle of Castro corner, there is contact. You've got a supercar standing plumb dead.
Is that Ryan Catt?
It looks like the number 11 car. Yes, it is Ryan Catt, but he's going again. But that's cost Ryan dearly.
So that's going to be Glenn Phillips that he's come into contact with then. And, oh my goodness me, that is horrible to see. But again, you have to take your chances, Frankie. You have to send it.
You got to go for it. There's the Mini of Steve Whitehead coming through. He is in the fine car category. And Moffat going one-on-one with Pienaar. And then just behind Pienaar, you saw Fenner with Schloss and Lovett having their own little fight out there as they make their way around. There is, that's Pienaar coming back. Pienaar coming back there at Moffat. They got the Mini of Steve Whitehead. He just keeps right out the way. He knows not a damn thing I can do there. Just behind the two of them, you see Bradley Fenner coming into view there. There's Nash, Nadine Schloss. She's now pulled away there from Richard Lovett.
Rian Swart then, your race leader, on to the final lap of the race and is already making the way out of turn 2 just now. So we see the rest of the field going through turn 1, and this is where traffic really starts to play some havoc right now. We're seeing side by side going into turn 2 for second, third position, almost causing contact with one of the lapped fine cars there. That was very close indeed.
Yeah, I was watching that on the exit of Castile Corner. The combination of Moffat and Pino almost took the back of the VW Fox out there of Nash. As we watch them, this is the last lap. You're going to have to pick up the Tigra as it is way up front there of Rian Swart. He's racing down the back straight. He's your overall leader. That Opel Tigra, that 2.1 modified saloon car of Cape Town driver sits out there in P1, and he's loving it. Absolutely loving it. He did the tarmac attack here a couple of weeks ago. He thoroughly enjoyed it, and is bringing that 2.1 for the second time today to the checkered flag in P1. Well done, Rian Stompie Swart.
But the chaos is still going on into the final corner then for third and fourth position. It's P&R and Moffat still almost side by side. There's contact, and that's going to be Andrew Moffat off into the inside there. They were absolutely not given any quarter between them. That is racing.
Well, can you believe it as the checkered flag comes out? Swarke Phillips comes home second. Then it's Pienaar and Phillips that finishes his race. Moffat will rejoin. Here he comes to the line now, but he is way down the road. He's Andrew Moffat, and Moffat is not a happy camper at all, and he finishes only 0.6 of a second ahead of Richard Lovett.
That's a lot of damage on the front splitter of that car, so it kind of points to the obvious front to rear contact going into Cape Town Corner, but that is also going to be across the line for your fine cars leader, Lambert. In fact, he'll be coming around very shortly, I believe, because they were almost a lap down into the final corner now here, Frankie.
This is going to be interesting. This is going to, will Hitchcock get Lambert at the checkered flag? And there's Gunther Appelgrein with him as well. Arno Lambert, here they come to the line. They're side by side, and he has beaten him. He has beaten him by 1/10 of a second, and 1.2 behind them is that BMW of Appelgrein.
Peter Hitchcock will be absolutely delighted with that one.
I know I made a mistake.
But yeah, that was absolutely fantastic.
It's actually Peter Hitchcock. I got so excited I mentioned the totally wrong name there.
Who did you mention? Not to bring it up again.
That's how much action he's out on the racetrack.
Oh, and that's the thing as well, up here in the commentary box, it's so difficult to try and formulate thoughts on the go here when you've got all of this action, all of this chaos going on every single lap. But my goodness me, they give us value for money in the Pro Oil Supercars and the Caltron fine cars here in race number 2.
So it was Hitchcock that beat Lambert to the line. I'll have a look now. By not much.
0.183 of a second.
1/10 of a second. 0.183. It was Peter ahead of Arnold, then Gunther, then Doug Moore, and then the Jaguar of Jan Kokemoer.
Wow, I mean, it's great having two separate races. Obviously, with the supercars, you've got their own battle that's going on. We knew that was always going to be a likely runaway for Rian Swart in the Opel Tigra 2 litre. I mean, that thing is just devastatingly fast, but a fantastic battle going on behind. And, you know, congratulations to the rest. And Pierre Pienaar, I thought, was a fantastic performance, but they all just really gave it. It could have been any of the four of them. Glenn Phillips, it was, though, taking second place, Pierre Pienaar in third, and Brad Fenner in fourth. But we also have to say, what a fantastic performance for Nashreen Sloss. Been watching her since the start of the season. Excellent progression all the way through.
Yeah, one of the best outings that Nash has had in quite some time, so well done to her, with a whole new colour scheme, a whole new sponsor for 2026 on board as well. So yeah, well done to all of the Formula Supercar drivers. Probably the highest field in numbers that they have had on a track in many, many years. 11, 12 cars out there. And like Craig said to me on the phone on Thursday, he said, Frankie, if we all pitch up, it's going to be the most that they've ever had. And this, I don't know if they can hear me in the Formula Supercar pits, but what I saw in race 1 and now in race 2, the future is going to look bright for Formula Supercars in the future. And yeah, absolutely incredible stuff.
I feel a bit robbed in race 1 because we never got a glimpse of what on earth we got here in race 2 here. This was fantastic. I thought that Mini was so lucky to avoid the two cars behind him there, getting very closely boxed in, very intelligent driving from that car behind there. Could have maybe tried to force it over a little bit more, but given the racing room. And well, we caught the tail end of that. I didn't see any contact
we just picked
of
up
that.
the tail end of that,
They were side by side on the entry into Cape Town Corner, so surely there must have been some contact. But this finish here,
this was close.
Cannot get more of a nail-biting finish than this. And look, the arm out the window, fist pumps of joy.
But if you have a look at the checkered flag, all those fine cars, first, second, third and fourth, boom, they were right there with each other across the line. The Jetta, the Jaguar, the Mustang, the BM, they were all there with each other at the flag. Now to Clint Ridden and to Craig Hume, Chairman and Vice Chairman of Supercars, the future looks good. And that's the moment we lost the Kirk Williams, number 40 Supercar.
Well, we get a chance, thankfully, to go and calm down and relax ourselves after that one, because up next is going to be race number 2 for the Cadiz BMW CCCT race series, the Cape Town race series, and yeah, looking forward to that. We'll be back in just a couple of moments.
I'm standing here with Brett Roach from GTI Challenge, and we're here for two reasons, Brett. First of all, you are a stalwart. You've been doing this forever. Tell us a little bit about the car that you're driving.
So I'm driving a VW Jetta. It's like a 1992 chassis that was built by Robbie Ferroli many, many years ago. And we run in Class B in GTI Challenge. It's a 2-litre 8-valve.
2-litre 8-valve.
So it makes 113 kilowatts and 192 Newton meters of torque.
So we're at round 3 today. You've had one race so far. How's that been going?
Yeah, it was a good race. I had pole position, but ended up finishing second. But we had a bit of a scrap with Zach Leyden. Unfortunately, I was in the lead. I'm not making excuses here. I was gonna,
of course we aren't.
I was going to battle to hold Zach off for the whole race, but yeah, on lap 3, as I was going through, coming out of turn 2, I'd already hooked 4th gear, going to the kink, it just popped out of 4th gear. And poor Zach had nowhere to go and ran me up the back. And but he got past in the move, and then yeah, unfortunately he's just got a little bit too much pace. I was trying to hang on there, but I think I finished the second behind him at the end. But it was decent. I mean, we're still pedaling this old dinosaur here, and yeah, I'm looking forward to the second race because we invert the top 6. So I'll go to 5th, Zach goes to 6th. Let's see, maybe we can come through and do something there.
We're all waiting for race 2, but your little incident in race 1 was minor compared to another incident in turn 1. You want to walk us through what happened there?
So on the first start, as we went into turn 1, I think it was a Class A competitor, Ian Cap, went marginally wide. And then Faisal Kutsia stuck his nose in there, who was in a Class B car, and suddenly Ian came back across onto line, and I think Faisal didn't want to make contact and almost lifted, and when he lifted, his car spat around. Wow. And then it was a knock-on effect with Daniel Liebenberg and I think the Ferroli. Yes. He was also involved. So yeah, it was unfortunate. Those cars were quite badly damaged, but I believe they're going to be ready for the second heat, so that's a good sign. They'll be there for the second race.
That's interesting, and also to be happy because all the drivers are fine.
Yeah, absolutely, everyone's fine. I think Daniel took a bit of a knock on the next side, but he's tough. No, he'll be there.
Challenge drivers are always tough. So good luck for round 4, race number 2. Have some fun.
Thanks, Jason. Thanks a lot.
BMW Car Club Cape Town, sponsored by Cadiz, and getting bigger and bigger every single time they go out on circuit. Margaretta and Connor Kilbride, the 2 Class A's, will be on the front row of the grid with Nian de Toy and Jacques de Toy directly behind that when they come off the line after the lights.
Jacques de Toy up to the front end. Watch them all peel out of the pits now. As we said in the first race of the day this morning, 32...
Sorry, not Jacques de Toy, it's Nian and Mansour Parker. There we go.
There you go. There's Jacques de Toy, funnily enough, just leaving the pits. But yes, 32 entries for race number 1. I know a couple of guys had a few issues, but most of them sorted themselves out. I know we saw Mia Bench had an issue off the line. She actually didn't get running, neither did Zach Groenewald, but we saw he went out for race, or for the Clubman's race, so that car should be A-OK. Mia Bench said on the group that she was also going to be in the race for race number 2. So let's have a look who will be there. We see Dylan Jabir, Lloyd Brady, there's Zach Groenewald, Zach Leyden, Barry Williams, Mia Bench, Sean Tubes, Quentin Carstens in that brand new, I say brand new, it's the same car. It was the Marlboro red and white BMW. Now he's gone green and black, and a little bit of a wide body kit. And a lot of the guys, Gary, I'm sure you've seen on social medias. Ernest Page, for example. We don't see James King here. Neandertoy, all have gone out of their way to, as they all say, put their cars on a diet. And there's been some serious videos, Neandertoy especially, where him and the NDT racing crew have cut out massive chunks of their cars. Because, you know, this class, racing in general, you want to be as weightless as possible, or excessively weightless as possible. So
that seems to be Neandertoy's favorite trick, cut out the weight.
Cut out the useless things.
Yeah, as long as you've got something for the bootlet to clip onto, there's enough at the back of the car. All right, so Cadiz BMW Car Club of Cape Town, the youngest class of all of the classes at Killarney International Raceway. And subject to confirmation, I think probably the largest entry, single class entry here today for round number 3 at Killarney International Raceway, sponsored by City of Cape Town, Lime Property Management, in conjunction with Killarney International. And Smile 90.4. As they come up on the line, our lady racer Mia Bench in Class E. She'll be coming off the back end of Class E. So the leading Class B cars, Neandertoy, Mansour Parker from Anwar Levy, and then Dexter Bruce, Seth Griffin Wintle, and Dylan Joubert are the Class C's that are out up front, changing 1 or 2 positions quickly. Yeah, getting the guys in their correct positions.
Yep. So we had a couple of moments for a few drivers in race number 1, the likes of, as I'd said previously, Mia Bench and Zach Groenewald being non-starters just before the lights went out. We had as well Anwar Levy that couldn't get off the line correctly. They had to bump start that E46 S54 Turbo of his, but he got up and running and crawled back through the field. And we had Sharif Reynolds as well in that M2 competition, which is just out of frame. There it is, the tail lights on the right hand side, a very mean, probably one of the newest models of cars. If I look through the field, it might actually be the most recent model of them all. He had a spin or 2 and he was stuck outside. We had Chris Fursch, who blew the motor in race number 1. So hopefully Daniel Blazer. We still need to figure out who went into the wall at the magnet outside of turn 3, joining the tail end of the outside wall for turn number 1, Gary.
Yeah, we never got another camera shot on that one. It was a car weight based on the color white, but then again 70% of the cars is based on the color white, as opposed to the red of the Cadiz on the top of the windscreens. And a big shout out to all the guys that have done their duty and ensured that they've got all the necessary stickers on their cars to honor the people that sponsor the class and support BMW Car Club of Cape Town.
Yep, we wouldn't be racing, or they wouldn't be racing without the sponsors, both the class sponsor and all the drivers' individual sponsors. And I know they're always racing for their sponsors and for themselves. As Arlene Brown puts her arm up in the air to wave, let's go racing.
Mrs. Motorsport in the middle of the grid, doing what she loves every single Saturday. And if it's not racing at Killarney, it's rally. If it's not rally, it is motocross. If it's not motocross, it's karting. If it's not karting, it's half main. But she'll always be down there at the circuit as the pace car pulls away at the front end of the pack. And we're about to go racing. The leading Class D cars out there is Lloyd Brady, Johan Koekemoer, Sean Tubis, Vicky Pfeiffer, Ernest Page, and Sebastian Swanepoel. That is your main Class D contenders out there. Realistically, nobody's going to catch Marco Retta up front. There's no doubt about that. That car is just so quick. Connor Kilbride will do the best he can to stay ahead of the likes of Neandertoy, Mansour, and Anwar. And I think Dexter Bruce is probably the odds-on top contender for Class C.
I can see that, as well as already we've got one of the two E46
What way?
turbos just out on the left-hand side of the circuit. I'm just trying to tell if it's Mansour Parker or if it's Anwar Levy. I believe Mansour Parker will be starting in that 4th spot unless it was the original grid positions for race number 2.
Well, he's gotten out of the car, so
45,
that's the end of that.
That would be Anwar Levy in the 45. So that is very unfortunate after that stall in race number 1, but they got the car running and it finished the race. Now it got running, but it stopped itself on the inside of the circuit. So they're very, very unfortunate.
Say it
for
the
that
way
crew.
you see it. Say there's a bit of woman in that motor car. Say it. Be brave.
Well, temperamental is the right word to use, I believe.
Getting yourself even deeper.
No. I wasn't answering your comment. But hey, to each their own, however you take it.
Getting you out of trouble. Marco Retto working his way down the back main. He won't have much problem to break away the front end of this pack. He's very accustomed to the pace of that motor car. But I think the pressure's on for Conor Kilbride with the likes of Nian, Mansour, Anwar, Dexter and Seth directly in there behind him. He is a Class A, but let's be honest, those boys behind him are very much on the same kind of pace.
They round the final corner on their formation lap. A pretty clean race 1, besides the handful of incidents that happened around the circuit. But no need for full course yellow, even with such a big grid, one of the biggest grids of the day. And here they come, Gary. Marco Retto will set the pace. The bright red MDR Racing Progress Precision Engineering E46 will catch the light will go off, and away we go down towards Blockwaite corner.
Conor Kilbride doing the best he can under the given circumstances, but look at that, right in there, straight away. The top contenders in that Class B battle, all of them diving in there right on the back bumper of Conor.
Yep, and we saw Neander Toy in that Liat E36. Now, as they go into Castro Corner, he's trying to go around the outside of Conor Kilbride, but we watch the whole field go on through. Some locking up into turn number 2. Someone's gone straight off. I believe that could be Van Kukamur in that E46. And the bonnet looks to have gone straight up. But we'll have to just listen and hear what the outcome of that is as we go down to Dam's Dip and we watch the field come on through on this initial lap.
Well, that looked like that black BMW making up an additional position. I do believe, yep, that was a change up at the front end. There was Dexter Bruce past Seth Griffin-Wintle. So Seth drops down 1 position.
Yep, so chopping and changing on this first initial lap, as we come to see in all of the classes, trying to find your footing and getting into the place you want to be before all hell breaks loose when battles start commencing. As you see there's Sharif Reynolds go through as the leader comes on by, down towards turn number 1. There goes Marco Retto, already pulling away from the rest of the field. There we see Conor Kilbride in that 2nd spot, and then it is DeToy and Parker that will fight out once again in Class B honours.
Yep, that 3rd and 4th place for DeToy and Parker, nothing much in it. Groenewald has got a bit of a gap on Dexter Bruce from Joubert and then Griffin-Wintle. Kukamur leads out in his class, that is Class D, as they work their way up towards turn number 2 from Brady Tubes. Page finds himself in 4th position in class.
Yep, some good big movers in all of the classes. I'm still trying to figure out who that white car was on the outside. It's not Johan Kukamur. I accidentally said Van Kukamur, but I don't think he's out today. But we watch, it was Vicky Pather. I believe it was Vicky Pather that had that issue in that white E46. We'll just have to get confirmation. But as we go along down into turn number 5, Cape Town corner once again for your leader. There goes Marco Retto in that turbo E46. Out he comes with all the traction control and ABS and everything you could ever need. I know he blew up a turbo a round or so ago, but that car is back up and running. Look at Neander Toy fighting with Mansour Parker. NA versus turbo between the two of them, and it's all down to both drivers to show who's going to be out front.
Yep, a whole bunch of power going down there as they come across the line. It looks like Groenewald is getting away from Dexter Bruce, but Joubert is now putting the pressure on Dexter Bruce, who was quite happy to go up 1 position. Looks like he's going to go down 1 now.
Yep, side by side between Joubert and Bruce, back and forth. As now we look at Seth Griffin-Wintle with that brand new big spoiler for this round. A massive lock up there That looks to be, it's Sean Tubes. Once again, there's something wrong, unless it's the same tyres and it's still got a flat spot. There we see Yusuf Hendricks just in front of Sebastian Swanepoel and Zach Leyden in the E36, number 36, number 64 rather, as they go down towards turn number 2, Castrol corner. Another lock up there for Sebastian Swanepoel on the front right as he goes into Castrol. And it's just chopping and changing amongst the classes as we look down towards turn number 3, Dams Dip. Seth Griffin-Wintle in that Steve's Auto Centre, as well as Maxim Battery, Worth. And I forgot his title, the other sponsor, but through on we go to the lead, down into turn 5.
Yeah, he's just working his way out, but into turn 1, that's Marco Retta, but we're going to wait for the rest of them to come through for second, third and fourth. Here comes Connor Kilbride, and then behind him it's Mansour Parker. They're on the home straight already. De Toy busy working his way through. Here comes Zach Groenewald, but we now in turn number 5 into Cape Town corner as we keep an eye on these two. That is, I think, Kukumur and Page, if I'm not mistaken, yes.
Yep, exactly that. And we saw Ernest Page fighting a little bit higher up with Joubert and Bruce in that first race, but we look a little bit further back now. There's Tubes and De Kock. But we saw De Kock's door in race number 1 be obliterated. Now they've swapped it out for a different door, different color, so they've managed to get that car back into a legal standard, I suppose. As through they go, there's Yusuf Hendricks. Behind Hendricks, it will be Swanepoel, Leyden, Reynolds, Mitchells, or Michael, sorry, Carstens, Bench, and Van Sale that rounds out your top 20.
Yep, that's it. And just out of that will be Barry Williams in the 117 car as we watch this group work its way around. But the leader, he is in turn number 1, a 114.450 by race leader Marco Retta. He's really beginning to lap some of the slower cars. He's a Marco Retta in a class of his own. Connor Kilbride is in that second spot. He has just crossed the start-finish line now. He was 14.5 seconds behind Kilbride. Then we got Mansour Parker coming through. Groenewald working his way towards us. Here comes Dexter Bruce. He's coming towards us. Now that is Groenewald coming towards us. My apologies. Then we've got Dylan Hubert coming towards us, and behind him is Dexter Bruce, and then we've got Seth Griffin-Wintle working his way through, and he's 2.6 seconds behind Dexter Bruce.
Yep, now there's a class honors battle for first place overall in Class D between Johan Kukumur, the youngster, versus Ernest Page. I wouldn't call him an old hand, but he's definitely a professional hand. He's been doing this for so long, in multiple class champion in Supercars, in BMWs overall last year for all classes. And I see his bonnets come up on the 19, the left-hand side, so hopefully that doesn't either distract or possibly get him a black flag as he fights there for first overall in class, as we see Hennis van Sale come through. There's Barry Williams, Lloyd Brady, Jacques de Toy, and there your overall leader with now 3 laps to go, Marco Retta.
And they're going to get overtaken there by Marco Retta, that's for sure. This thing has got incredible power, this BMW of Marco Retta, as he carves his way through. Connor Kilbride, he's just making his way out of turn number 1, out of Blockcoin, and he's 16.5 seconds behind race leader Marco Retta.
2.5 laps left to go as Marco goes down through Dams Dip, just carving through some of the markers, the back markers in this case, as he makes his way through to complete another lap. We watch around the circuit. There's Quinton Carstens and Mia Bench that are fighting out there. If I look down the field, it's 18th and 19th for Class E between the lady racer and an ex-rallycross driver, Quinton Carstens, now to main circuit as we watch the field come through down into turn number 5, Cape Town corner.
Yeah, I just saw something off screen there, and it was Johan Groenewald that locked up the wheels going into Castrol corner, and he was just behind the toy as we watch Marco Retta once again work his way. No, that's not Marco Retta working his way. There comes Marco Retta into turn number 1 right now with 2 more laps to go as we will backtrack Connor Kilbride. Connor Kilbride is coming to the line. Matter of fact, Connor Kilbride starts another lap now. And then here comes Mansour Parker. Then behind Parker, it is De Toy that's crossing the line there. Neon De Toy. And what has happened to Groenewald? Now, here comes Groenewald. I was talking about, Groenewald coming through. Swanepoel, that's the one I was talking about. Johan Swanepoel. He got lost big time after his lockup in Castrol Corner.
If there's Dylan Joubert, currently sitting in 6th spot overall, and 2nd in Class C, is one of the back markers going on through now. And just after them, there's Seth Griffin-Wintle that's managed to get past Dexter Bruce for 7th and 8th respectively. And Seth Griffin-Wintle just making his way up through the field. Kukamur versus Page. A lap ago, they changed positions. There's De Kock. Behind De Kock, it will be Tubis, Hendricks, Swanepoel, Leyden. That's your top 15. As Kukamur and Page still go side by side in the E46 and the E36 through Block Coin Corner turn number 1.
One more lap for this man on your screen there, Marco Retta. 1:14.450, the fastest man out there, car number 50 in P1. And this is the final lap. And Marco is picking up tons and tons of traffic as he works his way out of Castrol.
We've got a spinner just on the exit of turn number 3. I believe it's Arno Michaels. We can't get that image. It's just out of view of our camera range, but he's stuck on the side of the circuit. That car is not going anywhere, is the 911. So he has an unfortunate last lap to this race as we watch for Marco Retta on the inside of all these cars, just getting through on those drivers before causing any sort of harm to anyone else's race. As through Sarl Sweep they all go. There's still that Page and Kukamur battle as down towards turn 5 for the final. Tubes and Hendricks battle down towards turn 5 for the final time.
But we're going to pick up the man that sits out there in P1. He's making his way through Cape Town Corner. There he goes. He just came out your shot there. That's going to be 2 out of 2 for Marco Retta. He is the quickest driver out there.
Sorry, Frankie, on the left-hand side, there's contact and there's a stoppage in the middle and a big, almost a pile-up. If we just pan over to the right-hand side, now they get going again. Sorry for that, Frankie.
No, the checkered flag has come out. And Marco Retta has won this one. Connor Kilbride, there he comes, and he is way down the road from Marco Retta that has won this one already. Connor Kilbride will make his way to the checkered flag. He comes home now across the line, does Connor Kilbride. Here comes Mansour Parker. Mansour Parker finishes his race, does Mansour Parker. Barry Williams finishing, he's a lap down. There's the toy crossing the line.
I saw, unfortunately, Sebastian Swanepoel, you can see on the left-hand side just behind the timing screen. He was involved in that contact in the center of turn number 5, so he's brought into the pits. But look how close this is between Groenewald and Joubert to the line, and Zach Groenewald will beat out Dylan Joubert at the checkered flag for what was 5th and 6th overall, and bring these two.
Right, here they come, Griffin-Wintle. No, that is...
Yep, that was Seth Griffin-Wintle just pulling away from Dexter Bruce at the line, with this being De Lang Jonkent that also brings that BMW E36 home to end off his race. Kelso van Sale bringing that E36 as well. This field is full of E36s as Page comes across to beat Johan Kukamur at the checkered flag.
Right, then De Kock crosses the line as well in that 77 car. And Sean Tubers has finished, Zach Leyden has finished, Sharif Reynolds and Yusuf Hendricks. All of them cross the line.
That was quite an obscure race. Everything happening all at once, all over the place. We lost a couple of cars, the likes of Anwar Levy. I see Danny Blazer in the traction BMW E36 also pulled to the center of the circuit. Arno Michaels didn't get to finish the race after he spun out just outside turn number 2. Sharif Reynolds, he should make it back into Park Ferme. I saw him rolling now on the cool-down lap. And then Sebastian Swanepoel, unfortunately, coming into the pits. And Vicky Paether, that's still sitting on the outside of turn number 2, had the bonnet come up on him on the opening lap. So very unfortunate for some of these drivers for their second race of the day.
Right, that was the BMW Car Cup Cape Town, sponsored by Cadiz Asset Management. That was their second race of the day.
Frankie, just before you put the mic down, there's always a big conversation on social media, at the track, in private. GTI Challenge, Class C is a one-make series. End of story, we know that.
Yeah, it's all Golf 1s, yeah?
Supercars, one-make series. We know that.
Oh, you mean GTI in total? Yeah, it's all VW products.
Correct.
Yes.
But each class individual, I mean, Class A is all 2-litre FSI Polo 6s.
Correct.
Class B is a mixture of Jettas and Polo sedans and whatever the case is. So they're not
and the Polo hatch, etc.
technically a single make series, but the other two are. How about this? What would you consider this kind of class? Sure, there's a wide range of cars, with most of them being E36s. There is Vicky Pater's bonnet that's come up on the right-hand side. Do you think we could have an E36 Cup class of our own?
You could. You could, yes. There are so many. As a matter of fact, I was asking somebody...
oh, sorry, we didn't see this. A big moment in turn number 4. I can't quite see. Is that Lloyd Brady? Oh, yep, that's the E90.
Fistailing all over the place. Try to fight it. I got it. I don't got it. I got it. I don't.
Close.
No, I don't have it.
Yeah, these are the kind of moments we don't see. Unfortunately, the clubhouse blocks turn number 4.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens here.
I was having a chat to, I can't remember who it was, from the E36 Cup guys, and I was asking, but where are the numbers? And they said the numbers are going to start to grow again, but a lot of these drivers from E36 Cup are now to the BMW series, with the reason being that they have dwindled slightly in numbers, but I am led to believe that they're going to start picking up again. So to get back to your question, could you have an E36 Cup in this? Yes, you could. What you obviously won't know, but Gary will know, back in the day of standard Group N racing, you had class A, B, C, D, E, F, but then Gaza, you also had the Honda Cup as well, with the Lawrence Boshoff, just to mention one name, Philip Boyson, just to mention 2 names there, that was in that Honda Cup that ran with the standard Group N. So, Gaza, if you could have that with standard Group N, you could have an E36 Cup in here to answer Jordan's question.
Yeah, pretty much a class within a class, no doubt about it. Group N racing, to my mind, still the best racing literally ever in the 78-year history of Killarney International Raceway and main circuit racing throughout South Africa. But one-make racing is becoming pretty popular, and the baseline is, because of the rules that you've got, you a little bit limited as to what you can write out checks for, as opposed to the person standing alongside you on the grid. So when it comes to cost cutting in general, one-make series is pretty much the way to go. Unless it's a Porsche or a Ferrari Cup, because then you...
well, that's a different ball game.
You start off with 6 noughts, you start off as a billionaire and you end up as a millionaire.
Yeah.
A very select
extreme
few.
supercar type style of racing, yeah.
But having a look at motorsport throughout South Africa and doing the second year show on a Tuesday night at 8 o'clock, and you look and see what's happening around the country, and if you look at what we've got at Killarney International Raceway as opposed to Schwarzkopf, Red Star, Kyalami, East London Grand Prix circuit, we are definitely in the top 2, there's no doubt about it. If you look at the oval track side of it in terms of KPL drivers, Vescas and Klein Plaasie Mega, as opposed to the rest of the country, we are definitely in the top echelons there as well. And then add to that we've got a national rally coming up, 24th and 25th of this month. Yours truly will be doing commentary on that, zooming around from stage to stage, starting off in Versantrekral at around about 1 o'clock on Friday through to around about 7:30 on a Friday night, and then starting up, that's in Malmesbury, and then starting up in Malmesbury again around about 8 o'clock Saturday morning, and then that running through till the evening with a night stage and closing off in the Riebeek Valley area and out towards Malmesbury side. So not only do we have Rally Sprint and Rally Cross, we've got National Rally coming down to the Western Cape for this month as well.
David.
Hello.
I will ask you one question and one question only. How was race number 1 for the Pirelli Super Twin Cup 650s and Super Sport 300s?
It was awesome. It was heartbreak. It was everything you could possibly want in the race there. Max Munton charging his way through the fields and having a fantastic race there. Adrian Solomon could have been, but Johnny Towers as well. I was very, very surprised that that Johnny, you know, placed where he did. I would keep an eye on him for race 2, but looks like he's going to be on pole position for the second race.
And something else we've got to look out for, and very unfortunate race 1, James Late, who had that massive crash in a straight line. I still was yet to actually hear from the 2 youngsters what happened, but that he rode that bike back from scrutineering from the prison that they have there by scrutineering building, where after an incident you have to go drop the bike off for assessment by the scrutineers just to make sure that everything's right and it's still race ready if it can go out again. And he should be back on the grid if my eyes don't deceive me. So that will definitely be a big rivalry between the 2 youngsters that we'll have to look out for in the 300s class. So we'll stay up to that. There he is. There's Bradley Musto on the 7 and the 74 of James Late, the RSRA and Ravenel bike. So my second question to you, are you ready for a second round?
Always, always. But you know that I was looking at you like, prison? What prison? And then realised that it was a euphemism. Never mind. But yeah, Max Munton at the back of the field again in the 14. You can see the 94 of Elman Mostert, one of the back row starters for the first race there. Although I believe Max in the number 14 is actually going to be all the way up to no, actually, yeah, there he is on the final row, just out of shot on the right hand side there. I was wondering why I couldn't see him, but at the back there, that is going to be Liam Kirstens. He's going to be on row number 3, I believe, at the back of row 3.
Oh, the whistle blows, David. I'm nervous.
Let's go.
I'm nervous, but I'm ready. Ready as always. Elbows out for some of the riders, though we wait for the lights to go on. The paddle will wait a moment. The 5-second board is up. The paddle's out of the way. Johnny Towers on pole. 5 red lights. They're out immediately, and away we go for race number 2 of the Pirelli Super Twin Cup 6 Division Super Sport 300s, and down to block going, David.
Adrian Solomon getting the whole shot there down into turn 1. I think in the lead from what I can see down there is just a sweep of Super Twin 650s and Super Sport 300s as well, but they make their way out of turn 1 straight down to turn 2 just now. 5 wide almost coming into that second corner. This is where bravery counts on that first couple of laps.
Something we also need to look out for, we saw in race number 1, Ryan van Nieuwkerk up into 4th spot overall. Huge contender for that young man, and you can watch him down the main straight, elbows out like he's got wings. As through Dam's Dip they go, all together, I say bunched up, but one after the next, all in a line, single file through Sorrel Sweep on this opening lap. Let's see where the battles commence amongst the grid.
Yeah, that's for sure. And the thing is, getting an early gap, that's the key thing here. That's exactly what you want to do, but it's not going to happen too easily because that slipstream in the 650s is absolutely incredible. They're already back onto the back of Johnny Towers.
We saw what happened in race number 1 with the slipstream. Adrian Solomon got miles away and he got caught up right at the end of that race. But look at this gaggle all together. We were almost 3 wide in turn number 5. But the opening lap from the standing start coming to a close, and it will be Towers from Solomon, from Venter, Bossen, Munton, Van Nieuwkerk, Lance Jonas in the top 7, Flach, then Musto, then Late in your top 10 as they all go down into block point turn 1.
Yo, seeing Max Munton side by side with Ryan van Nieuwkerk. Good Lord, that was very, very close going into the, just past the start-finish straight here. And Max Munton already up to P4 already. But there we go, Johnny Towers in the lead from Adrian Solomon. Alan Jon Venter after a stunning race 1 up into P3 already. Abigail Bossen in P4, Max Munton P5, Ryan van Nieuwkerk in P6, Lance Jonas up to P7. Franco Flach in 8th position, and then we move on to the Super Sport 300s. Bradley Musto ahead of James Lloyd. Do not be surprised to see them trading places at least 15,000 times before the end of the race.
Absolutely, we'll make up for it. Off the circuit they go. Rallycross style, motocross style rather.
How did he hold on to that?
I'm curious to see who that was. They were just too far away. Could have been Bradley Musto. He's all on his own. That's similar to what young James Late did in the first race and made contact with Bradley Musto. But back to the front, the top 5, now top 6, with Johnny Towers leading the way. how long until slipstream really takes effect? I saw a look over the shoulder for Solomon. They are right close together, and no one is giving an inch nor a mile.
Listen, if you're looking backwards, you're not looking forwards, and that's what it's actually Alan Venter that's up at the P2 who was giving a look over his shoulder there, but they're all there, and that was Max Munton. This is what I said in race 1. He's so quick and so late on the brakes there, but it's your heart is in your mouth because he just absolutely sends it round to the outside. That's how he gets a good exit.
Let's watch into turn 2. Does he do anything special? Up the inside of Adrian Solomon, jumping up into 3rd spot, and he'll take that one right away from the number 4, from the Pool Kings rider. Down towards turn number 3, through the Lundstem Kink they go, down into Dam's Dip. I mean, I've already got goosebumps, and we're only a couple of laps in, and we still are just watching this top 5, top 6. There's 2 just outside of the top 6. That'll be Lance Jonas and Franco Flach in the 650 class as well, but we mustn't forget 6th place overall. Ryan van Nieuwkerk is in fact on a Kawasaki 400 racing up against the 650 bikes.
I'm just glad I didn't have any energy drink at lunchtime because I would not have been able to cope with this right now. It's going to be Johnny Towers down into the final corner, side by side into Cape Town corner. Here comes Jan Venter through the inside. That is almost going to be done, but look round the outside. This is what I keep saying. I thought he was going to get the cutback on the inside there. Alan Jan Venter tried to make it happen, and Johnny Towers tried to defend against it, but it is going to be another new race leader as we go across the line for lap number 3.
Look at that. Venter from Towers, Munton, Solomon, Boston is your top 5. Van Nieuwkerk, Jonas, Flach, Musto and Late is your top 10. As down into turn number 1 we go once again. And the front 2 are just gingerly pulling ahead of Munton, Solomon and Boston. And those 3, those youngsters, Munton, Solomon and Boston, are renowned to race together for the past years, from 300s all the way up into this title class of 650s. As we watch there, Lance Jonas as well as Franco Flach, 2 also fierce competitors amongst themselves, and the 2 300s we get to watch back to as well. Bradley Musto and James Late right close together. They will be ding-dong banging come the end of this race in a couple laps time.
Elmi Mostert has jumped up into 11th position, but listen, you know it's been a fantastic race so far here in the commentary box when the other commentators are gleeing for joy at all of the moves that are going on throughout the track. And why wouldn't you when you've got this going on? We're coming down the back stretch then. Here comes Max Munton in P3. He's chasing down Johnny Towers and Alan Jan Vinton. 3 wide down into Cape Town corner. Are you kidding me? They somehow make it happen. And it's going to be Max Munton in the lead because of course it is.
I've crossed every limb I possibly can, David, and there's way too many to name. As out of turn 5 we go, Max Munton right on the case of Venter and of Towers. Now Boston and Solomon also in the race at this point in time. Across the line, all the bikes are in unison as one with 650cc power. Down into Block Coin we go, and look at the lead change. Oh, Solomon almost up the inside of Max Munton on the Sunscan and Mag Workshop motorcycle.
5 bikes, half a second. That is absolutely incredible stuff for the Pirelli STC 650s and the SSP 300s. Up the inside goes Max Munton, late again, and that is supreme braking. 2 for the price of 1 for Max Munton, and this again is what I was saying. That lad is just so confident on the brakes here.
The door was open and he entered the house and stole stuff from it too, just because he could, and through he goes into the lead with 3.5 laps left to go. But he's got fierce competition on his tail. Towers, Venter, Munton, Solomons and Boston all right on his tail, with not that far behind Van Nieuwkerk, and not that far behind Van Nieuwkerk is Jonas and Flach still for the top 8.
Almost onto the grass, coming on the inside down into Cape Town corner. Lap number 4 with 4 laps to go. It's going to be Max Munton into 2nd place, into 3rd place. He keeps on to the 2nd here, but this is just incredible stuff. There in 5th position, Abigail Bosson, who is just tentatively waiting behind and thinking, yeah, I'm just going to let you lot do everything. This is one of the best races we've had so far this season for the 650s.
Elbows out for Towers and Venter, the 2 legends of many types of motorsports here, internationally and locally. They're forcing each other almost into each other, to say the least. As down into 1 they went, through into 2 they go, and Munton just unsettling the bike ever so slightly, but holding his own. Ryan van Nieuwkerk with a leg out, Joburg style, as he likes to do. Motard, a national motard champion as well for the youngster, and 600 racer. Down into Dam's Dip they go, into the picture. David, don't look at me with a smile because I am over-elated, to say the least.
Oh, you got to love races like this where you just cannot help but get overly excited as a commentator here. 3 laps left to go here. Anything can happen. And the problem for Max Munton is that he has got 5 bikes chomping at the bit in the slipstream. And here comes Alan Jan Venter then side by side yet again. I think the move's already done before they even go into Cape Town corner. But again, it's going to be late on the brakes, dipping the bike down into that inside of the camper there. And Munton gets it back already. I've got no idea how he's been able to do that, actually. Sorry, no, it is Alan Jan Venter that takes the lead of the race. But again, it's the slipstream. Here comes Max Munton straight in like a shadow. 2 laps left to go. It's now or never.
I just looked out the window and I see the 2 300s are also nose to tail, so we'll have to catch them as they go into 5 in a little bit. But through the lead, the top 5 is still mind-bogglingly close together. Boston just dropping off the pace ever so slightly on that Project 60 SA and Team Wayward 650. But this top 4 now closing in on each other. It's Venter from Munton, from Towers, from Solomons as the 2 300s come across the line. And Late has taken away that second spot from Bradley Musto. I keep forgetting that Van Nieuwkerk is actually in the lead in 6th spot overall.
Well, no, so he's in a 650. Remember, we joked about it this morning. He's in the wrong class, so he's actually in a different.
Oh, it says an R6. Yeah, you're correct.
That's right. So he's actually with the 650s right now. So it is Lloyd, and they are still absolutely going at it, hammer and tongs. But out the Sarrel sweep, then the penultimate lap now, and it is a 4-way battle. We are spoilt for choice because coming out of turn 2, it's still side by side, but that's going to be up the inside then. I think that's Max Munton having a little look. Last of the late breakers, he gets it done. My goodness me, this is all to play for in the final lap. They come out the final corner here, and it is going to be Venter, Munton, Towers and Solomon all fighting it out in that top 4. You've got Abigail Boston in 5th position, Ryan Van Nieuwkerk in 6th position, Franco Flack in 7th, fighting out with Lance Jonas as well. But here we go, final lap, JT.
As Marshall Mathers once said, my palms are sweaty, my knees are weak and my arms are heavy just watching them come out of turn number 1. So close together, even Lance Jonas and Franco Flack putting on an incredible show outside of block 1. We look back to the lead on the final lap for the final time today for this class. There is 5 and 6. Ryan Van Nieuwkerk is catching up to the tail end of Abigail Boston on this final lap. There's these 2. Franco Flack up the inside of Lance Jonas to take 7th position away from him, and down into Damstep we go for the final time, David.
Here we go, the leaders just going through turn 3 for the final time of Ascot. It is Alan Jan Venter from Max Munton, Johnny Towers and Adrian Solomon. We've got the 300s going across the line just now. They're separated by less than 0.6 of a second. They come through the Saddle sweep though, and it is going to be Johnny Towers who gets the slipstream, makes a move to the right hand side as they're coming down the back stretch here. Johnny Towers is going to move into 2nd position, and they're going to go down into the final corner, into Cape Town corner.
I've just seen outside of turn number 1, Bradley Musto has gone down on the KTM 390. He's up and standing, trying to get that bike back on the road. But coming to the line, David, will you let me take it to the take it to the check? And here they come, right in the line. It will be Venter from Towers, from Munton, from Solomon across the line by 0.4 of a second, with Boston coming home in 5th and Van Nieuwkerk in 6th spot overall. And this also to the line, Lance Jonas pipping out Franco Flack on the train station number 5 by next to nothing, 1/100th of a second.
That was a pretty boring race, wasn't it?
Oh,
There's nothing really to say there.
There's always next
Good
round.
Lord, that was. And the thing is, we were waxing lyrical about the Super Sport 300s last round, and this time the Super Twins 650s just blew that out the water. That was absolute cinema right there. Congratulations to everyone that took part in that race there, especially top 4. But there goes the 300s across the line. That is going to be your class winner of Lloyd. James Lloyd coming across the line, and then that's also going to push up Karstens and Ferreira onto that podium as well. That also means that Elmi Mostert gets a top 10 finish after starting from the back of the grid, and then Liam Karstens is going to come across the line to finish in P12.
Wow.
Gents, you want to pick a ride of the day? I've seen a couple of the votes, but I don't think anybody comes remotely close to Ryan Van Nieuwkerk on that 400.
With the legs out, I mean, that youngster was doing
that's
so
Sheridan
much.
Mariah style that he was pulling out there. But what a ride from him to hang with the 650s on a little 400.
Julian Ferreira crossing the line now as well to take 13th overall in his debut round in the 300s class on that KTM 390. So so unlucky for Bradley Musto on that final lap. I think they were fighting so hard, and something happened in the exit of turn number 1. They'd moved that bike off to the side of the circuit. He got up and he looked to be okay, trying to get that bike back started. So I hope that he's all right.
Yo, there we go.
That'll be him
What a
getting a
race.
lift, yes.
Let's have a look at these replays here, because
I don't know if my heart can contain watching it again.
7 bikes we had to start that race there, and then it went down to 5. Then we whittled that down to 4 as well. But again, it just shows how powerful the slipstream is, especially on that back stretch, running down into Cape Town corner. They dip the head underneath the visor, slipstream it as much as they possibly can.
So there's that rallycross moment, way on the dirt, tail kicking
That's
out.
outrageous.
I'm still trying to.
That's
could be,
enduro racing
I believe
right there.
that was Bradley Musto.
Yeah.
Because that looks like James Late behind him, but I'll have to double check on that. But look at this too. Adam John Venter and Johnny Towers, already they were pulling the slightest gap from the rest of the group, but slipstream stops no gap.
The distance between those top 2 at that corner must have been absolute millimetres if they weren't already laying on each other here.
And
3
how
wide
was
at
that?
the turn 2.
That was 2 in 1 for Max Munton.
But he can get the bike stopped on a sixpence. He can get it stopped on an absolute dime. It holds the bike in. It's a combination of having the trust in the bike, having the setup, but also just being able to move the body weight and get that bike pitched round in time.
I know for a fact he's going to give his dad and his family the biggest hug after the struggles they went through with a clutch issue, after dropping the second bike or Clint's bike in qualifying from the back of the grid to take 2 podiums.
Yeah.
That is incredible to say the least. As out of 5 they come once again, 7 bikes. I mean, that's, you don't see that. Sure, we see a lot of bikes in certain classes, but this close all of the time, next level.
It really, really was, and that was him coming across the line for the checkered flag. And we see again a replay of them, that rally cross moment there. But again, I mean, that was just absolutely fantastic stuff from the 650s and from the 300s. So I guess that's time to wrap up the Pirelli Super Twins. I know,
That's
unfortunately.
no fair.
And we'll be back again next month, I believe, for more of the same.
Yes, we will.
Yeah. Happy days. So there we go then for the Pirelli Super Twin 650s and the Super Sport 300s. And unfortunately, it's time to move on, because it is time for the Warwick Wealth Sports and GTs. And well, if that was something, then wow, we are in for something with this one, because this morning, obviously, no surprises to see Davy Joubert in his Nova Proto, just sending it. But he was held out. What I'm hoping is that we get to see Clinton Thorne in a little bit better of ways, and also really enjoyed seeing those V8s there.
Something I must just bring up that we haven't mentioned much today, but since the new season has begun, we've started something new, Competitor of the Day. And the last couple of rounds, we've had bike riders taking the Competitor of the Day in multiple classes. This time around, I'll read your top 3. The number should still come up on the screen throughout the next couple of races. Just send a message to that number, the WhatsApp number for Killarney International Raceway, and the votes will be counted at the end of the evening to give the Competitor of the Day their overall prize at prize giving. But currently, 3rd spot, Cody Redlingace, just behind Henny Shalasa, and your first place Competitor of the Day so far, with a couple more races left to go, Ethan Dinner, the young man from PE that rides the 600 in the Superbikes class. So keep getting the entries in, and who knows, maybe your big fans, there it is, currently Ethan Dinner, Henny Shalasa and Cody Redlingace, maybe your Competitor of the Day can get a nice little prize to take home this evening.
And if you do want to do that, you can WhatsApp their name to 060-352-2890. That's 060-352-2890. Get your votes in. We've only got a couple of races left to go. We're about halfway through the afternoon programme. So we're going to take a break for just a couple of moments, and we'll be right back.
That's why I asked you to do that. Yeah.
All right, here we go with the second race of the day with the Warwick Wealth Sports and GT cars. Keep an eye on that pull beam there of Francis Carruthers. There's the Juno of Sander Bakari coming through. Eric Salomon, there's Martin Prince, Simeon Panev. That is Stuart Spooner in that 55 V8 Master. Brett Swanefelder coming through as well. That's Connor Kilbride. As the field comes through, David, one by one, 8 laps for Warwick Wealth Sports and GTs, race number 2. And let's hope that Clinton Thorne can get that Lotus 7 to the checkered flag this time.
That's what we were just saying there, but I've got to be honest, right? See, having the V8s in with this, I'm not averse to this. I actually really enjoyed it. It seemed like they got their teeth stuck in, and they were really making themselves at home here. I wouldn't be surprised to see them out again with the sports and GTs. It would be a very welcome anything that helps, you know, put the grid up even further. Yeah, I'm absolutely okay with it.
Well, who knows what could happen in the future? Let's look and see.
So the car's coming round then for the final race of the Warwick Wealth Sports and GTs, and David Joubert, I mean, again, he's not really got any competition in that car, in that class at the moment, but again, just keeping that thing in a straight line, keeping it on the track, can be its own challenge as well, keeping the concentration, keeping the focus to go round.
Right, a big thanks to the sponsors of the Maserati that leads the field around. And now they begin to bunch up. There's that Nova of David Joubert. Then we've got Marcel Angel in there with that Ford Mustang. The pull beam is in there, Francis Carruthers, Connor Kilbride, just to name 4 of them as they work their way through the 5A kink and towards the City of Cape Town Bridge. The safety cars pulled off. The red lights are on. The lights will go off now, and they drop the hammers, and away they go down into turn number 1 into Blockpoint corner. Through Blockpoint they go. The Nova will disappear down the road. Marcel Angel second. Connor Kilbride dives right in front there of the pull beam of Francis Carruthers as they work their way out of Blockpoint corner along the Joubert Straight towards Castrol.
Yep, turn 2 then, and Francis Carruthers having a very poor start, dropping 3 positions right at the start of that race there. Gets it going, but again, I think he's going to have to try and warm up those tyres a little bit. He's going to be chasing down, but again, Connor Kilbride just having absolutely no fear there to send that car up the inside and put himself into second position, Frankie.
A lovely drive there by Connor Kilbride. It was a good start off the line by Connor Kilbride. There you just saw Eric Salomon come through. I just picked up the Lotus 7 of Clinton Thorne. It's carving its way through. It's got its nose ahead there of Simeon Panev as they make their way down that back Killarney Straight towards turn 5, towards Cape Town corner. Into Cape Town they go. And I'll tell you what, Marcel Angel is right on the heels of David Joubert. There's Connor Kilbride. There's Angel ahead of him as they come through. That's Gary Thompson. There's the pull beam coming through of Carruthers, and Prince is right in that fight there, side by side with Sandra Bakari.
Yeah, great to see that Porsche side by side all the way down into turn 1. Unfortunately, David Joubert being very close to second place is kind of done and dusted now, because it always takes 1 or 2 laps to warm up, get the tyres up temperature, get the oil up to temperature, and then send the hammer down and get that car moving. But it is Marcel Angel in second position. But again, Connor Kilbride is the man on the mission right now in that C-class car, punching way above his weight, mixing it in the middle of the B-class.
Right through turn 3 they come through Damstep, and still Connor Kilbride on the heels of Marcel Angel, followed there by Thompson. Behind Thompson is the pull beam of Carruthers. Behind Carruthers is Sandra Bakari coming through. Behind him it is Martin Prince in the Porsche as they make their way down that back Killarney Straight. Stuart Spooner, he's the next man through, and right on Spooner's heels There's Spooner, and there's the Lotus 7 of Clinton Thorne.
Yeah, much better performance from Thorne. This is what we should have seen in race 1, heading down into that final corner, deep in there for Sandro Beccari, but again pulls the car back in. He's delighted to have stretched a little bit of a gap there over the 55 just behind him, and they come across the line, start lap number 2 then. So Davy Joubert is already off into another zip code where we've got almost side by side. That's going to be Carruthers.
Someone's losing the tail end there. That is the 17, but he's caught it. That's Gary Thompson. He has caught it. Lovely there as Thompson, as they make their way down into turn number 2. Now into Castrol. He has got Beccari in there. He has got Prince in there. He's got Spooner and Thorne right in there. Eric Salomon is the next man towards us. He's got Tian Berger right in there. Simon Penev, and then Brett Swanefelder is the next man through.
Coming through Sarel Sweep, as you can see here, this is going to be the rest of the field. So looking further down from Marcel Angel, there is Conor Kilbride as well, also having Carruthers right on the tail. But here comes Sandro Beccari onto the back. That looked like the number 17 there of Gary Thompson. That was a way to be very, very short work. Sent up the inside. Sandro Beccari says thank you very much, and takes that position without any effort whatsoever.
I'm looking at the quickest timer, 1:08.5 for Davy Joubert. He is nailing those quickest lap times in as Carruthers has a look, and here comes Thorne. He's on the case there of Stuart Spooner as they make their way through. Spooner coming through, and he's got Clinton Thorne right behind him. Thorne up on the inside, and Thorne takes that position away there. P8 away from Spooner.
I see exactly what you were preparing us for earlier on, Frankie. That car is absolutely rapid when it's on song. Great to see it back out there on its prime performance. Further down the field, though, you've got the likes of Berger, Salomon fighting for 10th and 11th position. You've got Simeon Penev and Brett Swanefelder in 13th position as well. So we have got just, what's that, 5 laps left to go here in the Warwick World.
Oh my goodness, a 1:08 dead by the man that sits in P1, 1:08.038. Here is something going to happen. I'll tell you what, Davy Joubert is winding this Nova up. He's got it. He's probably got tunnel vision as he's driving that thing around Killarney International.
I'm telling you, once he is firmly bedded in with that thing, I think we're going to be low 107s, maybe into the 106s. There's a lot of pace untapped in that car just now. And again, I think it's very, very tentative from Davy. You can understand why. New engine this week. He doesn't want to bid it this weekend.
That Nova is absolutely on fire. But we need to pick up the guys behind him, because he's on a mission on his own as he races down the Killarney back straight towards Cape Town corner. That fight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th is making its way now through the 5A kink towards Damps, as we still look here at Joubert coming around. There's that fight. There is Marcel Angel. He's got Francis Carruthers and Conor Kilbride right on his heels. Sandro Beccari, Mr. I Racing himself. One of them is Sandro Beccari. Then it is Gary Thompson. Side by side, Clinton Thorne up on the inside of the Porsche of Martin Prince, and makes the move stick there on Prince, and Thorne moves up to that 7th position.
The Porsche looked like it didn't want to have anything to do with that. Let the position go to Gary Thorne in that number 93, and I think he'll be happy that that Lotus 7 finally singing a song of its own performance today. We look back to the start-finish bridge, and that is going to be 2nd and 3rd position, just going across the line just now. That is still Gary Thompson there, but there is 2nd and 3rd. So Marcel Angel, I mean, it's been a deceiving race so far, because he'll stretch away a little bit and then catches right back up with Carruthers, and then it goes back out again.
Yeah, there's Spooner, there is a Thorne, and there is Prince working their way out of turn number 1, out of block 1 corner, as they work their way down into Castrol. These guys are having their own little fight. Thompson, Thorne and Prince, sorry. There is Spooner coming through. This is Tian Berger, and right behind Tian Berger is your leader. 1:08.038 by that man himself, the race leader, and that is Davi Hubert.
That is just incredible pace. I'm watching just out of Sorrel Sweet coming down back stretch here. What has happened to Francis Carruthers? Because the pace that he had has now gone. He was chasing down Marcel Angel, and now he's being chased down instead by Conor Kilbride and Sandro Beccari. So I wonder, surely it's not tyres, surely something has happened to that car.
Yeah, I don't know, or Marcel just wound it up and disappeared down the road, or he made a slight mistake. Well, Marcel Angel is on fire. Here comes Sandro Beccari. Up on the inside of Conor Kilbride. Down into Block Point corner. And Beccari dives through on the inside of Kilbride. And the Juno takes that position away from the BMW.
I have a feeling that it's going to be just about a lap away between Sandro Beccari and Francis Carruthers, getting very, very close to each other. You're going to see that Conor Kilbride is going to hold on to that. Now, is that one of the V8s moving very slowly on the inside? No, it's not. We'll come back to that in just a second. But there is the Porsche a little bit further down, the number 72. And again, with this, again, 1 lap left to go here. It makes it very difficult for the rest of the cars to actually do anything right now.
No, well, right now, Davi Hubert's got this one in the bag. And if he doesn't have a car that's close enough to him, then we can maybe see another quicker lap as Davi Hubert makes his way out of Cape Town corner towards a checkered flag. He is... no, that's not. That's Marcel Angel. That's coming down towards us. That's not
it was
Davi
a battle for third, because this is really hot up now with Carruthers and Sandro Beccari there.
There goes Davi Hubert towards the checkered flag. Will he go quicker than a 108.038 as he hits the checkered flag? Now it's a 107.923 for Davi Hubert. Wow,
that is incredible on the final lap of the race as well. We've got to keep an eye for the fight then. Now Carruthers has slowed down, but yeah, okay. So they've taken the checkered flag. So they think the race is over, but of course Davi Hubert was behind them. So technically I think they're still racing right now, but they don't know they're racing. Yeah, so Davi Hubert took the flag but hadn't actually lapped Marcel Angel.
No, they should still be racing.
They should, but they're
They
slow.
should still be racing. They're on the lead lap and they have slowed down.
Yeah. Yeah, they've seen the checker flag and thought it was for them, but it was for actually your race leader, Davi Hubert.
They should be going, they're not a lap down from P2 down to P...
They're all going to DNF if they go into Clubman.
Yeah.
Well,
this is actually, that's a great point from Jordan, because they're going to automatically think they're
Sorry, from P2 to P8, they're still on the lead lap.
Yeah.
They should be racing, they're not.
Going to pit lane. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Well, that's guys, fancy being in the post-race stewarding for that one?
Well, we're not.
Yeah,
no,
that's
Angel Marcel pulls into the pits as well, and if you look at the monitor from P2 to P8, it's still on the lead lap. The first 8 cars was on the lead lap. From P9 down was lapped. P2 to P8. Then, if my facts are right, and I speak under correction from what I'm seeing on the monitor, they did not finish this race.
None of them did, because
second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth.
By technical, and again, this is all provisional, so this is all just
this
speculation.
is all unofficial from us.
That
yes.
would put Spooner and Berger in second and third position,
and
because
they are
lapped.
And they are lapped down.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
Angel, Carruthers, Beccari, Kilbride, Thorne, Prince, and Thompson would then not have finished this race.
Well, again, another boring race there, Frankie. Nothing to say here whatsoever. Good Lord.
Look, it's all unofficial from our side.
Yeah,
okay?
and
all
that's
unofficial from our side.
From experience, I've seen this happen before, and what ends up happening is with unanimous consent, it gets rolled back to the last lap, and it's very likely that...
I think because of what happened, that possibility is there, that they might go 1 lap back. But of course, that's for the stewards downstairs to determine,
and of course, if you made a move on that last lap, you're going to be vehemently against that, because you want that extra.
Yes, look, they've all done 7 laps up until there.
Yeah.
9 is lapped. So that from 9 down 7 is fine. But from 2nd to 8th, if they'd taken the checkered flag, they would have done the eight laps,
Yeah.
and they didn't do that.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is that obviously it all comes down to communication, and you know, we're all human at the end of the day. And
Well.
unfortunately, I would be lying if I hadn't said that I'd made worse mistakes than that. But yeah.
I don't think, and once again, it's only my opinion, I don't think we made a mistake there because the proof, the proof was on the timekeeping board,
Yeah, well, there we go. That's.
But how's that 107.923 by Davi Hubert?
That's what we have to kind of focus on. Let's put this into perspective, ladies and gentlemen. That 107, 12 seconds faster than any other car on this grid. That is just mind-bending.
I think a 106.4, if I'm not mistaken, by Troy Donacek. That is the quickest time around Killarney. And then there was also a 108 by Stuart White. And that 107 would now have beaten Stuart White's 108 here at Killarney.
So actually, that's an interesting point, because on the timing it does show them as one lap down. Maybe that's what happens. Maybe it just they lose an extra lap.
It will show a lap down because he never took the checkered flag, and they're now just behind him, according to this. Yeah.
Maybe everybody just stays in their place, and instead they accidentally go a lap down. So again, that would probably be the least bothersome issue.
Well,
either way,
that will leave to the powers that be to sort that one out.
That's a long conversation. That's a long conversation for sure, but either way we move on, because that is the end of the final race for the Warwick Wealth Sports and GTs, and we have hit the halfway point of the afternoon show, because it's now on to the Pirelli Clubman Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles. Joining me for this one, a very warm welcome back to a recovering Mr. Francois Butler. Are you keeping well, Francois?
As far as I know, I am. Thank you, David.
What day of the week is it, Francois?
It's Tuesday.
Good, lad. That's exactly the answer I wanted to hear on that. Yeah, it's both myself and Francois have been feeling a little bit worse for wear over the past week or two, and thankfully getting over the worst of it. But you know, in typical gentleman fashion, we like to make the most of it and feel sorry for ourselves a little bit, or at least I do. Who knows? But either way, we've got Clubman's, the Classics, and the Breakfast Run out now. Race 1 was an interesting affair. It didn't have the fireworks as some of the other races had, but
it was pretty close.
It was good,
except for the lead, but the mid-pack, that mid-pack was very close. Let's have a look, see what happens this time round. Matthew Doiser's on pole. Malcolm Govan had a good run of it, so did Saad Adam. William Morris had a great start, but then he sort of fell off the chart a bit.
And again, it's one of those races where the 600s, and this is what you said all the time, is that the 600s, this is their circuit rather than the 1000s.
Well, it suits a 600.
So, sorry, Francois, I just grabbed the mic out of hand. They're going to show us a replay here that IMUSAT's people picked up for us. A big thanks to Steve and all the other crew down there in the production office. So the checkered flag is out.
So that's
Here
Marcel
comes
Angel.
Marcel, yes.
Yeah, so the checkered flag is flying.
The checkered flag comes out too early on the replay.
And obviously, it doesn't count on the official timing, but the flags are used as a communication device for the driver. So they see the checkered flag and they think...
And only now does the Nova come into shot.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah.
So, yes, that is not the fault of the competitors. That is not the fault of the competitors. They saw the checkered flag, and we can look at that replay again. Francois, you can take us through that, but that was also a replay. So Marcel Angel and the other guys from P2 to P8 did not falter.
No, they didn't. They were shown the checkered flag, and they duly acknowledged it. They all slowed down, so there's no fault of theirs whatsoever.
Here we go then, right on to the Clubman's Classics and the breakfast run. The lights are on for the final time this afternoon for them, and it's an amazing start from P3. Malcolm Govinder gets the whole shot. He's done and dusted and wants to get this race done already.
Well, let's hope he can hold on to it there. The whole gaggle of bikes there into block one corner. They roll around and have a look-see now as they hook around there. They go up the Uber straight, up towards Cashel corner. And already a whole lot of them there. And have a look at the little 600s how they nip up into the corner there. That looks like Side Adam that's pulled up there into second place. And working their way now through Lansdowne King down towards Dams. All line of stern stuff, a couple of quickies coming through there up on the inside. It's not an easy corner to go up on the inside of Dams, turn number 3. It's a difficult one, it's a bit of blind side. You get spat out wide up the Tigerway straight to go towards Sorrel Sweep. And like you see, line and stern stuff, now they'll start sorting themselves out as they go down the back straight.
Yeah, it's not exactly an overtaking opportunity at Sorrel Sweep. However, immediately out of it is, and we're almost 3 wide coming down into Cape Town corner. Great to see two-wheel action, picking up where it left off with the 650s and 300s, and we go back into intense racing. This is what we had in race 1, was a 4-bike battle for second place, I believe. But anyway, out of the final corner we go, and it's 2 by 2 by 2 by 2.
Well, it looks like Matthew Doyser's gone to the front here. Up over the line he goes. Well, there's Malcolm Governor, Matthew Doyser sitting in second place, so Governor leads out. But William Morris in third, a better ride from this time. Side Adam in 4, then Gerard Joubert, Wayne Gresser, Wesley Hendricks, Augustine Ntwari, then Henny Schalhauser with Willem Lowe make up your top 10.
And this is what we saw in race 1, Govinder just taking the lead and absolutely rolling off into the sunset. That will come down though, that will absolutely squeeze up between the pair of them as Matthew Doyce and William Morris want to try and get into this as well. But a fantastic little battle as well for 5th, 6th and 7th position. That's Gerhard Joubert, you've got Wayne Grace and you've got Wesley Hendricks all up in this as well. But with a 8-lap race and we've got 7 laps left to go here, not a lot of time to make this work.
No, and it's a pretty tight-knit field up front there, looking for Malcolm Governor to get away. Malcolm Governor is running down the back straight there. Matthew Doyser sits pretty close to him now as they work their way down into Cape Town corner. And, well, I don't think that Matthew's going to let him get away. He's sitting with him, and Matthew, as we call him, the one-leg wonder. And he's out there hassling Malcolm Governor at the moment. William Morris doing exceptionally well there in P3.
And that was one of the comeback stories of round 2, of course, taking pole position last time out and then taking the win as well for Matthew Doyser. So again, I think you're absolutely spot on. I think Malcolm Govinder had the prime opportunity to get the whole shot and get out of here, but Matthew's like, no, sunshine, not on my watch. And again, if you look at the times just coming in, 1:20.691, 0.3 of a second faster for Matthew Doyser on that last lap.
Yeah, he's keeping Malcolm Governor brutally honest at the moment. Side Adam a little bit further back there with William Morris, and so Side Adam's climbed up 1 into 3rd. Morris down in 4 with Gerard Joubert in close proximity, and Wayne Gresser in P6 chasing hard to go and get his foot up on the podium.
Yes, Side Adams there in 3rd position with William Morris close in tow. I get the feeling it's all going to be about this exit through the Sorrel Sweep here as they go side by side, almost in. Here we go. This is going to be the opportunity then for Matthew Doyser as he's going to go into Cape Town corner, but you can see Govinder just has the legs on that bike. He's able to stretch away and hold him off, so it's going to have to be a little bit of work, maybe 1 or 2 corners in advance and make that move stick. But certainly this is now a proper fight that we've got on our hands. 6 laps to go. It's going to be 5 laps left to go here as we cross the line.
Well, Malcolm Governor, Matthew Doyser across the line. They're literally nose to tail there. Here comes Side Adam, followed there by... No, it's Morris. Morris is through now, back on Adam. Adam and Joubert to 600, sitting 4 and 5 respectively. And Ntwari up to 6. Hendricks 7, Schalhauser 8, and Gresser 9 with Willem Lowe in 10. As they come up in towards Cashel corner.
Yep, here come your leaders then, and again another bit of a gap opened up between Govinder and Matthew Doyce, but again it's the fight for 4th and 5th position. That's what's interesting me right now. Side Adam fighting with Gerhard Joubert as they're all almost neck and neck through the turn 2 there. You're also going to get Augustine Ntwari. He's wanting to have a go into this one as well.
Yeah, John Costerman took the historic pre-sling into Park Fermé, so maybe a little bit of mechanical issues there, but still, there's your lead group going through, and they're going to work their way down the back to Killarney straight away. So Malcolm Govender leads out over Matthew Duiser. William Morris back up to third. He's in the white pack, and we'll have to see if the boys can hold him in. Todd Adam and Hubert are having an absolute titanic struggle with each other. Have a look at the clatter going down into Cape Town corner on your screen.
That was a move and a half. That was a save from last week. I think that might have been Gilbert and Ntwari that were caught up in that one. But there goes Malcolm Govinder, who is just, he's away. He's already away. And what has happened actually to Matthew Doyce now? That gap is only 1.2 seconds, so it's actually going up.
There is Govender going into Castrol, up behind him Matthew Doiser.
So that gap that was coming down to about 4 or 5/10 of a second now stretched up over to a second again now.
He's opened it up now, and William Morris sitting in third place has just gone into Castrol. There's fourth place man and Ntwari. Ntwari is through there, and up behind him side Adam and Wesley Hendricks there with Gerrit Joubert. So that's the crew that have just left Castrol corner and are working their way down towards them. So your leaders come. There comes your leader now. There is your leader coming up to Sorrel Sweep. That's Matthew Govender. By Malcolm Govender, then Matthew Doiser, and then William Morris bringing the rest of the field behind him.
What a fantastic battle this is for fourth position. So Augustin and Ntwari up into fourth position. You've then got Saud Adam behind there in fifth as well, but he's going to have to watch out because here comes Wesley Hendricks in the slipstream as well. They're going down the back stretch into Cape Town corner here. And again, it sends it up the inside. This could be a beautiful move here from either Hendricks or Joubert. Again, late on the brakes here, Francois, and that seems to be the key of this circuit. If you can master late braking, you get all the speed.
Well, we've had a couple of riders in the past that we've called kings of late braking, and it is to your benefit because then you roll into the corner nice and slowly, and then you're going to get exit speed when you exit there. So there's the riders all coming down into block one corner, all line astern. That's with all your top 10. There's your leader going into Castrol corner. That's Malcolm Govender. There's Matthew Doiser. There's William Morris going into Castrol. And then up being Augustine and Tori, Wesley Hendricks, Saad Adam, and Shalaza working up there behind him.
It's just 3 laps left to go, and just a little bit further behind, a little bit of a wheelie coming out of turn 1 there, and that is going to be the likes of Venny Schalke. You've Gerhard Joubert, who's dropped down to 8th position, Wayne Gressa dropping down to P9, Willie Lowe in P10, Michael Bakker in 11th position, and Quentin Retief in 12th position as well. So again, everybody now seems to be just fighting their own little battle here because the gaps have just opened up all across the circuit.
Well, I was about to say that Malcolm Govender has now found his rhythm and is now starting to pull away there from Matthew Doiser. So that's definitely him. William Morris sits there in third. He's in a lowly third. And then up behind him is Ntwari. There comes Ntwari into picture. Up behind him, Wesley Hendricks, Saud Adam, and Shalaza.
That's the battle that I think we're going to have to keep an eye on. The battle for P5 right now. Wesley Hendricks and Saud Adam, they come side by side under the City of Cape Town Bridge into turn 1, block 1 corner with just 2 laps left to go. So we're on the penultimate lap of the race, and realistically this looks like the only battle that's there. In fact, actually, that's Henny Shilhaza that's made his way up into P6 there. So got himself right in the middle of that little battle there.
I think another person to watch is Augustine Ntwari. He's chasing the back of William Morris. And, well, he's not too far off him. 2 seconds. You know, the corners will work that one out. But it's their penalty. They've got a lap and a half still to do. So,
saying that 0.8 of a second faster was Augustine Ntwari, so that could be an inspired call there, Francois. We'll wait and see on this this penultimate lap of the race, but it is still Malcolm Govinder from Matthew Doyce in second place, and then it's Willie Morris in third, Augustine Ntwari in third. This is your race leader coming out of the final corner to get the...
Have a look on screen. You can actually see that Morris is catching Doyce and Ntwari is catching Morris. So you watch them as they come out. There's Govinder's come through now. Here comes Doyce. There's Morris.
Great spot.
Okay, there's Morris and there's Ntwari as well.
So if anything, it's Morris that's catching up to Doisa. I don't think that Antoine is going to get it on this lap here, but they're going down into a block-front corner. However, here comes Hendrik Schilhaze and Adam as well. So side by side, I think that is going to be, that was a move from Henny Schilhaze up the inside, but he was late on the brakes there and loses that position.
Here comes
back
William
out.
Morris up behind Matthew Doisa. He's getting closer. And look at that, right up behind him, Augustine and Twari. It is the final lap, but it's not over till the fat lady sings, you know that.
Exactly, exactly. So we've got just one lap left to go here, and all of the action happening halfway around the circuit away from Malcolm Govinder, who has checked out. He is in a different postcode. He's already picked up his award by this point.
Yeah, I know. There he goes down the back straight for the final time today. He's giving it absolute horns down there as he goes down towards Cape Town corner. Great riding there from Malcolm Govinder. Now we've got to wait up for the rest behind. Oh, there's Matthew Doisa, and William Morris is right up there behind him. And then it's Augustine and Twari as they go down towards turn number 5. Is Doisa going to hold out? Morris, I don't think is close enough to mount a challenge, but here comes your leader and winner of both these. Malcolm Govinder crosses the line. He gets the checkered flag. And we wait now for Doisa and Morris as they race away towards the line. Looks like Matthew's going to do enough. And also great ride from William and to Augustine and Twari.
Fantastic performance there from the pair of them here, but it's across the line and it's going to be so close. It is going to be Hendricks from Schilhaze by 0.54 of a second, and that was what, half a tenth between the two of them there. Then it's going to be Adam in second place in the 600 side, Adam in second place in the 600s, then Gerhard Joubert going to come across the line just now, and then we've got Wayne Gresse, William Lowe, and then Quentin Retief is going to take 11th position as well. But boy, oh boy, another absolute spellbinder of a race for the Clubmans, the Classics and the Breakfast Run as well. This is really the hub of motorcycle racing here for the Killarney club scene.
Well, they've got racing up in Johannesburg, but I don't think they have as much influence as what we do, and as much as excitement either. So it's definitely that. But nonetheless, I think it was a great race, and don't go anywhere, because at the end of the day, we've got a Superbike race.
Well, we have, and that is going to be, I believe, that's going to be you and JT on that one. But there we go. We'll get some replays up very shortly for that race. That was, of course, the Pirelli Clubman Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles. Up next is going to be the Thermal Fires Clubman Saloons, and you're probably going to want to get a seat in a very, very calm position for this one, because that was absolute chaos for the Saloons in race number 1. So we'll wait with bated breath on that one, but waves to the crowd, waves to all of the officials from all of the bike riders. Of course, very grateful for all of the input over the course of the weekend. So we will step away for just a second and we'll be back with the Thermal Fires Clubman Saloons.
All right, here we go. Thermofires, Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars, race number 2. As the cars work their way out onto the circuit, and as I was saying to the guys off air here, let's hope we can get more than 2 racing laps in. We got so excited that we were still commentating after the checkered flag, and Frans was shouting, "Hey, the race, the race is done." But yeah, that's why I'm saying let's get them all to the flag in 8 racing laps.
Yeah, the problem with that one was that, well, the problem, but the facts of the matter was that while they were running under the safety car, the laps were busy counting.
They count, yes, they
so
do.
It just kept on ticking over. So they work their way around Thermofires, once again the main sponsor for Clubman's, Killarney International Raceway. Much warmer now than what it was earlier on, slightly less wind than what they had earlier on as well. So the tire temperatures will be a bit higher, the brake temperatures will be a bit higher. The body temperatures will be a whole bunch higher as well, because it does get kind of warm. Remember, these cars, all the insulation is taken out. It's excess weight. You don't want it. In the words of Neanderthal, if you don't need it, throw it away. Get rid of that unnecessary weight. So if you go and do a lap or 2, a warm-up, and then go and stop, all the temperature gets generated through the firewall, and you literally sit and cook inside that motor car.
Right, moving through turn number 1, Blockway corner, there is Jaco Lambert making his way through. Cannot miss Shane Justice's car. Trappies van Torne just went through there together with Dylan
Steven Gous at all.
No, Gous is out for race number 2. He is not going to be in this one. Remember, he and Peter Kannemeyer, they're both out for race 2. They made contact with each other in turn 1, Blockcoin, a bit early on in their opening race. And that has sadly put both of them out for the second race for Clubman's Saloon Cars.
I think Stephen was pretty well placed, points-wise, after the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, he didn't need to actually not be there for this one. He actually should be there, but yeah, unfortunately, because of the contact between his, not Kannemeyer, I talk lies, between himself and Mario Roux, sorry, yeah. My apology, that has put him out completely.
I suppose turbos don't like to eat sand.
No.
It's not their forte. It's not what they're built for. Well, a nice size field that's out there. It looks like we've got around about 27 entries that have made it out for race number 2, round number 3 of Thermofires for 2026. Massive big thanks to Stephen and Lisa for their ongoing sponsorship of the class. And nice to know that Thermofires is in fact expanding. So if you're out Brackenfell side of the world, go into Google Maps, type in Thermofires, go and have a look-see, and you'll see they are now purchasing additional premises across the road as well to extend the Thermofires business as a whole.
So chase vehicles going down the back, medical vehicle, other one is the Chief Marshal's vehicle. They are the 2 chase vehicles at the back of the Clubman's field. Remember, this will be a rolling start. Led out there by Jaco Lambert with Zach Grunewald right in that fight as well. The safety car moves off. The Maserati moves out the way.
Just for interest's sake, Frankie, I'm led to believe that Arnold Lambert's turbo power under the bonnet is in fact slightly higher than that of Zach Grunewald.
Yeah, Jaco Lambert will be a little bit more as they come down to the line. And away they go as the hammers get dropped, running down into turn number 1, into block 1 corner. Into block one they go. They're side by side. It's Groenewald that sits there on the outside of Jaco Lambert. As they make their way around, there's a car going pretty wide out of block one, but everybody holds station as the two of them race down towards Castral Corner with Mario Roux. Now, Mario was involved in that incident in race one with Steve. Steve is out. Mario's there. He's in third, just ahead of Shane Justice.
Well, Lambert's decided it's now or never, and he leads it out ahead there of Zak Groenewald. I didn't notice Dexter Bruce in the next couple of cars. No, I don't see a Dexter Bruce in there at all. So it looks like we've lost out on Dexter Bruce for race number 2.
Right, as they filter through the Golden Highway and into Saddle Sweep, making the way down the Killarney back straight, we've got a challenge for the lead. And it is Zak Groenewald that gets his nose ahead there of Jaco Lambert. Mario Roux is in that third position as the exit. Then comes Shane Justice heading down towards us. He's in that fourth position, but these two are still absolutely side by side. Behind Shane Justice, it's Dylan Hubert, Paul Munich coming through. Then it is Jacobs that makes his way through. That's Faisal Jacobs as the rest of the field just run down into turn one, out of block point and now into Castral Corner, and still it is side-by-side stuff, or was, between Groenewald and Lambert.
Well, Groenewald has now got past Lambert, but I don't think that whole battle is said and done yet. I think that's going to rage on for at least another lap or two. Probably find that Groenewald will eventually get away, but it's not going to be an easy call, that's for sure.
Right, as the field makes their way around, here we go. This is the leaders coming through. Groenewald and Lambert sitting out there in P1 and 2. Down the back straight they go, the Killarney straight, heading towards Cape Town Corner. Mario Roux is there in a lonely third spot. There goes Mario Roux through in that third position. Shane Justice will be coming towards us now as well as we watch the two leaders work their way out of Cape Town Corner. And Lambert's making a comeback again. He sits there on the left-hand side of Zak Groenewald. Here they come side by side towards us, and he climbs on the lower pedal, and Jaco Lambert crosses the line just ahead there, a tenth of a second, 0.185. And I'll tell you what, Zak Groenewald will not take this line down. That I can promise you.
It's Roux and then Shane Justice from Joubert. Then it is Paul Munich in the Mark 1 Golf. Jacobs in the yellow BMW. And then we've got Johnson, Trappist van Tonder, Becker, Hendricks is the next one that goes through there. And for Mark, leads out Class D ahead of Lehman with Jella in between the two of them.
Right, so yeah, they come down towards us, and there's David Vermaak. Yes, he's coming through. Gemma O'Lean right in there. There is Bernard Lehman, the only man out there with that Opel Corsa. Then Oliver coming through, and then that block of flats out there that of the toy, Eva the toy, as we keep an eye on the leaders. We keep an eye on the leaders. We're keeping an eye on the leaders as they make their way out of Cape Town Corner. And still now it's going to be game on, because Jaco Lambert knows that the moment, what should I say, Zak Groenewald knows the moment that Jaco Lambert plants it, he's going to have a go at him, but he's covered that inside line. He's covered that inside line. Roux, here comes Justice towards us. Then it's Dylan Joubert. Behind Dylan Joubert's Paul Munich. Then it's Faisal Jacobs. Then it is Francois van Tonder with Andre Johnson coming through. Then it is Becker. That's Sandra Becker with Josef Hendricks, David Vermaak coming through. Behind Vermaak, it's O'Lean. And then we see the Corsa of Bernard Lehman. That's Lehman coming through with Oliver in there just behind him.
Well, two completely different size motor cars, but very similar kind of pace between the two of them as we go towards the front end of the pack. And we've got somebody standing up against the wall as well.
Well, I was going to say Oliver. It's not Oliver. It's actually Willifeed. That's JJ Willifeed. And if my facts are right, Gaza,
Yeah,
that is the
JJ.
Yes, oval track racer of note at on tar and dirt, JJ Willifeed, and not Oliver as is written on the board here. It's actually Willefeer.
Yep, in fact, I think this is his debut event here at Killarney International Raceway, so unfortunately not been able to finish this one as Zak Groenewald goes back towards the front end. Lambert fighting back. Justice holds on to second in class and fourth overall. And then it's Joubert, Minnick, it was Jacobs that just came through, and then behind that, 2x2 is the way they play, and that is Van Tonder that's going one-on-one with Johnson.
Yeah, Andre Johnson just behind Trappist Van Tonder. Then here comes Sandra Becker coming through as well, and behind Becker, well, it's supposed to have been Hendricks, but here comes Vermaak down towards us. Then JJ Willefeer, and then we see Rosser coming through behind Willefeer. There is Evert de Toy, and that is Anton Jacobs coming through in his trusty old steed, the Nissan Sentra.
Well, a kind of a quiet one there by Evert de Toy. We're accustomed to seeing him with a whole bunch of cars around him. Race number 1, de Toy was very lonely, and now same in race number 2 as well.
So as we watch them filter around, the leaders are going down the back straight. They are heading down the Killarney straight towards Cape Town corner. And Zak, look at that. Zak gets away from him, and all of a sudden, Jaco Lambert just says, where are you going? And Jaco just hooks him up and reels him back in again before they even get to the brake marker. And now he's right there with him again. They are side by side. There was a 10th of a second when they started this lap. They're ending it now. And there is the two of them there. That's 5/10 of a second between them as they put a lap there on Craig Agliotti.
Up as they go past Agliotti, 3 to go, and let's go back to that third overall. Roos now got a fair amount of real estate between himself and Justice. That's third and fourth on circuit, first and second in class. Then we've got Joubert, that is fifth overall and first in class, and then, well, Minnick is pushing very hard.
Yeah, he's got...
Minnick's really got to push hard because Jacobs, who is one class behind him, is only a couple of car lengths behind him on circuit.
Yeah, and then as you see them run along that straight there, Trappist Van Tonder and Andre Johnson, the two of them there, the two of them make their way. Then Sandra Becker, here comes Sandra, into that right-hander. JJ Willefeer is right in there. Behind him, it's Lehman coming through. David Vermaak. Then it's Lehman, and then it is Wayne Rosser that's working his way into Castle Corner, followed there by the Ford Falcon of Evert de Toy.
Keep in mind that, in fact, is first and second in Class E that Frankie was just referring to now, as our leaders with 2 to go come past the start-finish line down towards Blockcoin.
100th of a second, 0.019 between Lambert and Groenewald. Lambert led across the line, but out of Blockcoin, it is Groenewald that's got his nose back ahead there of Lambert with 2 laps to go, including the one they're on.
Yep, here comes Roux, keeping a decent gap between himself and Shane Justice. Joubert leading out Class C. Minnick, 6th on circuit, and the 3rd in class from Jacobs Van Tonder. That's Johnson that's come through. Here comes Becker, 5th in class. JJ Willefeer in the X class. It's his first time out. And behind him, Vermaak from Lehman. Vermaak leading his class by a reasonable gap from Lehman, in fact.
Yeah, and then Wayne Rosser is in there behind them and rounding off the top. Vermaak, he rounds off the top dozen. Then Lehman, Rosser, and the top 15 is de Toy. But it is a 121.548 for Jaco Lambert. He is the quickest guy out there at this stage of the fight. As we see them making their way here, they come towards us once again under the city of Cape Town Bridge with one more lap to go. This is the final lap. They cross the line. It's 0.149 between the two of them. There's a back marker that just keeps right out the way, as that is Carstens that keeps right out the way. And he goes off the circuit, as a matter of fact, just trying to keep out the way. He's going to retire, or maybe try and find his way back again. But either way, He's going to get back on the track again, but you don't have to take evasive action that badly, but but in any case.
That's the gap that the front two have on the rest of the pack. There comes Rue and Justice, first and second in Class B. Hubert first in Class C, coming up towards us now behind the yellow Golf. Then behind that is Minnick, third in Class, sixth overall. And then that little gaggle, Jacobs, Van Tonder, Johnson and Becker, all of them in Class C.
Right, so the leaders for the final time heading towards Cape Town corner. They're almost into Cape Town corner. There the two of them go. And it is still, oh, here they come side by side. It is, for now, Groenewald that's ahead of Lambert. Will it be like that at the checkered flag? Lambert's going to come back at him. But I think the line is covered. Lambert dives to his outside, and it's going to be Zak. Zak Groenewald is going to do it. He'll beat him by 1/10 of a second, 0.122, with Mario Rue that will finish in that third position. As a matter of fact, Mario has got Shane Justice right on his heels. Here the two of them come into view now. That's Mario Rue crossing the line, and right behind him is Shane Justice, followed by the champion, and that is Dylan Hubert.
Yeah, in Class C, then Minnick third in Class 6th overall, then Jacobs. There's Van Tonder has lost out to Johnson. Johnson moves up one. Van Tonder still to come across the line. In fact, Van Tonder has not come through. It's Becker that's going to be the next one to come through.
Cars is faltering across the line. That's David Vermaak finishing his race. Bernard Lehman and Wayne Rosser right in there behind him. Francois Van Tonder did finish. He finished in 9th, ahead of Becker and behind Johnson, as the rest of the field just filter through. It's going to be the first 18 cars that will be on the lead lap. Here comes Eva de Toy towards us. And then behind de Toy, Gemma O'Lean finishes, and behind Gemma, it's a Nissan Sentra of Anton Jacobs, followed by Lee Fielding. And Lee Fielding will be the last car in P18 on the lead lap. So that concludes the Thermofires Clubman Saloon Cars, race number 2, and thank goodness this time we got all 8 laps in. And Jaco Lambert was the quickest man out there, 121.548. Well, some entertaining stuff out there by the Thermofires Clubman's drivers. Joseph Venus did 4 laps and he retired. Adrian Roberts did 3, then he retired. Remember that Adrian was involved in that incident early on with Kannemeyer. Shane Justice, Paul Munich and Faisal Jacobs did personal bests on their final lap, as well as Gemma O'Lean. They all did PBs on their final lap. So that concludes the Clubmans. We now have 3 more races before the end of the day. Formula Libre, Classic Cars, and we'll end the day off with the Superbikes. Replay here on for the folks at home that are watching with Zak Groenewald, Jaco Lambert and Mario Rue. That is filtering through. That is Lehman that's just coming past us now. Here's a couple of cars doing serious rallycross. One car actually doing a bit of rallycross coming through. And then deciding, I'm going to rallycross and park it up against the retaining wall. It's broken. I'm not going to go anywhere with it. And then eventually these two guys got away from Mario. He settled for a lonely third. But the fight was on right until the checkered flag between Zak Groenewald and Jaco Lambert. So as the replays continue, that concludes the thermofires. We're now going to move on to Francois and Jordan for the BJ Trustees Formula Libre Race 2 over 8 laps.
One. Right, so BJ Trustees, Formula Libre, race 2. Jason Goodsey and DJ Boyson, the two odds-on favourites to blow away. Damien White out there as well with Joshua Smith, Nick van der Westhuizen, Kelly Fletcher, Richard Carr, Ricky Anderson, Courtney Steenveld, Cyril Somerville, Donovan Ramsey and Graham Knight, all in the Formula Vs. Damien White in the Libra C-Class. But I think Josh Smith's going to try and get out front there in the Formula V and try and cement his position in the class so far this year.
Up to the grid we come. We had 12 cars for race number 1. We should have 12 cars. I know Graham White didn't end up going out for race number 1. So no number 15, unless my eyes deceive me. No, there's Courtney Steenveld. There is Richard Carr, both running out of Richard Carr Racing Garage. Ricky Anderson out of the Cape Town Cowboys, as well as Joshua Smith, who starts up in 4th spot overall on the 2nd row of the grid with Damien White just ahead. And then the two VW Reynards, Class S Formula Libras, Jason Goodsey and DJ Boyson. We get ready for the 5 lights to get out, and we have race number 2 underway.
Right, everyone revving and chomping at the bit here at the start-finish line. Lights go on. Off and away we go. Make the way down towards Block Point corner. Jason Goodsey is off the line like a scalded cat with DJ Boyson, then Damien White. And, Joshua Smith around the outside. Is he going to make it? No, it looks like Nick van der Westhuizen's got the upper hand going in there.
And another upper hand that he's got is they've pulled that front and rear spoiler off that Super V. Now it's just a regular V, a boring V, if you will. As down into Castro corner they go. And Van der Westhuizen leads out as they all peel through turn number 2.
Josh Smith has been bombed from every avenue and has dropped down 3 positions. So he's got a mountain to climb. He's got Kelly Fletcher ahead of him now as they go down into Dams. And also ahead of him there is Richard Carr and Nick van der Westhuizen.
Yep, that young lady racer sponsored by Ravenel and Dolphin Engineering is not an easy driver to pass. So they'll make their way down through Sorrel Soup and down the Killarney back straight in just a moment as we watch the Class S cars of Jason Goodsey and DJ Boyson make their way into Cape Town corner, turn number 5. Damien White staying out of the way of the Vs. He's trying to get that Class S GTI Ray as far away from the Class V cars as he can, as Richard Carr tries to dive up the inside, and he does so as Damien White has gone off the circuit, running very wide. That is a little bit too out of the way.
And Smith got past Kelly Fletcher, coming down the back straight, down in towards Cape Town corner. So he managed to make it. Damien White getting back in the circuit, but he's looking a bit slow. He's going to have to try and pick up the pace. And the rest of the field make it through. Jason Goodsey is through there. Then I think Richard Carr will go through, together with Nick van der Westhuizen, who's leading out on that pack. But Carr now leads out the pack there. And have we lost Nick van der Westhuizen by the look of it?
It looks like a big slide for Richard Carr going through turn number 2. I don't see where Nick van der Westhuizen ended up. And in fact, there is a yellow flag, and I think he's in the sand trap just outside turn number 1. There he rolls, luckily getting out of the sand and back onto the circuit in a very unfortunate position, because he did lead out into turn number 1 in the Vs.
I was about to say it's done his campaign no good whatsoever. So they lead out, coming down the back straight now is your Formula Vs. Richard Carr will be leading them out. Kelly Fletcher is there now, she's ahead. And then it's Josh Smith working their way through there. Oh, it's Ricky Anderson. So Josh Smith should have been with Richard Carr there as they work their way down now into Cape Town corner. There's Fletcher. And who's up there behind Kelly? Is that Smith? It's difficult to see in the sunlight.
Yes, correct.
So working it through there. And the rest of the cars going through here. Those are the lead cars. That was Jason Smith. And then Jason Goodsey that went through. Jason Goodsey and DJ Boyson. And now the rest of the V's going down. There's Carr. There's Kelly. And it looks like Josh Smith's having it out there with Kelly Fletcher at the moment.
Yep, trying to dive up the inside through and out of Block Coin corner. Now down the down the Joubert straight they go towards Castro corner, turn number 2, and just not being able to get up close and personal with Kelly Fletcher to try and make a move and gain a position. So they'll keep fighting it out. As coming around now through turn number 4, That is another one of the V's. Just trying to see who that may be. It looks like that's Nick van der Westhuizen at the tail end of the field. And also, we've lost Courtney Steenveld that has dropped way down the pack as well. An incident somewhere. So 2 guys just dropping off to the tail end of the field. But we have the leaders coming through. There's Jason Coetzee just filling that VW Reynolds around under the rear tires, and DJ Boyson just behind him.
Yeah, Jason Coetzee, obviously we know the prowess of this man. South African national karting champion now on roadwork. DJ Boyson from Formula M days, he's in there. There's a back marker, that is Van der Westhuizen. The rest of the crew coming down now towards turn number 1. There they come now. And it's Richard Carr, Joshua Smith, Kelly Fletcher, Ricky Anderson, Cyril Somerville. They all make their way through as they go around Block 1 corner. Now up the Uber, straight up towards Castrol corner they go. And you can see they all move over towards the left so they can cut back into turn number 2. You want to come into turn number 2. You don't want to go out, because you go out, you get spat out, you can go do some farming.
Yeah, it's a lot tighter and a little bit unreasonable than most people think. And that corner can really bite you if you're not paying attention, especially with the bumps into the corner. That is Castrol now through Damps Dip, turn number 3, onto the Ramblosums, using some of that runoff to their advantage, using all the track as they can. And through there goes Richard Carr, a nice gap ahead of Joshua Smith, who managed to get past Kelly Fletcher half a lap ago. Then Ricky Anderson from Cape Town Cowboys is just sitting in that 4th spot. He did a lap ago 6/10 faster than Kelly Fletcher on that last lap after many carb issues that they had last night and this morning, so he's right up there. But Kelly Fletcher and Joshua Smith now nose to tail, gearbox to nose cone, out of Cape Town corner they go.
Right, so yeah, you can see Richard Carr leading out there on the Formula V's. Up behind him, Josh Smith. Kelly Fletcher sits in there. Up behind Kelly Fletcher, young Ricky Anderson. And Ricky Anderson has also grown in leaps and bounds over the last season or 2, so now a lot more prominent up in the front of the pack, so it's a good race. But Fletcher and Josh Smith are having a titanic struggle as they make their way up towards Castrol corner.
Yep, Joshua Smith trying to find some sort of way. He'll break super late for turn number 2. Wider line, trying to cut back for a better exit out of Castrol. Out of Castrol they go through the Lundstem kick, a slight left-hander with a nice big sausage curb on the inside that you don't want to get too friendly with. Is now into Dam's Dip they go, and it's still Fletcher. Now, this time around, they swap positions on this last lap as well. So they are chopping and changing as there. We see Nick van der Westhuizen making his way down the back straight, and we'll look
right
to who. There's Nick van der Westhuizen going down into Cape Town corner.
Yeah, well, he's a whole lap down, so we won't worry too much about him now as the rest of the field make their way down. There we go. And is this Kelly Fletcher that's coming into the frame now? So Kelly Fletcher and Josh Smith having a little bit of a scrap there. That is basically where the Formula V race is at the moment, because Richard Carr's got quite a healthy lead, probably about 2 seconds over Josh Smith at the moment.
Indeed they do, and they basically slipstreaming off each other, and that is helping them move away from 4th place man Ricky Anderson, who's just sitting in the background waiting for something to happen so he can capitalize on it. I'm looking at their last lap times, a 25.0 personal best for the race for Joshua Smith, and then also a 25.0 for Kelly Fletcher and a 25.3 for Ricky Anderson. So just off those two as Jason Coetzee makes his way past Damien White, who had that off in turn 5 but has regained himself and carried on lapping.
Best time by Jason Coetzee, 1 minute 13.9. And he had someone spin out on the exit. Could it be Ricky Anderson? Oh, that won't do his...
Sorry about that, Ricky.
Yeah, no, that won't do his cause any justice whatsoever, spinning out the exit too. But that is exactly what we said now early on.
It bites you.
It bites you, and it bit him. So he's learned the hard way. Won't do it again, though.
Absolutely, as now there you see, still threading through the pack is Jason Coetzee trying to get past what looks to be Richard Carr. Is that Richard Carr that is there?
Yeah.
Or I lie, is that Joshua Smith? It is, in fact. Oh no, I lie. Sorry, that would be Ricky Anderson that they just made their way by.
Well, everyone Vettel's down into Cape Town corner as the leaders of the V's come up towards us and go towards turn number 1, block going corner. So the V's now leading through Castrol corner done, and well, Kelly Fletcher's got the upper hand on Smith as they exit Castrol, with Jason Coetzee shortly to make himself known. There's Ricky Anderson, Damian White, they're lower down the order, Cyril Somerville, Donovan Ramsey.
I see there's a big fight also in the tail end of the field between Ramsey and Knight. They will sure catch up before the race ends. We are on the final lap, however, so we look towards the leader. We're trying to find Jason Smith, Jason Coetzee rather.
Jason Coetzee is through. Joshua Smith's having an absolute tussle there with Kelly Fletcher. Kelly seems to have the upper hand on him as they hit a slow marker going down into Cape Town corner. Oh, has Smith gone around the outside of Kelly Fletcher? Oh, he chose the right line.
This is going to be the flag.
That's the flag one.
Flag is out for Jason Coetzee, and he'll get past both of them in time, and that will end Joshua Smith's race just like that as he got past Kelly Fletcher on that final lap for them.
Well, it's to his benefit.
P2.
And coming through, your second place man, DJ Boyson, works his way over. There's White, and then we've got Ricky Anderson together with Still Somerville.
Yep, only losing one position was Ricky Anderson on that final lap after a small spin in turn number 2. So he drops himself down to 7th spot, 4th in class, with Damian White finishing 6th overall after dropping to the tail end of the field after his off in turn number 5, Cape Town corner. Now, here's this race between Graham Knight and Cyril Somerville, and Donovan Ramsey, as out of the 5A kink they come under the City of Cape Town bridge, and across the line they will go. And it will end just like that. Ramsey from Knight by just under a second, with Van der Westhuizen still making his way around. And unfortunately, we lost Courtney Steenkamp a couple of laps ago. So a little bit unfortunate to lose the 69 car in this last race of the day for the BJ Trustees Formula Libris.
Right, so next up we'll have the classic cars, and after that we'll have the superbikes. Still a good bit of racing to come up. To the viewers at home, thank you for joining us today. It might not have been our best attempt, but we have been trying. To the spectators that are at the circuit, thank you for joining us. It's been a lovely day's weather so far. Let's hope the rest continues. A little bit of southeaster picking up.
Yep, reasonable conditions minus the early morning dew this morning, but I don't think that came into any effect throughout our racing.
No,
so
the track was a little bit green this morning, but
it didn't interfere for qualifying.
Well, yeah, apparently it sort of caught GTI Challenge unawares.
And Clubman.
And Clubman. A little bit of moisture about from last night's little drizzle.
But still, brilliant racing so far today. 3 more classes left to go. Oh, maybe even 2. 2 classes left to go.
Classics and bikes.
No, classics. Oh, yes, you're right. Classics and bikes. Oh, it feels like there's still a long evening left to go, but we're almost done as the sun starts to poke just beneath the sun shaders of our commentary box.
It are already 20 to 5.
Oh, and winter's only coming closer and closer, so it'll start getting dark at this time in a couple of months from now.
Yeah. We'll want to rush the races and, try and get them done before the sun sets.
But that'll be that for Libras. Here's a couple of replays. There's Damian White going off in turn number 5, Cape Town corner. Obviously, I think just all on his own. Maybe ran in a little bit hot. Maybe checked in the mirrors to see what the V's were doing and spooked himself out. Ran wide, made sure to rejoin safely. As there's Joshua Smith and Kelly Fletcher battling it out for that 2nd place overall in the V's class. There's Ricky Anderson not that far behind. And unfortunately, that spin sent him a little bit out of the ways of that final podium for the day.
One.
Welcome to Lime Property Management, where the efficient management of your community scheme is at the heart of everything we do. Our dedicated team provides superior property management services, ensuring that your property is in good hands and that your investments grow. With Lime Property Management, experience vibrant solutions, transparent communication, and a squeeze of innovation in every interaction. Call us today or visit lime.capetown and let's cultivate your community scheme's future together. Lime Property Management, leading, innovative, motivated, energetic.
Yeah, big thanks to Lime Property Management, Mr. Clint Ridden. He is the sponsor of the Power Series for 2026. A big thanks to City of Cape Town, a big thank you to Castrol, big thanks to Porsche Club, to Blockcoin, a big thank you to everybody that has made this happen, not only just today, but throughout 2026 so far. And we're looking forward to working with you people in the future as well as all the class sponsors.
Right, so all the classic cars just busy sorting themselves out on the grid proper. And, well, they should know where they stand. They get a result on their group.
A lot of classic cars. Race number 2 for the day. 25 entries out there. Lovely stuff. What a variety of machinery that you get in the Lauda Classics. I see Alpha, I see Jetta, I see Beetle, I see Mark 1 Golf, Caprice, you name it, it's all out there. Two powerhouses right at the front end of the pack. Well, you can't count out the Porsche of Eric. It's also a pretty quick motor car. But in terms of V8 grunt, that's all there on the front row of the grid.
Yeah, Gary, just want to add something that I picked up during the break. We saw that Trevor Momberg retired his car early on in the first heat. So he placed a spoiler on the front end of the Capri, which have now taken off, and suddenly realized but his brakes aren't getting any air, and overheated so much that the brake fluid started boiling and created air in the system. Jeez. So when he hit the pedal, no brakes.
And I mean, that's a man that's been racing the self-same car for 5, 6, 7, 8 years.
Years, decades. That Capri's been around longer than I care to remember.
I think that is the second body shell that is the present one that he's got now. I think that one's about 5, 6 years. The previous shell going back to probably 8, 9, 10 years ago. So a lot of stresses and strains that's gone through that shell and that roll cage. Many, many hours of fun. about 4 million rands worth of racing fuel, about 8 million rands worth of tires, 16 liters of sweat, and a lifetime. And that's what it's all about. Fix it, race it, break it, clean it, fix it, go do it again. Repeat.
Right, so they're under the pace car, which is our Apex Bets Maserati, as they work their way down now into Cape Town corner. Franco Donadio actually just lit up the track in the first heat and pulled away there from Boetie. But Boetie van Zyl and Ferdy Maton were having a lovely squabble.
Yeah, I'd actually like Boetie to come up with a win. He deserves one. But then again, that Ford Fairmont GT is obviously a lot heavier than what that Chevy Forenza is of Franco Donadio. But anything can happen. Francois, here they come. Take them off the line.
Right, here they come now. Franco leads out. He's going to wait it once the lights go off and he gets his hammer down and off they go. And the cars behind, they get the advantage of getting on the hammer early and work their way down into Block Coin corner. So Donadio leading out there, and he's going to get onto that loud pedal pretty shortly. Boetie van Zyl is wide, and Ferdy Maton gets his foot down on the bammer and goes up into second. Ferdy will take that, and he'll take it straight to the bank there now as he works his way through Castrol. Have a look at the rest of the field. They all come clattering into Castrol corner and working their way through. And is Momberg got lights on? Trevor Momberg's got his lights on. He's coming through in full tilt.
Well, obviously, yeah, he wants to just blast his way through. So put the lights on, tell the world I'm here. But here comes Franco Donadio with Boetie van Zyl has dropped behind Ferdy Maton, as a matter of fact. So the Mustang has got its nose ahead there of the Ford Fairmont as this whole field runs up the Tygerberg Straight, also known as the Golden Highway.
Well, there they're going down. There's Franco Donadio going in there, and there's Ferdy Maton with Boetie van Zyl in tow, and then Eric van der Merwe's in there as well with the Porsche. So it's all systems go, as they say.
I see Lane Hutchings having a look up on the inside there of Wayne Lotter with Daniel Lotter Jr. in the Castrol car, just in there ahead of Bruce Evan Taplin. And here comes the light blazing Trevor Momberg with that Capri busy blasting his way through, and he's in there just behind Mark Ridgway.
Well, I see Boetie van Zyl didn't like the fact that Ferdy got past him and used the muscle of the Fairmont GT. And here you can see, here's Franco Donadio coming into Castrol corner, and look who's up behind him. It's Boetie van Zyl, followed there by Ferdy Maton and Eric van der Merwe.
Right, then it's Wayne Lotter. Behind Wayne Lotter, it's Lane Hutchings coming through. Behind Lane Hutchings is that
Ernst Viljoen.
Ernst Viljoen, yes. Yeah. He's ahead there of Lotter Jr., followed there by Bruce Evan Taplin as the field comes through. Behind Evan Taplin, it is Dave Rowley, and then Jaco Westhuizen out there with the Conquest.
Yeah, as they all work their way through, it looks like someone's car's bellowing a lot of smoke there. It's a lot of smoke coming out of that Escort. If I'll pull it off, I think it's Hammond de Kock. And he's running far with that thing, and he's going to be dropping fluid. I don't know if that's brakes or if that's motor. Something's locked up.
Yeah, so we watch them run down the Killarney Straight towards Cape Town corner. The leader is already coming down the home straight, the Porsche Club Straight, and that is Franco Donadio. Franco Donadio is really trying to get away. Boetie van Zyl is in that second position. Then it's Ferdy Maton, Eric van der Merwe, Warren, Wayne Lotter, and then behind Wayne Lotter it is Lane Hutchings that is busy working his way through. There's Lane in the Sirocco, and then behind Lane Hutchings, here is a fight.
Here comes Trevor.
Trevor Momberg leading that fight of about, 7, 8, 9 cars into Block Coin.
Well, Trevor Momberg coming from the back of the field, he's worked his way up and finds himself now in P6. So he's definitely going to get in there. He's going to go chase, or he's P7, he's going to chase Hutchings. And he's now past what we would call the slow work group. Now he's going to go and catch the quickies up front, and that is quite a task.
Donadio working his way through Saddle Sweep. Here comes Boetie van Zyl. Behind Boetie van Zyl is Ferdy Maton, Eric van der Merwe. Then it is Wayne Lotte working his way through. Behind him it's Lane Hutchings. Here comes the Momberg coming through, and then behind Momberg it's Lotte Jr., Evan Taplin, Rowley, Conradi coming past us. Then it's Theo Klaassen making his way through in the Skyline, and then the Capri of Mark Ridgway.
Right, so we go down to into Block Coin Corner. There comes your leader now, Franco Donadio, in the Chevy Forenza, the V8 powered. There up behind him, Boetie van Zyl coming down with Ferdy Maton in close proximity. And then Eric van der Merwe. They bring it down to the group here. They've still got 5 laps to go, so we're only sort of on the halfway mark of this race at the moment.
Well, the car that went pretty slow as you watch this group of cars heading into Block Coin Corner was actually the Mark 1 Ford Escort of Brian Evans that went very, very slow, as we see Lotte Jr. and Dave Rowley right there on the case of Rowe as they make their way along the Jabez Straight towards Castrol Corner.
Bruce Van Taplin goes in there, Lotte Jr., and then Dave Rowley in the Beetle, that 2.4 Beetle of his. That's I was with that car yesterday. It is absolutely immaculately turned out, and absolutely a pleasure to go and see. Yep. Well, Trevor Momberg works his way up the Golden Highway. Up behind him, Bruce Van Taplin. There's Lotte Jr., there's Rowley, and up behind Rowley is Conradi and Klaassen. So they're all having a real good scrap of it here in their final heat of the day.
Right down the Killarney Straight, that's the back straight, heading down towards Cape Town Corner. The leader running down into turn number 1. That's Momberg that's busy coming through. That is Evan Taplin. And then this is a good one. This is a good one. It is Rowley, Conradi, Klaassen, and Westhuizen is in that fight as well. Jaco Westhuizen. What happened to Ridgway? He was also part of that group. That is Mark Ridgway. There is Ridgway. He's just behind that group. Ridgway busy working his way through, and he has got Jaco Westhuizen in there. So it was Dion Conradi. I called him Jaco Conradi early on. Dion Conradi and Jaco Westhuizen.
They're all in that scrap at the moment. Dion Conradi goes through there. Behind Dion Conradi's Mark Ridgway is in there as well, and then Jaco Westhuizen in that newly repaired Conquest of his. He's got to get back into the swing of things, Jaco Westhuizen. And he's right in the back of Mark Ridgway now there in Castrol, so he's doing exceptionally well. Some of the back markers coming through as we go down. There's your leader, Franco Donadio, going into Cape Town Corner. And he's got about a 5-6 second lead over Boetie van Zyl and Ferdy Maton as they roll into Cape Town Corner.
Well, he was 9.1 ahead of them when they started this lap. He was ahead of Boetie van Zyl. Boetie's got Ferdy Maton, so it's V8, 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 P1, 2, and 3. Then it's the Porsche coming through there of Eric van der Merwe. Then it's Wayne Lotte. Behind Wayne Lotte, it's Lane Hutchings working his way to us, and Lane sitting there in P6. Then Trevor Momberg, those lights are still on. He's not going to switch them off, that I can promise you. He's Momberg. And then behind him, it's Bruce Van Taplin. We should see them coming to view pretty soon as Momberg works his way out of Block Coin. And here comes a Toyota Sprinter of Bruce Van Taplin.
Well, if we look at the ribbon on the side there, Frankie, you can see Donadio leading out in his class with Boetie van Zyl. Then Ferdy Maton leads out his class. So, and then Wayne Lotte leading out his class. So they're all leading out their respective classes, and they're all sort of in the top 10. They're all doing fantastically well at the moment.
Right, here comes Dave Rowley towards us. Daniel Lotte Jr., Theo Klaassen, Dion Conradi, Mark Ridgway, and Jaco Westhuizen, all busy filtering their way out of Castrol Corner.
And Castrol Corner this time of the day is not nice. As you come around, you get a little bit of sunlight in the eyes. So it's a difficult corner to contest. Going down into turn number 5 now, your leaders there's Boetie van Zyl and Ferdy Maton. I tell you what, I've got to see Ferdy's face at the end of the day. It's going to have a smile wrapped right around it. He's having an absolute blast in that car. He's just purring like a kitten. Boetie van Zyl, another one that'll be on that same wavelength. Eric van der Merwe there in the Lynx Motorsport Porsche up behind them.
And I'll tell you, with 2 laps to go, watch out here for Momberg. Trevor Momberg is not far behind Hutchings. Here they come. Here comes Hutchings, Lotte Jr. Sorry, it is Wayne Lotte. Then it's Lane Hutchings. And here comes Trevor Momberg. So Momberg, with 2 laps to go, including the one they're on, would love to get his nose ahead there of Hutchings and of Lotte. There we go. There's Lotte. There's Hutchings into Castrol. And right on the heels is the Capri of Trevor Momberg.
Well, Trevor will be like driving on the N2 on the way to work in the morning. Lights ablaze. Please get out the way. I'm late for work. And let's see if Lane or Lotte will duly comply. I doubt it. They're in their own race. As your leader goes down into Cape Town corner, that is Franco Donadio in that Chef Renzo. And he's keeping it nicely planted on the tar. He's an absolute country mile ahead of the rest. Boetie van Zyl comes down there with Ferdy Maton and Eric van der Merwe.
Watching him, Matthew Rowe just came past us, and not on pace at all, Matthew Rowe, in that BMW, as this is the final lap. One more lap to go for these guys, for Boetie van Zyl, for Ferdy Maton and Eric van der Merwe, as they run down into turn number 1. And Trevor has got past them. He's gone past Lane Hutchings, and then he got past ahead of Lane Hutchings, Wayne Lotte.
Well, that's going to put Trevor Momberg up into P5. Yeah. Yes. Which means put him second in class behind Ferdy Maton. He'll be pretty happy with that. That's a fantastic recovery from where he started.
From the back of the field into the top 5 and second in class for race 2. Well done there to him. Here comes Evan Taplin through. Dave Rowley. Behind Dave Rowley, it's Daniel Lotte Jr., Theo Klaassen, Dion Conradi, and a bit of a gap. And as Conradi comes through, it is the other conquest of Jaco Oosthuizen.
Right, so it should be the flag lap. Here's your leader in picture now. Coming up towards the flag, it's Franco Donadio in the Chef Renzo, and he'll take heat number 2 as well. Pretty good outing there for him today, as we wait there now for the likes of Boetie van Zyl and Ferdy Maton. Like Frankie rightly said, it's the V8s who are crying out today. Boetie van Zyl is going to be pretty happy with the P2, and Ferdy Maton is going to be absolutely ecstatic with these results. That much I can tell you, as well as Eric van der Merwe coming through.
And well done. Here comes Trevor Momberg. A couple of laps, he might have caught them as well. Wayne Lotte and Lane Hutchings across the line. The Escort and the Sirocco. Here comes the Toyota Sprinter of Bruce Evan Taplin, and he will finish in P8 overall, 3rd in class. Dave Rowley heading towards us in that Beetle, and Theo Klaassen has got the Skyline up there. Then it is the Escort of Daniel Lotte Jr., and then Dion Conradi, and behind Dion Conradi, flashing his lights, is Jaco Oosthuizen.
I think Jaco will be pretty ecstatic to be back again and have the car repaired, and he's managed to complete 2 heats with it, and I'm sure he'll take that to the bank as well.
Right, here comes Nicholas Fourie to the checkered flag, but further down is Nicholas. He's in that 14th position. Here's Eckhart Schoonknecht in his Beetle, and right behind him is Malcolm Pfeiffer. And that is 15 and 16 on circuit at the checkered flag. So that was the second and last race for Lauda Classic Cars. One more race to go, and we'll end the day off with the big bangers of motorcycle racing, the Superbikes.
Woo-wee, it is Superbikes time once again. Race number 2 of the Pirelli Superbikes, Superbike Challenge, Masters and 600s to close off an already chaotic, fantastic, brain malfunctioning day of racing here at Killarney International Raceway as Francois and I just untangle our cables here. There we go, ready in position for race number 2.
One.
Right, so just checking if I've got a little bit of comms. Don't stand on my cable.
Superbikes out on their warm-up lap. One quite literal warm-up lap. Even though the sun's setting, it's on the warmer side of the day, especially up here in our fishbowl, the Brian Peak commentary box, as it is newly known. Thank you for letting us know this morning, Frankie Eunice.
Yeah, I should say fondly known as.
Fondly, correct. We are up here for the final race of the day, joining you live to end off a incredible day of racing so far.
Yeah, no, I think it's been one of the nicer days of racing.
Absolutely.
We might have sounded so excited, but it's been good racing. I mean, it's nice. And, well, all the Superbikes now rolling up for the final race of the day. I think everyone's going to give 10-10s here, to be quite frank.
I think if we look downstairs to the riders currently on the grid, give them all a wave. Who's there? Tristan Pienaar with the 360 camera on his tail. AJ Fenter, the last one to the line. And I must say, everybody, if not everybody, has a nice dark tinted visor because it's that time of the day.
Yeah,
the sun is coming down. The last thing you want is a glare in your eyes.
Iridium or tinted visors, the way to go. Looking down here, Damien Perificati, Ronald Slammett, young Richard Slammett's in there as well. Nice to have everyone out here.
Oh, let's go, Francois.
Right. We're going to wait for the lights. 5 seconds, lights on, and boom, and away we go down towards Blackpool corner. And it's Tristan Pienaar on the back wheel. He's going to get the whole shot, working his way down. It looks like Alan John Fenter has slotted up into second place. They roll out a block and make their way up the U-bend straight up towards Cashrock Corner. Have a look at that high-speed train on your camera at home, folks. Absolutely brilliant stuff. As they come in there, Tristan Pienaar lying down, sleeping on the tar there. And I tell you what, that is brilliant. It reminds me of a man by the name of Sylvain Guintoli. When he gets into that first corner, gets straight down on a Superbike, and lovely to watch.
Around they go, down into Dam's Dip. You can just see a glare bright enough as the Golden Highway starts to commence. There you can almost only see the silhouettes of these 1000cc and 600cc Superbikes. Down through Sorrel Sweep, the double right hand, or double apex right-hander, and on the throttle, twist of the wrist, down to Cape Town Corner, turn number 5 in this first lap of the second race and final race of our third round of the Power
Series.
Series.
Kieran Steyman going in. There's Damien Perificati, Alan John Fenter, Ronald Slammett. They're all the crew. They make their way out of Cape Town Corner, up under the bridge. There's Tristan Pienaar. There's Kieran Steyman. There's Damien Perificati, Alan John Fenter, Ronald Slammett. And running with him, Malcolm Rapson as well, down into block point, all leading, coming through, working the whole gaggle of bikes, getting in there as they work their way around out of...
Oh, we got a crash in turn number 1. The bike went off, and so did the rider very, very fast. The bike up against the wall. I see the rider moving. The rider's up, quick, fast. That is fantastic news. We just have to see who that was. That was insanely quick, but the rider is okay. We'll just listen and hear, but that is their race done for definite. As through they go, we watch the leaders come underneath the screen now. They'll go through to Sorrel Sweep. There you see the rider just standing up with the marshals. Thank goodness for that. As through the leaders and the rest of the mid-pack head through Sorrel Sweep and down the Killarney back straight once again through towards Cape Town Corner, turn number 5, and Tristan Pienaar on the CBR 1000 Triple RSP for Missile Motorcycles, just in a league of his own, but he has Mr. Missile Motorcycles, Kewan the Rocket Man Snyman, right on his tail.
Kewan is there, but someone that's starting to light up the circuit is Damien Perificati, who's pulled away from Alan John Fenter. So Perificati has lit up the circuit now, and he's in P3, and not there you see on screen. There comes Tristan Pienaar. There's Kewan Steyman. There's Damien Perificati. There's Alan John Fenter, Ronald Slammett, and Malcolm Rapson. those are your leaders going through there.
And someone's run off down into turn number 1. Very, very difficult at this time of the day. And it was, in fact, Ethan Dinner, the youngster from PE, that put the bike up against the wall. He jumped up super fast, which is fantastic news. And another one on the exit of turn number 1. There's chaos happening now. Luckily, the rider is up. Just a slow, I don't know if that was a high side or a low side, but the bike definitely 87. 87 is Hilton Reddinghuis, the forever teenager on the Big Bang R1. Not happy about that one. I can see by his expression looking over the bike. I mean, to get that thing back up there, that's a very, very precarious area to have that bike down. But through into turn 5 they go. We'll see if we'll maybe red flag it. The yellow is out still in turn number 1, Francois.
Yeah, I know. It's a couple of races going down. I don't know. I think these are just simultaneous crashes, but I hope there's nothing on the surface. Tristan leading out, and Kewan's chasing him, and David Purificard is in third there, going through. Alan John Fender, Ronald Stammet, Malcolm Rapson on the Suzuki comes through, and they work their way into turn number 1. We'll have a look, see now. Tristan Pienaar got through there. There's the rest of the field going through now in the front track. They all get through pretty okay. And then it's Van Dijk, Eden Haynes, Richard Stammet, Xander Talliot's in there, Nicole Purificati, and then Michael du Toit.
That's who we currently seeing. Jean van Dijk just ahead of Eden Haynes, Richie Slammet. There is Xander Talliot, Nicole Purificati, and Mr. Michael du Toit, the learner, on the 99, making their way through. There's Wayne Orenser on the EVA, Eagle Vision Association's number 33 ZX10, still rounding out 4th in the challenge class at the moment, as the rest of the field makes their way down the Killarney back straight to turn number 5, Cape Town corner once again. And many battles going on all over the show, Francois.
Yeah, I know they're all, the leader pack all down into turn 5. A couple of the other bikes coming through now. And waiting down in turn number 1. There's your leader. There's that Tristan. Yep, that's Tristan Pienaar. Not too far behind him, though, is Kewan Steyman. Steyman is starting to make that Rocket BMW work a little bit. Maybe finding a little bit of extra 10-10s. Then Damien Purificati, Alan John Fenter, Ronald Stammet, Malcolm Rapson, and John van Dijk. Then Richard Stammet, Eden Haynes working their way through. So Xander Talliot bringing up the top 10.
Yep. On through Van Dijk for Project 60 SA. There's Eden Haynes also for Project 60 SA. Going through upper position on Richie Slammet from Ronald Stammet Racing Academy. The young man all the way from Namibia. Frequent to Tony Rust. Completely different circuit this, of course.
Yes, oh yes.
As he's down back in Cape Town, showing his young prowess in the Superbikes class. Rest of the field comes through.
Well, Richie Stammet's got a lot of bike knowledge. I mean, he's been racing
true.
since he's about 9 years old, so he knows what he's doing.
Yep. Now we watch Tristan Pienaar go through the frame as well as Kewan Snyman. Bike 88, Xander Talliot. Yes, I did see his name go down. That's the 88 888 motorcycles in Tiny's pit box. GSXR 750 that has exited this race and pulled to the side of the circuit. With 3 laps left to go for the leaders. There's Van Dijk once again. Behind him, Eden Haynes. So I lie. That'll be Slammet, yes. Then, where did Eden Haynes go? In fact, I think I'm a little bit lost. Talliot was the one that dropped down out of the field. Through into turn number 2, they still continue on. We're just watching leg out for Michael du Toit. There's Connie Boertus. Yes, that is 11 and 12.
There's your leader going through.
Yep, Tristan Pienaar.
There's Tristan Pienaar. And not too far behind him is Kewan Steyman, like I say.
2.5 seconds is the difference at this point in time.
Yep.
That Rocket S1000RR is actually Gavin Lowe's motorcycle.
Old bike, yeah.
So he's running on that number 79 at this point. A little bit different to his general Honda CBR Fireblade that he loves. Purificati in second, in third rather, Fenter in fourth, Slamet in fifth, and Rapson rounding out the top 5 in Superbike Challenge and Superbike overall. Van Dijk, the first of the challenge, Superbikes, first of the challenge.
Yeah.
Van Dijk and Richie Slamet in 8th position.
Oh, Richie doing a fantastic job there. And he's ahead of Eden Haynes. So Richie Slamet really showing his mettle here, and I think he's having a great time of it. And it's nice to have visitors from Namibia, giving it a little bit of an international flavour, which is actually very nice to have them here as well. I mean, the Slamet family's been involved in all kinds of racing here in Cape Town.
Absolutely. Ronald Slamet Jr. and Ronald Slamet Sr., as well as now young Richie Slamet. There's battling going on through and out of turn number 2 as we cut back to the next frame. Through goes Tristan Pienaar. There is Kieran Snyman with his bright yellow lid. Here's 3 and 4. That is Purificati and Fenter. The two Joburg boys fighting it out for the last spot on the podium. And who's the better Gautenger?
Oh, well, they're all running out of the same stable, so Lekker Racing. And, Alan John Fenter loves a good scrap. He's getting a lot of mileage in here. He'll be doing the TT soon, so Isle of Man. So he's getting a lot of homework in there. And they're having a right royal tussle, these two. Watch now as they exit there, up the Bear Straight. Get on that gas early. See on the front wheel up. Yeah, they come now. And well, it looks like Damien's still a little bit ahead there of Alan John, but they're having a right roll scrap as they work their way through there. There's your leader, Tristan Pienaar. He's going to work his way now down the back straightaway down towards Cape Town Corner. And that CBR Honda is absolutely flying down there at the moment, on his way down towards turn number 5, Cape Town Corner. And he's on his flag lap. So he's also going to make it to our turn. He'll be pretty excited with it. He's been cruising around the 110, 111s today, so some sublime performance. But Alan John and Purificati going down to 5. Here's the wheelie from Tristan.
What a sport he is.
And here comes Kieran Snyman
Still a
on
fight.
the BMW. But have a look at this tussle. These two have been at each other's throat all day, and it looks like, is it Alan John that's going to get up? Alan John Fenter gets the upper hand on Damien Purificati. Then it's Slamet, Rapson. It'll be John van Dijk, Eden Haynes, Richard Slamet, and the only lady out there, Nicole Purificati in P10, which is nothing to be sneezed at.
Incredible start. John van Dijk comes home in 7th position, first in challenge class. Then it will be Haynes and Richie Slamet across the line, almost nose to tail, with Mrs. Purificati. Nicole Purificati coming across the line in 10th spot, and another battle between the Toy and Burtis across the line, and it will be Michael the Toy finishing ahead for 11th and 12th, with Daniel Frost 3rd in the challenge class, finishing 13th overall. We're just waiting for Arendse, as Wayne Arendse, Eagle Vision Associations, ZX10 comes across the line ahead of Matthew Hart. And then finally, Jordan Seymour comes across the line in the 600s class, with Sean Mackerel finishing off with the S1000 BMW.
Well, Jordy, what a day.
What a day.
What a lovely day's racing, what nice weather, and good crowds out there. So I think a good day ahead by all. From me, it's been an absolute honor and a pleasure to commentate once again, and I'm going to sign off and let the rest of you say goodbye to the folks at home. Thank you to the marshals, to the medics, to the competitors, to the spectators for making all things possible, and to the sponsors as well.
And from my side, Jordan JT Huben, an incredible day of racing as always. Next round, midway through May, so in a month's time, we do have Rallycross next week and a full day of Rallycross. Following weekend, we have a full day of short circuit, and the first week of May, the 2nd of May, is the next round of the Cape Hull Drivers Oval Racing evening. And just like that, there you see at the bottom your competitor of the day, overall winner, Henny Shalasa, in the Clubman's class, or Ally breakfast run class, wins out ahead of Ethan Dean in 2nd and Cody Redling Ace in 3rd. But that is from myself. Thank you everyone for a brilliant day. Many thanks to everyone involved, and I will see you guys very, very soon.
Yeah, and before I hand over to the rest of the team to say goodbye, one more time, a big thanks to Lime Property.
Welcome to Lime Property Management, where the efficient management of your community scheme is at the heart of everything we do. Our dedicated team provides superior property management services, ensuring that your property is in good hands and that your investments grow. With Lime Property Management, experience vibrant solutions, transparent communication, and a squeeze of innovation in every interaction. Call us today or visit lime.capetown and let's cultivate your community scheme's future together. Lime Property Management, leading, innovative, motivated, energetic.
Right, and for myself, Frank Innes, it was an absolute pleasure and honor to be here today. To all the media people out there, the photographers, to IMUSAT, to all the marshals, to everybody else that was involved, a big, big thank you. For myself, enjoy the rest of the weekend. God bless everybody. Look after yourself, and bye-bye. Final word, Mr. David Christie.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Absolute pleasure being on board with everyone as always. Safe journey home to all of the spectators today. If you don't want to go just yet, then hang about and come and join us in the clubhouse for some prize giving, where it's always a bit loud, it's always a bit rowdy, and I'll be the one causing the noise, mostly. But on behalf of myself, Dave Christie, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you all here at Killarney. Thank you for putting up with me for yet another day. We roll on, round 4, just a couple of weeks away. We'll look forward to it, and we will see you then. Just 2 people left to say goodbye. We've got Gary Fleming. In fact, it is, I think, just Gary Fleming left to say goodbye.
Right, that wraps it up for the day. Big thanks to one and all, and look forward to seeing you somewhere soon at a racetrack. Otherwise, Tuesday night, 8 o'clock, second gear live. See you there.
And that is a wrap for the Power Series Round 3 here at Killarney International Raceway in Cape Town. Thank you so much for joining us for an exciting day of racing it has been. And join us next time for the Power Series Round 4. See you next time.